to Lapeef, Let's Talk. Let me introduce the crew. We got Rilla. We got Anton. We got Lauren, Kay, Courtney, and me, myself, on Lapeef, Let's Say Y'all. I'm sorry, Lapeef, Say Y'all. All right, welcome to Lapeef, Let's Talk. You guys hear me okay? Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I sound a little down. There we go. A little bit better now. How y'all doing, family?
What's the word, G?
Good, how are you?
Man, y'all so quiet, man.
Hey, you say that every week, man.
That's y'all a lot, man. The energy, it's like a little delay or something like that. I don't know if we're coming in about a half a second late or 2 seconds late. Y'all let me know.
I can hear you fine, brother.
Yeah. Let me peep the audience. Really got on black. Anton got on black. Kay got on black.
As always.
Yeah. I don't know what that's all about. Welcome to Lapeef, Let's Talk. Glad to have everybody back together. Make sure you guys get these likes up before we get ready to start the show. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. And before we get started, I'm going to bring up our guest up for the evening. We have Hannibal.
What's happening?
What's going on? All right, let's welcome Hannibal to the show.
Welcome.
I thought that was John B. I was like, wait a minute. Come on,
I've never heard that before.
What's up,
they
dude?
don't know.
What up?
All right. We got a full house tonight, man. It should be interesting. So normally when we have a lot more people, I put the topic out there, kind of go around, get everybody's initial response. And then from that point on, we're going to just be discussing. So feel free to chime in whenever you guys want to chime in after that. That way we're not just sitting around waiting for a long period of time. The church say amen.
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 Right. I'm going to pass that pot around in a second. So let's see y'all sprinkle a little bit with a little, All right, y'all. Again, make sure you guys get these likes up. Let's get this show started, man. Our first topic of the night is, does cheating cause insecurities? Does cheating cause insecurities? This is a great conversation because so often we have people that are in relationships, and when one has cheated, the other person appears to be insecure after that. The question that I have is, are they insecure before? Were they always insecure? Or did the insecurity come after the cheating? I'm going to start with you, Kay. Does cheating cause insecurities?
I think that it definitely can. Since it's a breach of trust, people may have a hard time feeling secure in how they trust the person that they're with. I don't necessarily think that if you become insecure after an act of cheating or whatever, that it means that you were always insecure. I mean, that was definitely a breach of trust and of the commitment in the relationship. So, yeah, it definitely can. I think that if people work together and, build back up that trust, that it doesn't necessarily have to cause insecurities, though.
Okay, I got you. Courtney, does insecurity cause cheating? Or does cheating cause insecurities? I'm sorry.
I totally agree. I think it does. With women, when a man cheats on a woman, we look at it as internally, even though a man might not think of it as I'm not cheating on you. I love you. It's just, it just happened. But women, we take it internally. So we look at it as like, what's wrong with me? Something must be wrong with me that you're cheating on me and you don't want me. So yes. And then it breeds insecurity in us. And then, depending on the relationship and how you deal with it, a lot of women asking more questions. Where are you? Wanting to check your phone and things like have a burner account to check to see who you liking on IG. So for sure for women. With men, I don't know if it breeds insecurity. I think they're more dismissive with it. So if a woman cheats on him, I think he's like kind of done. So I think sometimes that could be a deal breaker with the man, and it's like, okay, I'm finished with it. But for sure with a woman.
Okay. Anton, does cheating cause insecurities?
Yeah, probably. I can't speak from a woman's perspective because I guess I've never actually even been in that position on either side, but I would imagine that it does. Maybe from a woman's perspective, I think guys in general understand that the reasons why women and men cheat are completely different in the first place. So, for example, a guy, and I say this often, a guy can cheat. I think that a guy can love two women at the same time. I think a guy also can cheat conversely without it having anything to do with the woman. And I think that women initially realize, or their initial reaction is probably insecurity, anger and insecurity. And then once you understand who men are, then you just understand that men can operate completely different and separate from his current situation. Um, Whereas I don't think that a guy gets insecure if a woman was to cheat. I don't even think that we think that far beyond the emotional aspect of it, especially when you're talking about long term. But I think that guys should probably be a little bit more insecure, even though they aren't, simply because we also understand that women cheat for a completely separate reason. And a lot of times her tie into another guy is emotional. And emotional for me probably would be worse than the idea of just cheating in general. So I guess to answer your question, I don't really know, but if I had to guess, I would guess that women get insecure, but men are a little bit more detached after they get over the emotional wreckage that come along with it. Because I think long term we more concerned about our bag than we are about the person that we sleeping next to, so to speak.
Gotcha. Hannibal, does cheating cause insecurities?
So it depends on the person. It depends on the person. It depends on what the person is even in the relationship for. There are people in relationships with people, they don't even care about them at all. They're in relationships so they can split the rent. A person who has no emotional tie to another person could discover a person cheating and then say, oh well, because I was cheating too, so I guess we both just dirty dogs, So I one thing I'm gonna do for as long as I'm on this show, I ain't gonna presume to be able to speak for all men. I don't know nothing about all men. I don't know nothing about all men's approach, and I certainly can't speak for all men. But I know for me, when I was a much younger man, I was much more insecure or much less secure. And I also approach relationships from a more of a possessive standpoint. Like, this is my woman. That's my stuff in her pants. And the cheating, I've been cheated on. I ain't afraid to admit that. And it hurt. But it would, and if I got cheated on now, I'm married, by the way. But if I got cheated on now, it would hurt, but in a different way because I'm a different person. So, I'm more secure. And so again, like I said, it would hurt for different reasons. We bring things to the table, relationships. Some people are naturally anxious, naturally insecure, and ain't nothing going to ever be done. And then, so when you sustain a cheat, that's an injury. Why would you not end up more insecure? That you just was injured spiritually. So, a person who is very insecure is probably going to end up more insecure. And then if you've been cheated on before, and then it happens again, and you ain't had no kind of therapy, spiritual healing in between the occurrences, you staring down Rex City. So,
are you saying that you were more insecure when you were younger, but you less insecure now, even though you married?
Correct.
I got you. So you saying that if your wife cheated on you today, that it wouldn't have as much of an effect on you is if your girlfriend from back in the day cheated on you.
I'm saying that not necessarily less, but it would be a different effect. Like when I was 22 and my girl cheated, I would have wanted to whoop her and yell at her but now my initial reaction would be, so what for? What was you getting out of this cheating relationship? Was this an emotional cheat? Was this a sex cheat? Was this a opportunistic cheat or some kind of weird set of circumstances? Like, I'm more mature. I'm going to want to get to the bottom of it. And I ain't going to throw away my marriage, automatically without analysis and meditation. Whereas when 20 years ago, I'd have been like, yo, we finna box in here, lady.
I got you. I get it.
All right. Well, I see you smiling over there, brother. What's going on, man? Does cheating cause insecurities?
Yeah, I don't know that. And I definitely agree with Anton. I can't speak from a woman's perspective, although I think we see how that manifests, just to, like how Courtney was saying, in terms of how that manifests with, women getting cheated on and then want to check your phone and then want to know your whereabouts and texting you and so on and so forth. However, I think from a man's perspective, I don't necessarily think it most times, I don't think it causes insecurities. I do think it causes anybody to look at, self and be like, okay, well, was there something that I missed? Did I drop the ball? Was there something that I didn't provide? I think it causes that type of reflection. But I think by and large, most men who just, once you get through the emotional piece of it, or the hurt part of it, most men just gonna keep it pushing. So I don't think it necessarily causes insecurities in men.
You don't think it causes insecurity in men?
Nah, I think if a man is insecure as a result, like if he's insecure as a result of cheating, then that probably was there the whole time and you just didn't unpack it. There was some level of insecurity there before. You just didn't unpack it. You didn't realize it.
Okay, got you. All right, y'all. That was kind of like a little warm-up topic. So I'm glad we was able to get through that one. Like y'all responses, man. Just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef, Let's Talk. Make sure you guys get these likes up right now. Also, subscribe to the channel. We appreciate the super chats as well. I did notice them come in, so I want to salute you guys for that. Our next topic is, as people, what pushes us towards growth? Focusing on the community as a whole or just the Black community? Again, as people, what pushes us towards growth? Focusing on the community as a whole or just the Black community? Start with you, Courtney.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Sir. How do you define growth? And what do you mean by the community? Who is the community?
The community is everybody in the world.
Everybody in the world? Right
Yeah.
on.
Okay, everybody in the world.
And how do you define growth?
Growth, if I had to define it, I would say, just moving together. Everybody moving like together. Everybody just peace, pleasant, just enjoying life as an experience. Okay. Just, being able to come together and just enjoy life for what it is to you. All right, so I'm going to go ahead with the question. Again, as people, what pushes us towards growth, focusing on the community as a whole or just the Black community? I'm going to start with you, Courtney.
Okay. Well, what pushes growth is focusing on growth of self first. So, like Jordan Peterson says, cleaning up your closet and understanding that. So first focusing on yourself, and myself being a Black woman, and obviously have some things going on as far as me being a Black woman of how we are in our community. So then I have to focus on that. So if we're looking at Black women being 80% overweight, well, then if I'm a part of that 80%, I have to look at myself and get that right. And that helps my Black community, which in essence helps the entire community. So I think we need to focus on ourselves first, and then we can look at our community. If my community is doing bad, or my Black community is doing bad, then the rest of the community is doing good. They're not focusing on us. So we need to focus on ourselves, myself first, and then my culture.
All right. Got you on that. Okay, as people, what pushes us towards growth? Focusing on the community as a whole or just the Black community?
I agree with what Courtney said about just getting yourself together first and foremost. I definitely think focusing on the Black community for Black people is very important because we have a different set of obstacles to navigate in this society and worldwide. So I just think that focusing on your own group, your own culture, your own people is very important, especially since we really need to start thinking more collectively about the future. It's not just like, what am I doing today? How is my life going to turn out? How are my kids going to do? We have to start thinking forward, right? Our grandkids, our great grandkids. And I think that if we focus on our community, then it will be beneficial for our posterity.
When you say our community, what are you referring to?
Black people.
Okay.
JR, I cannot with you today.
That's okay. Just wanted to get clarification. That's all.
Understandable. You know, I like to get clarification on things, so I'm not knocking it.
Rilla, as people, what pushes us towards growth? Focusing on the community or focusing on the Black community?
Yeah, I think oftentimes we talk on the channel about aligning. Well, I know Anton does talk about aligning with people that's moving in the direction that you're going, right? So most people, like most things happen in proximity. Communities happen in proximity, right? So whoever, whatever community you're a part of, where I live right now, it's a mixed community, right? But I identify and align mostly with the Black community first, right? And then, other ideals come into place. So what pushes people towards growth initially is going to be shared ideas, ideals, principles, values, morals, whatever that is that binds you all together for you all to begin to move in the same direction. So any group of people, you can pick any group of people, whatever that agenda is, whatever that shared identity is, whatever that shared purpose is, whether you're Christian, that shared identity in Christ is going to cause you to grow and move in the same direction together. Whether you're Muslim, that's going to cause you to grow and move in the same direction together. If you're a particular segment of the Black population or Asian population or Italian population, those shared ideals, histories, traditions, culture, so on and so forth that you guys share together is what's going to cause you to grow and move together.
Okay. Hannibal.
Yeah. So check this out.
Go ahead.
So confused.
I'm gonna give you an example. So my standpoint is this: first and foremost, my community, Black folks, is my only concern. Okay, and here's why. There's two reasons for that. So what I know about power and geopolitical dynamics is that resources and power are focused in a very, very narrow way. When those who have power define a path, okay, that path is going to be achieved. So it's like an analogy I have is you're on a huge ship. The people in the top in that control room, if they say we're going north, we're going north. You can indirectly affect the path of the ship, but you ain't getting in that control room. Now, here's the caveat. Just because we're going north, you may want to go south. You may not have any impact on the path, but you still have primarily an impact on the quality of life while you're on that ship. Okay? Now, what I know about history is that when Black people have pushed for parity, for equal access, okay, everybody else has benefited. When we rebelled in the past, when we shook things up and push people to pass legislation like the civil rights bills in the mid 60s and the late 60s, other groups benefited. That represented an improvement in social conditions. And it didn't come from Black people saying, there's a handful of Mexicans getting beat up at the border, so let's go advocate for them in 1969 or 1964. It came from Black people saying, look, man, you ain't finna be turning these hoses on us for too much longer. We ain't gonna stand for that. Okay. And then the legislation got passed. It's the same thing with affirmative action. That was supposed to be for us. And now the main benefit, the people that mainly benefit from it are white women. Now, there are other people who benefit from affirmative action policies, which are crafted to rectify people who have been shut out of legitimate channels, employment channels, educational channels, right? So there have been plenty of people other than Black people who have benefited from those policies. It is a fact that white women benefit more from affirmative action than anybody. So that is why I would say that when Black people focus on Black issues, the whole of society benefits. And that ain't just my opinion. That's what has happened historically. Does that make sense?
It makes it racist, but I don't know about the rest of it.
I don't have the power to influence nobody's life negatively, so there's nothing racist about it.
Yes,
you have to have power.
Especially collectively.
You have to have power to do racist stuff.
Yes, you do.
And that's
yes, you do. Okay, it don't even. Okay, prejudice, whatever you want to define it as, it's separating yourself because if this very same narrative was perpetuated by another group, if white people had this exact same narrative, that's exactly what you would label it as.
See,
I don't believe.
What we're not going to do is compare Black people.
I'm sorry. What you gonna tell me? What I'm not going to do? That's exactly what I'm going to do.
Because it's not even exactly it's not an apples to apples.
That's exactly
comparison.
what I want to. That's exactly what I'm.
But it doesn't make sense. It ain't rational. It ain't logical.
It is rational. It's exactly rational because
no, it's not.
I do not perpetuate a behavior against somebody else that I would not want done to myself. That's the very basic human standard. At the very least, you have to start at a foundation.
Way.
No, I'm looking at it exactly how I'm looking at it. You have to establish a standard as a very basic human level. I don't want things done to me, and whatever I don't want done to me, I'm not going to do to somebody else. And the problem really is that we separate ourselves and then we don't know where to draw the line at. And I say this often. We define ourselves tribal when in reality, if you really want to go on all this ancestry.com and everything, everybody is mutts. We all just mutts. All of us is mixed with everything. But at the same time, we decide to divide ourselves against each other, which is funny because any division is always going to breed more animosity, more chaos, more issues, so on and so forth. And this is why I primarily never divide myself against anybody based off of anything that they can't control, which is why I primarily say it's always about character for me. If you a good person, I'll rock with you. If you're a bad person, I disassociate myself with you. And it's just so funny and hypocritical, not only on that level, but anybody that would define themselves as a Christian, it very much speaks against that very same narrative and principle. But then we want to pick and choose the parts of the Bible that we want to align ourselves with. And it's so hypocritical. And it's the worst thing that you can ever do against anybody is to divide yourself based off of something that they cannot control and then call yourself a champion of the culture. You're not. You're a cancer to the culture. That's exactly what you are.
I totally disagree. Preservation of culture doesn't mean it's divisive.
Right.
You can you can preserve your culture tradition, and it doesn't mean you're divisive. So here's the thing that what happened.
That's not something that people can control.
One at a time, so we got to
finish what I'm saying,
bro.
One at a time.
That's fine. Preservation of self, preservation of family, of your culture does not mean you're dividing yourself. The worst thing that happened in Black America was assimilation. So we can talk about how Black women, oh, you're feminist and oh, you've learned all this. Where did we learn it? We learned it by assimilating with white culture, taking on what they wanted us to be. And then now we're mad that women are modern and we're doing all this. But 50, 60 years ago, Black women weren't, because we preserved our community.
Yep.
That's
Absolutely.
when we were the best, the strongest, the most
We knew you
married.
was gonna jump in there, okay? Go ahead, keep going. I got
Okay,
smoke
so
for
that's
everybody.
when okay. That's when we were our best. So in order of looking at everybody and trying to be like everyone else, all we have to do is look back in the 50s and the 60s and see what our family did, and they stuck together.
Yep.
And it wasn't that they were hating or they were racist. They stuck together. And now that we have assimilated, we're all over the place.
Now that we're trying to
mad, and we're mad at Black women.
One at a time.
And we're mad at Black women because you want us to call us feminine. But where did that come from? Us assimilating.
Who's mad at Black women?
It's a lot.
Black women are looking to get results that they can't get, and Black women started the war themselves. Nobody is mad at Black women.
What?
Right? The whole issue is funny because, again, I say it. Where do you draw the line? Do you draw the line against women and men? Do you say I rock with women, and then at the same time now you got a war against feminism? Do you draw the line when it comes to sexual orientation, which, Courtney, I know that you supposedly align yourself based off of Christian values, right? At what point do you say that I no longer draw a line based off of the things that people look like or what it is that I want to align myself based off of character? At what point do you stop dividing yourself against people?
I'll tell you where you draw the line. I'll tell you where you draw the line.
Because what you're seeing now, you know what they're doing in California? They literally having a conversation about bestiality. Do you draw the line at that point? They having a conversation. They're literally saying no. What I'm saying is now they're having conversations saying that in the same way people can't control who they like as far as women or men. They're saying that pedophiles can't control whether or not they desire little kids.
Where are you going?
What does that have to do with?
One at a time, so we can have a conversation.
My point is how far down the rabbit hole?
Then Hannibal.
How far down the rabbit hole do you go before you say, hold up, we are going too far? And what's the root cause of this? The root cause is the seed that we start to divide ourselves against each other. And if you can't say you love everybody, you can't say you love anybody.
No one's saying no one has anyone.
That's not even.
We're going to Hannibal next. We're going to Courtney. We're going to Hannibal next, and then we're gonna come back around. Go ahead.
So corny, bro.
So look. So Anton, let me tell you where you draw the line. First, you have to draw it where it matters. Okay. There are acceptable double standards that are rooted in actual differences. For instance, I was in the military for about 7 years. Men were required to do pull-ups. Women were required to do flexed arm hang. And that is because of the fundamental differences in physiology. That's science.
Is that fair?
Yes, it's fair, because a woman can't do a bunch of pull-ups.
But then you'll fight for equal rights. It's not fair, bro. It's stupid. The basis of
Hold on.
Look, let me finish.
Hold on, go ahead.
Let me finish. Okay. Black people are not black people just because we have dark skin, bro. Black people in America are defined in part by our shared cultural and historical experiences. Okay,
which is learned behavior.
No, let
which
me
is
finish.
learned behavior.
This is the fucking problem. Black people,
I'm sorry?
Black people got to have enough courtesy to be able to have a conversation without constantly interrupting.
I don't have to do anything, bro.
Hold on.
I don't have to do anything, bro.
So look,
it is what it is.
We're gonna keep it respectful. Let's just have a conversation.
Let me finish, though.
Okay, let's just have a conversation. I'm gonna take care of that. I'm gonna make sure you get the time to talk.
Like I said, we have shared historical experience, and what that means is we was bought and sold. We was prevented from reading. Okay, they was not. No. We was prevented from having.
You don't even know somebody that was enslaved.
Let me finish.
You don't know none of that.
Hold on, let him finish.
Ain't no we in this. He don't know what that feels like. You can't speak from experiences that you ain't never experienced, bro.
You want to interrupt me because you know I'm getting the better of you in this argument.
Better of who? You haven't experienced none of this. You talking based off of what you think, not what you really know.
Stop talking while I finish my
or what? Or what?
Anton, come on, let's just have a
Look, this is
conversation.
real
Or
low,
what?
Come on, man.
frankly.
You know,
Come on.
You being ignorant.
Come on,
is what
Anton.
you're
Let's just
doing.
have a
All right.
conversation, Anton.
Be
Be
Come on.
careful. Be
Or
careful.
what? What you gonna do?
Come on, y'all fellas. Let's just have a
What you gonna do?
conversation. Let's just have a
All right.
conversation.
Now
I
let
got
me
you.
finish. Okay.
I got
So,
you.
because of our historic look, and you can say what you want about how that was in the past. I got 100 ways of proving how the past affects the present. And you ain't even got enough time for that and probably wouldn't even understand it. But the fact is this, okay? Economic things have happened based upon class and race, okay? We have been mandated to occupy the underclass. We still are. We still are.
It's called the Victim Olympics.
Basically, there are double standards that are acceptable. And for you to pretend like there aren't is intellectually disingenuous.
And when you get done,
that.
you can keep running your Victim Olympics that you have not truly experienced any of these things that you're
You don't know what I've
advocating for.
experienced.
Hold on, Hannibal.
Look
hold
at
on.
it. You see
Hold on,
him? You
Hannibal.
see him?
You
You
have
see
no
him? You
idea
see
what
how-
I've experienced.
You see how?
Fellas, let's just
bro,
have a
just because
conversation.
you got a flag in your background
You
don't
have
mean shit
no
to me.
idea what
Let's
I've
just have a
experienced.
It don't
conversation,
mean
fellas.
nothing to me, bro.
Fellas, let's
It
just have
don't
a
mean
conversation.
nothing
I'll
to
tell
me.
you what,
You
Anton, Hannibal.
No,
Hold
let me
on,
tell
hold
you.
on.
He was
Hold on,
done.
Hannibal.
Speculate about what I've experienced.
Hannibal, hold on real
Let me
quick.
tell
Hold
you
on.
what I've
Hold on real
experienced.
quick. Hold on. Chicago Rilla, and then I'm gonna go to Lauren. I know you guys been chilling. I want you guys to chime in on this conversation. How you feeling, Rilla, about what's being said?
Listen, man. I mean, this conversation, you know, Anton, I know you're gonna do your thing, bro. I really, you know what I'm saying? I really just want to hear what both people are saying. I want to hear all parts of it. And I think that's some of what we get away from is not being able to have the conversation and speaking over one another. And then for the audience, they're not able to follow along with what's being said. I'm really just wanting to hear what the brothers are saying. I get it. They're diametrically opposed and they're coming from opposite ends of the spectrum. I really just want to hear the conversation, honestly.
Okay. Lauren?
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to answer the question at all. But this was a great dialogue.
Okay, go ahead and answer the question. My apologies.
Yes.
Go
No,
ahead.
it's good. What I think pushes us towards growth is focusing on the community as a whole. And I want to say, I also agree with focusing on like your own community, whatever culture, race, whatever you connect yourself to, that can also happen. But I've seen it to where if you focus on the community, then everyone will essentially reap the benefits. I think about gentrification, right? There is negative connotations to that, or just, negativity attached to that. But in essence, it actually goes into the community and it strengthens what was there before. Not to say that the people that were once there couldn't do it on their own, but it's to better the community, right? So, but then on the other side, but on the flip side, I feel as though, to Courtney's point, if we need to solve an obesity problem, you have to do that selfish. Like, you have to do that on your own to contribute to growth. So I think in my opinion, I feel like you can do both. Both can be true, but it depends on what you're talking about. When I think about philanthropy, right? When you're focusing on the community as a whole, everyone can benefit. When you talk about improving communities, whether it be through buildings, whether it be new jobs, like, I can see where focusing on the community as a whole is more beneficial than just focusing on one block, one street, one area, right? So it really just depends on what we want to grow. Do we want to grow financially? I can see, think about all the rich families that are out here. It started internally. They had to start in-house, build the wealth to then be able to contribute. But we have to teach wealth within our own in our own house, our own backyard, to be able to then pour into the community. So again, my answer is really based on, like, what are we trying to grow within our community? So that's my answer.
The Black community is the lowest totem pole right now as far as our culture, because we continue to assimilate. We continue not to focus on our community. We let gentrification happen. When JR came to Nashville, I specifically took him to a particular block in Nashville, out in North Nashville, where it was being gentrified, but Black businesses, millionaires in the Black community in Nashville decided to buy the block back. So what we decided to do is stop gentrification in our neighborhood that was been historically Black. They're pushing the older Black generations out, selling their house that they've lived in for 30 years. Older people don't know that. So they're getting 300 grand for the house is about to be sold for 1.5. So what Black people decided to do was buy the block back. So we created all kind of Black businesses employing Black people. We have, like I said, Willie B, Slim and Huskies, Minerva. We have a whole lot of Black businesses employing Black people. When Black folks do good, when culture does good, it in essence helps the community. It takes people off welfare. It gives people an essence to work. It takes dads off a child support or less than child support because now people are able to get jobs. So it helps the community as a whole. And for us to say that that's not important as a community, then it's a slap in the face for Black Wall Street. It's a complete slap in the face to having a thriving Black community full of doctors and lawyers and businesses. And the one reason why it burned up, because white America and America knew once Black people start striving, then we will have power. The essence of power and not getting to us is dividing us. Preservation of self is not division and it's not prejudice. And I'm still a Christian for loving my people.
Yep.
And I ain't never said I hated anyone. But what I said is important that we strive. As a Black woman raising a Black little girl, she's going to know that she's Black and she's going to be proud. She has other friends, but we got to preserve ourselves. Every single community, the Mexican community, there's not a city in the world that doesn't have an Asian town, a Mexican town, Laotian. There is not one city. And it's not saying that they hating on us and they hate us or we hate them, but they understand community. They understand knowing and rocking with themselves, making themselves better. It will, in essence, give them power where they don't have to ask for handouts from white people.
Yep, Courtney, I absolutely agree with you.
We're not going to mess up Black Wall Street and how important that was in our legacy in Tulsa. They burned us up for a reason. If community, Black community or us getting together and being stronger wasn't important, then they wouldn't be trying to divide us. And there's a reason why.
Well, wait,
and then the more that we let and welcome and lay out the red carpet for everyone else to be welcome into our things as Black people, the more that it gets watered down. Like Courtney was saying earlier, in the earlier times, decades ago, people always want to talk about those times. They want to say, well, back then Black marriage rates were higher. Back then, this and this and that. The thing about it is the reason that back then things were the way they were is because people were, for the most part, on one accord. They understood who was trying to come in and mess up the neighborhood. They understood the people that they couldn't trust necessarily. They understood all of these things. And the more that we be like, ooh, Black people, we made it. Let's just everyone get together. That is part of the plan for us to get real comfortable. Right now is a turning point. If we get super comfortable right now and say, oh, we made it, there was a Black president, da, 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 da. Guess what's going to happen? The same thing that happened in the past. So to stop that from happening, people like us in our generation really need to say, no, we really need to get on it right now. We really need to stick together now because too many people are getting comfortable and acting like things aren't still the same as they were decades ago, but just in a different format.
So I'm coming from a community where there is a very strong Black community with Black businesses where they support, but they also contribute to the community by way of serving on community boards, by just contribute. They have their own scholarship funds, which supports students that are just not Black. So I'm saying that you can focus on both at the same time. And it's not a one or the other, because you can have a strong Black community, support Black businesses, which I do. However, you can still have a focus on improving or contributing to the community as a whole. I don't think that you have to isolate one and forget the other, because I've seen it done here where I live, where you have a very thriving, vibrant Black community of really successful Black entrepreneurs that are also really active in the community, that are buying buildings, that are renting them out, renting space out to future business owners that are not just Black. They're white, they're Hispanic. So that's the point I'm trying to make, is that you can focus on both at the same time, and you're not diminishing the value of the Black community, because both of you all are right. There's been major contributions historically and currently that Black people are contributing to the community, but we can also contribute to the community as a whole, because there are other groups or other communities that may not have the power that we do. We just talked about strength in numbers last week with like the LGBTQ community and how there's strength in numbers. So, and for my logic, if we focus on community as a whole, we will be operating more like strength in numbers, right? If we come together, but understanding we can still have whatever silo with whatever community you associate yourself with.
Which communities, Lauren, do you think have less power than us that we could help?
Well, I'm speaking in terms of the community where I'm coming from. There's a Hispanic population where they're very tight knit, but there's not a lot of power behind it. So that's when they tap into the Black community. They tap into the other communities around them to then, get what they need from their environment. Or whatever.
Okay, so you're talking about on a micro level, like people that you've seen. You're not talking about overarching.
Yeah, all I can do is talk about what I know in terms of national US data, but from where I'm coming from, and the Black community is thriving, and it's like, okay, I'm building here, so once this is good, I can come over here and help this community, or I can contribute my time over here. It's been done before.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that on a more micro level, like in terms of things you've seen in your own, life or whatever.
Experience, because I've done it myself.
Right, in your own life, your own experience.
By me buying properties, I'm not only adding to the statistics of Black homeowners, but I'm also contributing to society, like to the community as a whole. My property value was going up in the community that I live in. So
right,
I get
the Black
what
community, but that's what we're saying, and that's what I'm saying. Helping the Black community helps the community.
That's what Hannibal was saying earlier. Right, so, while you can,
go to Anton next.
While you can. I get where you're coming from, Lauren. At first, I thought you were saying something different. But I thought you were saying something different at first, but I get where you're saying, like, doing for the Black community does positively affect the community at large as it relates to everybody else.
It's not saying that just because I'm focusing on the Black community means I am neglecting the rest of the communities altogether. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes. Even if you focus solely on the Black community, the same thing you're saying will be true. And that's what Hannibal was saying earlier. So, Lauren, I was ready to get you, but
what?
I completely understand what you're saying. You're right. Yeah, I get it.
All right, we're gonna go to Rilla and then Anton and then Hannibal. Let's make sure we don't talk over each other.
No. I just had a question for Anton, because I was watching his facial expressions as the ladies was giving their perspective, and my question was, do you disagree with the idea of a Black Wall Street or a Black empowerment or supporting Black businesses?
Yeah, I do. This is not 1920. I will never divide myself against other people, no matter what race or color they are. If you Black and you dope, I rock with you. If you Black and you trash, I don't rock with you. If you white and you dope, I rock with you. If you white and you trash, then I don't rock with you. So I'm never going to align myself based off of a principle of race or any of that.
I got you.
Ever.
I understand that. You've been clear on that on the show a couple times. So let me ask you this. Are you saying that you don't believe in strategic investment to empower a group of people who look like you and their character is dope?
Right? If your character is dope, I rock with you. I don't base anything that I do based off of color. Nothing.
Anton, I gotta ask a question. I think we talked about this on like one of the first shows I was on. If you're hiring somebody and everything is exactly the same except race, how do you choose?
It's a dumb question, because that never ever happens in life.
Okay, let's just say hypothetical.
I don't do hypotheticals in that sense, because it's an unrealistic question that
you
never
don't do
ever
hypotheticals.
happens. No, I don't do
Okay.
hypotheticals when it comes to
let me
that
do a
because
different.
it's an impossible question.
Let me do a
Like,
different question. Let me do a
Ask
different
me.
one. Do you not have
nobody cares about what you think, bro. She talking to me. Like you a guest. Go ahead, Kay.
Oh, what? Anton, do you have so you're saying you have no allegiance, no alliance, no connection to Black people specifically? Yes or no?
No.
He would if he got whooped by the cops.
Anton, Black people.
He would if he got whooped by the cops, though.
I don't do it ifs.
Then
I
all
do
of
it
a
real
sudden
life.
he wants support
And
from
just
his
because
community.
you got a
in real life,
black, green, and red flag behind you, fam, don't make you.
Fam,
woke.
I know if you got whooped by the cops, you'd put a GoFundMe out and try to
I don't
get
do what
Black
ifs.
people to
Ain't
donate.
nobody,
That's
and
what
I don't
you
do
would do.
GoFundMes because
You
I'm
want
rich.
Black
Realize
people,
who you talking
want
about.
Black people
I
to
don't
come
do
to your rally.
GoFundMes. That's
If
for you.
got
You
beat
do
by
the fish
cops,
fries.
you'd
I don't
remember
do
you were Black.
GoFundMes. I don't
You
do
may forget
GoFundMes.
you're
Homie.
Black now.
I fund people.
But you'll
I'm the
remember.
lender.
You'll
I'm the
remember
lender.
if you have
Remember
a bad
that.
encounter with the cops.
Remember that. I'm the lender. Remember who you talking to. I don't.
Your money
listen.
is
It's
not,
levels.
does not make you
It's
admirable.
levels.
Your
It's
money
levels.
don't make you admirable.
But I
bro.
don't relate to. I don't relate to your circumstances or whatever scenario
You
you're
don't
trying to
have
pose
to.
because
That wasn't my
I'm
point.
not
My
of that
point
cloth,
is,
bro. I'm
if
on
you
a whole
get
nother
beat by
level.
the
Remember
cops,
that.
you'll remember
I
you're
don't
Black.
get beat by the cops.
Not yet.
Anton,
No. You see this? No, you see this? Everything. If you get beat by the cops, bro, this is not the victim Olympics. I don't live in that sphere. I don't live in that spheres, bro. I'm not looking for the worst thing that can possibly happen to me and then lean on that as the
That's a
Anton, let's talk about what's happening to you now.
I don't lean on the worst thing that ever. What's happening to me?
Mentality
What's happening?
Hold on, I'm gonna go to Kay. Go ahead, Kay.
Doesn't even apply here.
So I know, Anton, you're all about the money and all this and that, right?
No, it's not. No, I'm not just about the money.
I didn't say just. I said all about. Like
that's
all
not
about
all.
the Benjamin's
it's
baby.
Not all.
No,
okay,
it's just
yeah. Figuratively, yeah. Let's rock with it. Come on.
So, who mostly supports you? Who mostly tunes into your shows? Who mostly subscribes to your? If you had to do a comprehensive, just the demographics in terms of race, who mostly gets you to the place that you're at now?
In my lifetime,
is it white people, Black people, Hispanic people?
Do you want me to answer the question?
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure I was clear about what I'm asking.
I highlighted and talked about this on my platforms over and over again. You know who the first person that gave me a chance on their dying deathbed as their last wish in order to ensure that I got the resources, got hired in, and got the position as I was trying to first get my foot in the door and climb the ladder? It was the palest of white women that you've ever seen in your life.
Okay, that's not what I asked.
Stop. Because if you want to ask, stop. No. Let me finish. Because if you asking a question, you have to ask it in its entirety, right? Its entirety is my lifetime. I'm not going to ignore all of the people that played a role in my life that was from different races, including Black people.
That's not what I asked you.
Stop. Let me. No, I'm not going to answer the question the way you want me to.
No, how about just answer the question that I asked?
I'm answering the question in its
entirety.
Y'all
always tell me to do. Answer the question I'm asking.
I'm asking you. That support me is people of dope character.
Okay,
that's my answer.
On all of your channels and in your Patreon, who mostly supports
you? As a matter of fact, I'll answer that question. On my original Anton Daniels channel, way more white people supported me in my earlier content.
I'm talking about right now.
Stop. Let me answer the question. Stop trying to make me answer
the question.
Stop trying to make me answer the question.
We can't keep
no, I'm trying to get you to answer the question.
I understand that, but just answering the question. Okay, wait till
you want to let me answer it.
He's gonna do the same courtesy.
You want to let me answer the question? You want to let me answer the question? Because you're gonna be surprised. You're gonna be surprised.
That's not the question I asked.
I'm asking you
channel, right now.
Okay, hold on.
Right now on the Anton Daniels channel, there is more white people as subscribers than Black people. My original channel that got me. What do you mean? Prove it. How you gonna answer the question and then you don't like my answer? That's what the problem is.
I'm just asking.
Let me finish answering the question. Let me finish answering the question.
Go ahead.
On my Anton Daniels channel, when I first started, I started with tutorials. I started with exploration videos. Black people don't even like exploration videos.
You had like
vlogs. I started with vlogs. I started with abandoned buildings. It was overwhelmingly 90% white people that rocked with that channel that got me off the ground. That's a fact.
Okay.
That is an absolute fact. If you go through my most
Right
popular
now,
video, if you go through my most popular, my biggest video is about 1.7 million views, and all of the people that rock with that channel was overwhelmingly white. They were my first subscribers. I look at the analytics. The overwhelming majority of the people that subscribe to that channel was white people.
Analytics.
What's the point, Kay?
Stop. Let me answer the question.
You're trying to.
Let me answer the question. See, you don't want to answer the question because it don't
talking each other. We over talking each other.
It don't align with your. It don't align with your narrative. So now you mad. Now you mad because it don't align with your question.
Hey guys, we over talking each other. We over talking each other.
Let me finish answering the question. Why you keep interrupting me?
Okay, go ahead.
Now, for my other channel, the After Hours channel, more black people rock with me on that channel because the content is completely different. But when it comes to my vlogs, more white people rock with that channel. And when it comes to After Hours, more black people rock with that channel. Now what?
What she was asking, and because I had this question too. Does the analytics show race, or does the analytics?
I respect you, but I want her to illustrate exactly what she was trying to get at with her question.
I'm not getting at anything. I was asking you a question, and the question that I was asking you is, right now, August 2021, who mostly subscribes to your Patreon and all your channels, whether it be this one that you participate in and you're
I just broke down the context.
Huh?
If anybody has ever joined my Zoom sessions for my mastermind
calls, let me ask the question.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought you was done. I thought you was done.
I'm not done. Chill out. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. I'm asking. So between Patreon, the Lapeef Let'sTalk, the Lapeef Network.
After this question, we're gonna get back on the topic. All right.
Okay. Anton Daniels After Hours.
I'm not giving you statistics on Lapeef Network.
Okay.
We can talk about all of my other stuff.
Okay. Let's take that one out. From Patreon, from the Anton Daniels After Dark, and your other channel. After Dark.
After Hours. What
After Hours. I'm sorry. After Hours. And your other channel that had the vlogs and stuff, because I saw that channel before. I know you have two different ones that are two different tracks all together, and Patreon. Who would you say is the leading demographic of supporters?
I would say that it's around even split when you put it all together, and anybody that's even joined my Zoom calls on my Patreon know that there are people from all different walks of the rainbow, Hispanic, white, black, everybody is rocking with me in the Patreon. And all of the people at the seat of the table, because we came up and we had a conversations, they have all different colors of the rainbow. It's everybody rocking with me. It's not just one demographic. Like I said, if you a dope person, I rock with you. If you're not a dope person, I don't rock with you. It's as simple as that for me.
I don't think it's one demographic, and I do believe that you are very much like rocking with whoever you want to rock with. I know you don't align just based on race. I know you don't. I was just wondering if there was any type of appreciation for
I appreciate dope people, and the people that try to kill me the most, you know what they look like. So why don't we address that too?
Who tries to kill you the most? You tell me.
The ones that actually tried to take my life,
do?
They look like me, and I documented it.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna get final thoughts on this one, guys. Final thoughts. Really? Go ahead. Final thoughts.
You ain't like that one. They tried to kill me. They carjacked me. They tried to kill me. They tried to take my life, and then they tried to run up in my crib. What they look like?
All crimes proximity for the most part, though.
Okay. And you know, because you know what you seen the video, you know the story.
No, what I know is that 80%. Proximity crime. It's real easy. You get victimized by the people you live around.
Who do I live around?
I don't know who you live around.
I know you don't. That's why you need to be quiet because and learn something.
Experience, but you like to talk about
you speaking on my experience. You don't know nothing about me, bro.
I spoke about proximity crime.
All right, so here's my final thoughts. Yeah, here's my final thoughts around the subject, man. I think it's important, you know what I'm saying? You're talking about growth and you're talking about, pushing the community forward. You got to focus on the community that you in. For me, I'm aligned with black people. I'm aligned with Black people, point blank, period, in a sentence. And then I'm going to navigate and push the community and grow. That's how we grow for it. I invest my resources in Black. I invest my time, my energy, and my efforts. Does that mean I shut off all other avenues? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I just spent time in the city of New Lenox with National Night Out. I just hosted Coffee with a Cop. None of the people in that community, it's 1% Black, the rest are majority white. So it doesn't mean that you're divided and you cut other people out, but it's self-preservation. That's the first rule of law, self-preservation. So yeah, I'm gonna invest in my people. I'm gonna invest in me internally to grow self first, and then I'm gonna pour that back into my community first, and then I'm gonna impact others on a macro.
All right, Hannibal, final thoughts.
So, targeted solutions. Restorative justice is a real thing, and not every community needs every kind of support. You don't treat heart illnesses with muscle meds. So, if we look, multiculturalism is only pushed on Black people. Everybody honors, when Mexicans want to celebrate Mexican stuff, and so yeah, I don't understand. No, I do understand why there's pushback when Black people are trying to focus on Black issues, and to say that we don't have unique issues, and that we're just that are for our people, is to ignore our unique history. So,
okay, Courtney, final thoughts. And when you guys give final thoughts, make sure you kind of give like a solution or something if you had to give one.
Yeah. So, I mean, like I said before, I think it's important that we invest in our community. I think it's very important that, like I said, we buy the block back. Gentrification is a real thing, and it's really, really sad to see, older people. This happened to my aunt, where she didn't know any better and bought her house. They bought her house, and now it's $1 million house, and she's left in a rural area where only thing that she can afford. And she thought she was doing something great, and she didn't. And so what I grew up with, and I wish I can show my child, this is my neighborhood. It don't look like it anymore. And it's really, really sad, because that's also losing our culture. A historic area now has turned completely different. And do you think they cared about us? Absolutely not. So we're so focused on everybody and wanting to assimilate again, but there's not a one culture that's looking at us and asking us, oh, well, can you help me? I'm ready. I want to put and invest in you, but we're ready to invest in everybody else. It's important that we sustain our culture. And there's nothing wrong with that. And it's not hateful speech. It doesn't have anything to do with being racist. It is okay, and things can coincide at the same time. I can love being who I am, and I am a Black woman, and want the best for my community and my family, and I can still love you at the same. But we're not going to get anywhere unless we all come up.
Yep.
That's our final thoughts.
I don't got no final thoughts. I stand on what I stand on. I've been the same way since day one. I move according to how I move. I said what I said. And again, I think it's prejudice. I think it's racist. I think the very idea of dividing yourself against someone else goes against my moral fabric and my principles and my ethics, which is all rooted and founded to a larger extent. You could just say Christianity if you just want to summarize it. Mm-hmm. And I'm not changing. I'm not evolving, and I'm not coming up off of that. I'm open to the possibility that I'm wrong on most things, but about this division against other people, I will never, ever, ever, ever do it, ever. I don't run in the victim Olympics. I don't feel like I'm oppressed. I feel like I'm freer than I've ever been. This is not 1921. This is not 1964. This is not any of those eras. This is an era that's unprecedented for us to be able to do what we want when we want to. Is your choice. If you're not where you're supposed to be, then it's based off of your own responsibility to take accountability and ownership of wherever it is that you are. And I'm gonna just stand on that. It just is what it is.
Yeah. I have a question. Do you think Mexicans are racist and prejudiced because they have their own community in every? I'm just asking a question. Do you think they're racist?
That there's racist people in every single race. Yes.
So for them having a Spanish community in every single city, is that racist?
I don't care. Probably. It probably
Okay.
is. I don't
So the
believe that there
Asians are
should be.
also
I don't
racist.
believe that there should be a Greek town, a Asian town, Oriental town. I don't believe that it should be any of that. I don't believe in that. It
Why
ain't
not?
just
Why not? Why not?
because I stand on, again, my principles and ethics says do not divide yourself against other people.
Anton, I have a
said,
question for you.
Being community
Anton, I got a
is not
question for you.
division.
Listen, I mean,
No,
listen,
Hold
we
on,
could just
Hannibal. I'm
agree
gonna
to
let you ask
disagree.
it.
But go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Hannibal.
So, are you familiar with unemployment rates for Black folks with college degrees?
I don't know the specific statistics. No, I haven't studied that, sir.
So basically, they're on par with the unemployment rates for whites with only high school. Okay, so the point is this. There's been lots of studies that show that there is tremendous amounts of hiring discrimination in the United States. That means there are a lot of Black people who are unemployed who should not be unemployed. This is a problem that is unique to us. So why shouldn't
And then I'm gonna ask you a question
there
after
be a
you finish.
solution? Why shouldn't there be a solution that's unique to us?
Let's okay. So let me ask you some. Since you're the stats guy when it comes to unemployment, right? Let me ask you some questions. Where are the majority of those degrees primarily in?
So that's a good question, but why?
So
would
it's
I
wait,
answer-
hold on.
wait,
I'm sorry.
Why
I'm sorry.
would I answer your
Hannibal,
question?
Hannibal. This is no disrespect to you. I did. I said I didn't know.
Okay.
But hold on. Before you even answer that question, I asked you a specific question. So it was okay for you to ask me this question.
I didn't hear your answer.
No. I'm not tripping off of you. This has nothing to do with you. I'm using you as an example. Okay. You know what? I apologize for calling you names. My bad. I should have respected you more. Let me set the precedent. Okay. So my bad. All right. So this example that I'm using is something else. You asked me a question. Kay was just cool. When I asked you a question after I answered your question, she started huffing and puffing without you even being able to answer. Why is that, Kay? Why was all of the huffing and puffing when I asked him a question after I answered his question?
Are you talking about right now or something?
Yes, just like 30 seconds ago.
You're talking about like my facial expressions?
And you said,
oh,
what was all of that?
Because honestly, I don't. Well, you said that.
Oh, really?
I was just giving my right in the moment reaction to what you said, and if I remember,
I say that called for that to happen. I'm just wondering because I want to show the bias again because it wasn't the question that you had
Give me a minute. I have to
which
think about
which
it.
is why you can't recall it. It was me.
While she's thinking about her answer,
No, hold on, because we don't want to let her off the hook.
Don't
Let's
let me off the hook. I just need to be able to remember exactly what you just said.
You can remember everything that you want to remember.
That's
You can remember everything that you want to remember except for 30 seconds ago. That's amazing.
Was it? You tell me. Refresh my memory.
I'm not letting you off the hook.
Okay, refresh my memory.
Courtney, being objective. Being objective, Courtney. Being objective. Real talk, because you listen. We all have smoke. We go back and forth.
I'm objective.
Being
I have
objective,
no problem
Courtney. Is that a valid question?
Yes.
Come on.
So Lapeef,
I think now maybe I don't know if she understands the huffing and puffing, or maybe she didn't know what she did it for. But
Okay, you could just say because you good. Because Anton, I've seen you do it too. When you when somebody,
but I'll answer the question and own it the same way. The same way. Wait. But the same way that I just owned the fact that I called him a name and I apologize because Kay is the same person that told us just a show ago that she's never wrong. She literally told us she's never been
say
wrong
that.
on the show.
You're now making things up.
Oh my God, JR.
I said
I
that I haven't been wrong on the
I didn't put the
show.
solution in my
Listen.
thoughts.
I said I haven't been wrong
Real
on the
talk.
show because
solution.
it's all about opinions generally. I haven't cited any incorrect facts. If you can find me one, Anton, you got my email, my number. Let me know what it was. and ain't none of y'all let me know what it was. So
this is amazing. This is amazing.
It is,
But the question that I have for you, Hannibal, because we know Kay is the master of deflection. Like I bet you she was I guarantee you when they was playing dodgeball as little kids, she was the first one picked. I guarantee you. She is the master of deflection.
Anton,
you are Neo. You are Neo from the Matrix. You are Neo from the Matrix, yo.
And who are you?
Hannibal, what I was saying was, because you asked me a question about degrees with black people, and I said I didn't know, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so then I asked you for context and said, well, what are those degrees in?
Okay, so I couldn't possibly know what every degree holder
so you don't think that factors into
I didn't
unemployment? Because let's, for example, if more black people had,
it definitely
okay,
does.
so that's what I'm saying. But we can't just have conversations in a vacuum and just say, well, Anton, why do you think this is? Well, there's more context and exploration that needs to be had with the
I remember.
That was a lead up.
Hold on.
My point is that it's a bad lead up question, because when I start digging into it and asking for context, but you can ask me the question with
the rest. Come on, let me.
Okay, well, what was the rest? What was the rest?
The rest is this. Especially since brother JR said we need to do solutions. The reason why I bring it up is because if black people, right, who create businesses and go out of their way to do community-based hiring, maybe we could offset these unemployment figures. And let me tell you something, when black people have jobs and are earning decent wages, they buy things, and jobs are created through increased production, through increased demand. Like I studied finance at the University of Illinois, Chicago. Okay. And one thing I know for sure is that the biggest job creator is people making money and spending money, especially in the United States economy, which our GDP is 70% consumer spending. So if we are being cut out of conventional employment channels for a myriad of reasons, and a lot of times they're very minor, like they just don't want us around. They don't dig our energy. Okay. Then we have to create opportunities for ourselves to raise these employment numbers, to get money in people's hands that ultimately ends up into the overall economy. Does that make sense?
No. And the reason why it does not make sense, the reason why it does not make sense is you're using
this trolling now. I recognize this.
You don't even want to hear my answer, bro. I just literally sat here quietly and let you make your full point, and now I'm about to.
I apologize for interrupting.
You don't even want to hear my answer.
I apologize for interrupting. Go ahead.
Okay, so the first reason why that does not make sense is because you're saying that they don't like us as one of the reasons to be able to justify your argument. That's A. And B, you're providing solutions and you don't even truly know if that's applying to the problem, because you don't have enough context to even be able to explore this conversation and say, what are these degrees in? When you're talking about these high school diplomas, are you also including people with vocational training? Do they have skilled trades? Is that included in the study? It's so much context that needs to be added to this conversation in order to be able to explore it honestly and in good faith. So to provide a solution to a problem you don't even know what it is makes no sense to me.
JR, please, because I remember what I was going to say that Anton asked me.
Okay, come on. We having a real good.
I know. Please just let me. Come on.
Go ahead, Kay.
Thank you. So Anton said something about what were these degrees in, right? The fact of the matter, it doesn't matter what your opinion is. The fact is, it doesn't matter what the degree's in. White degree holders make more than black degree holders. Like, it doesn't matter what it was in. It could have been basket weaving. Shout out to Kanye. And it doesn't matter. There is still
Asian communities overwhelmingly are excelling in STEM fields. You're telling me Asian communities are overwhelmingly excelling in STEM fields. Mm-hmm. Are you telling me that if you to get a degree in basket weaving and he becomes a software engineer, you telling me that don't matter?
Oh my goodness. You're not okay. Think about it this
way. She
way.
just told us that it doesn't matter if you got a degree in basket weaving.
Most
y'all let that fly.
aren't
let
getting.
that fly. Seriously, Courtney,
Anton,
you even laughing at that?
wasn't her point.
You know
Anton.
that makes no sense
Anton,
whatsoever.
listen, please. It's not that I'm saying that a JD black person isn't gonna make more than a bachelor's degree music theory person necessarily. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that when you line them up, you could line it up. There are discrepancies by race. There are. Like, this is not my opinion. This is a fact. Look it up.
I heard what you said. You said it doesn't matter even if you got a degree in basket weaving.
Right.
That don't matter?
But if you're a basket weave, you know that's a Kanye lyric that I was just referencing. But no, it doesn't matter.
I guarantee you if more people got degrees in STEM fields and they went into nursing and things like that, that they would be overwhelmingly more successful. You know what I see amongst a lot of people? No. You know, wait. You know what I see amongst the guys that I'm coaching? You know what I see amongst the guys that I'm coaching? They say, you know what? And it's the honest to God truth. I put it on my dead father. I just got done coaching 2 different guys, and both of their arguments were very similar. And it was like, you know what? I could have got that degree, but man, I was lazy. So I decided to switch my major to something that I knew was going to come across the board, and I could just I hear this argument every single day.
It doesn't matter what you've heard. The literal
now it don't matter.
It doesn't
matter.
The reason that it doesn't matter, the reason that it doesn't matter is because that's anecdotal evidence. And if you look at the actual facts,
weak evidence.
Anton, if you look at data, if you look at statistics, you can't argue. There is no argument. White people that have a bachelor's degree make more than black people that have a bachelor's degree, regardless.
You got it, Kay.
Hey, he talked to 10 people who said otherwise. So that
you know how many? Wait, fam. So you bargain up the wrong tree as usual. You know how many people I've coached?
Tell me. How many?
Thousands of people. I've coached thousands of people. And Kay, you know it to be true. He's sitting here. He barking up a tree that you should ask questions and then make a more informed opinion. Because you barking up the wrong tree, bro. I coach so many young guys. Really know I'm in the community. I've poured over $1 million into my own community. I'm out here. I'm mentoring young guys. I'm giving them jobs. I'm having conversations with them. What are you talking about? I've been doing this for the last 10 years.
I'm not recognizing
about global
data.
Hiring practices just because you coach 1,000 people. That don't even go together.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. So I guess real life experience doesn't matter either. Okay, you take your basket weaving degree. You take your basket weaving degree, and I'll bet your statistics against my real life experience and all of the real life people that I've impacted, and I take that any day. Any day of the week.
Be a researcher, get it peer reviewed.
I don't need to be a researcher. I'm a field searcher.
Know better
I'm in the field doing the work.
Okay, but
I'm
if
a field
you know
searcher.
better
That's what
than
I am.
Experts in the field
in real life, and I document it every day.
If you know better than the experts in the field, the people who study these things for their entire career,
they studying. I'm out here in the streets. What are you talking about? I'm talking to real life people every single day. All of these people that you supposedly standing up for, I'm really with them every day.
Have you ever written like a college level research paper?
Oh my God.
All right, you guys. Have you guys are just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef, Let's Talk.
I already see that as a little intro
to phenomenal show thus far. And as we continue to move on, make sure you guys get them likes up. Make sure you guys also subscribe to the channel. This is the greatest show ever. There's no show on YouTube like this, I guarantee.
Show ain't.
I want to ask you guys a question. What would you say the ultimate goal for a woman is in life, Rilla?
For today's modern woman, I have no idea.
Hold on, Rilla. What is the problem? I don't understand. What is going on?
Rilla.
I have no idea.
The ultimate. Okay.
I have no idea what the ultimate goal for today's woman is. You know, we were talking.
What would you say the ultimate goal for?
Hold on, JR. Because I seen you last night. They sent me the timestamps, Rilla, and you had a lot of solutions And when you was beating your chest last night, you knew a lot about women and what men should be doing and how they plan to roll in their life and everything. But you ain't got no, you ain't got nothing to say about what women's role is today.
That's what I was waiting on. All right, so let's talk about it then, champ. The smoke that I had last night for the gentlemen were the gentlemen that kept shifting everything to women without examining themselves first. And they were coming for Courtney. I was cool with just being in the comments, jaw jacking and slacking. Okay. So that was the smoke you saw. I didn't have any smoke. I didn't have any solutions for women or telling women what they should or should not be doing, fam. And when I slapped on my chest, here's the slap on my chest. What I specifically said is, I love my people. That was the slap on my chest.
And you was calling everybody niggas and telling all of these goofies that's camming up. Come on, man, tell the whole story. Don't be talking about yo. Because you didn't do like this. You didn't say I love my people. You said
specific. That's cool.
You was like these niggas and these goofies. Come on, man, let's be real.
And who was I talking to?
I'm just saying. Why can't you answer? No.
He asked a specific question. I gave a specific answer. Now, if you're trying to pull something up out of me, I mean, do what you do, bro.
I'm doing what I do right now.
Okay.
It's in real time. It's happening.
So what
it's
we talking
it's
about?
not changing.
What we talking
I'm saying
about? What I had for last night.
Okay.
What I had for
last night.
You said
what we talking about? You want me to answer?
I'm specific. What I had for last night was for the brothers that was in the comments talking slick, talking greasy, and then getting on camera, talking slick, talking greasy. I said what I said. I stand on that. How you calling women out and you not examining self? Period.
But the problem with that,
different. Wait. That ain't no different than what I do on Facebook Live every Friday. It's no different.
The problem with that, though, is that you're not equal across the board. And the one thing that I do is that I hold both women and men accountable. And if you can disagree with it, but the thing that I do is I'm consistent across the board. If I got smoke for you, I got smoke for you. I don't discriminate. But you have never, ever said anything to hold women accountable. All of your smoke is completely on men. Hold on. You didn't want me to interrupt you. Everything you say is completely on men. If JR asks you a question when it comes to men, you got a whole soliloquy, you beating on your chest, you King Kong all of a sudden, ain't got nothing on me. But anytime Kay say something and she started disagreeing with you, you want some, you know what, I got a woman. I know how to be quiet. If anytime anybody asks you a question that forces women to be accountable for any kind of behavior, you shut the piss up, you shut down, and all of a sudden you don't know nothing, as though you ain't been dealing with women your whole life.
Listen, let me explain something to you. And I ain't changed, and I said this a million times. And just because you pour syrup on it, don't make it pancakes, bro. If that's how you move, that's how you move. You love checking women. You love getting up here telling women what they need to do.
I check everybody.
No.
I check everybody.
But what you do is, listen, and let's be clear, bro. You get on here and you talk about I hold everybody accountable. No, what you do is you hold
men accountable.
No. You said you AntonDaniels.com hold everybody accountable. If that's what you do, bro, that's what you do.
You're not objective. You're not objective.
Well, then I'm not objective. But that don't make you better or make me right or make you wrong. Here's the key, though,
really. Here's the key, though, really.
That's cool.
But here's the key. Try to hear me out for a second, though. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Cool? All right. So this is my point, though. This is my point, Rilla. You're not open to the possibility that you may be a little bit off on that and that you should possibly go back to the table and reevaluate your stance on being objective across the board so that it's authentic conversation. That's not even a possibility. You don't even consider that. I'm not saying that you should do it right now. All I'm saying is when you check me, I take a step back and say, you know what? I thought about that, Rilla. You're right. I could take that. But if anybody asks you a question that forces you off your square, you're never willing to have that conversation or take a step back and even consider the possibility that you could be wrong on that. Is that true?
I'm going back and forth with people in the Facebook group all the time. I'm going back and forth.
That don't mean you can't be wrong.
Listen, and that's my point, bro. If you come from that cloth where you listen, the house I grew up in, the women check the women. That's almost like one of the young ladies getting up here trying to tell the men how they should move. You know what y'all would do? Y'all would shut them down and talk about how they in their masculine energy and how they can't teach a man how to be a man, this, that, and third, blase, skip, woo, woo. We got 3 women on the panel, man. If you want to ask the women what's their goal or what's the end result for women, they could answer that. I'm not a woman. I can't answer that for what women's supposed to be doing.
Fair enough. The question that I asked you is, are you willing to go back and even consider evaluating whether or not you're wrong and whether or not you
Bro,
change?
I'm gonna tell you something, and I've told you this since I've been on this panel, and I think I said this last week. I've examined a lot of my ways. I'm never want to present myself as I'm right or I know it all or I got all the answers. I'm a living example of what not to do and how not to move and how to be better as a man, right? But what I will do is in my real life, I will hold the women who I impact in my real life accountable. I will have the conversations that I need to have with them in my real life. I'm not gonna get on the YouTube or on the Facebook and have these random
That's
conversations.
fake though, because you would get on YouTube and go off on men. No, because you talk. No, really. That's the most, honestly, that's the most hypocritical thing that you've ever said.
I disagree.
Because you sit here and talk about how you gonna do it behind the scenes, but you over there beating on your chest in front of everybody, in front of over 1,000 people on a live stream, trying to hold men accountable, and you telling me that that's not hypocritical?
Wait.
Come on, really? That's hypocritical.
Hey, I appreciate that, man. You thought I was holding men accountable? I appreciate that, bro.
It with my own eyes.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate that, man.
You was calling them every name but a child of God. What you talking about? Every name but the child of God. What you talking about, bro? You beat on your chest in front of the whole world on the internet, but then you gonna sit here and talk about how you gonna do stuff behind the scenes when it come to women. If it's gonna be equal, then let it be equal across the board. So you believe in the patriarchy? Is that what you're saying?
No. Who said?
Do you believe in the patriarchy?
No, here's what I believe. I believe that women address women and women hold women accountable and call them into correction. I believe men address men, period, point blank, in a sense. And you don't have to rock with it, bro. You don't.
Okay.
And nobody else on the panel has to rock with it. That's how I move, period, point blank, in a sentence.
Cool. All right. My bad, JR. My bad. I just had to. It was what it was. My bad, bro. You the host. Do your thing, fam.
Well, man. And I was asking the question about the women. I was going to just jump right into the topic. The next topic for the night is the ultimate goal for a woman to be a wife? Is the ultimate goal for a woman to be a wife? Start with you, Lauren.
Oh, hey, y'all. Okay, so yes, that is the ultimate goal from birth. Well, when you are a young girl, you are painted this narrative to find a spouse, right? Like this, you're going to be married. You want children. This is something that is sold to you. A dream is sold to you, and so I would say, yes, that is the ultimate goal. Unfortunately, depending on what circles you are a part of or you roll with, that narrative shifts a bit. And so that's where you get the women who are like, I'm good by myself, or I'm focused on my career. But ultimately, yes, women do want to be a wife. But again, the society that we live in does not praise that. And our society is influenced by what's in front of us, social media, the movies that are out there. So we as a whole, and of course there are outliers and people who think otherwise, but overall, we are influenced by what's put before us. And so you see the side chicks, you see just the people who aren't married that have children and they're faring very well. And it's like, well, I don't really need that life anymore. So my answer is yes. Initially growing up, yes, we are aspiring to be a wife. We do aspire to have a family. And then when we make choices that do not align with the path towards being a wife, then that's when the narrative changes, unfortunately.
Annabelle, it's the ultimate goal for a woman to be a wife.
Mm-hmm. So, I kind of want to echo a sentiment that Rilla expressed. I'm a man, so I can only speculate on what a woman's ultimate goal is, and I wouldn't speculate too hard because everybody different. But here's what I do believe about people, human beings. I think we all ultimately want to be happy. and we want to have support along this journey of life, because life is hard. You know, we need comfort and help, and ultimately, like in a marriage relationship, you can get a lot of that. You can get comfort, you can get support, you can give comfort, and you can give support. And ultimately, these things help us all be happy. So if I had to speculate about the ultimate goal for a woman, I would say it's happiness. And if it can be achieved through marriage, then she'll seek marriage. And if, you know, she can get it, if I think if a woman can get happiness and support and comfort without marriage, then maybe she won't ultimately want to be a wife. But again, I fall back on, I'm a man, so I probably ain't the most qualified to answer.
All right, keeping it safe. I hear you. Okay, is the ultimate goal for a woman to be a wife?
Y'all aren't gonna like this answer, but I think the ultimate goal for many women is to be a wife. Not all. I think it depends on what they want and what makes them feel fulfilled, right? Like I personally know people that do not want to get married ever, that don't want to have kids ever. So that's not their ultimate goal. I mean, it it depends on who the woman is. That can't be a overarching everyone, just all women want to be a wife. No. I mean, a lot of women do. What the hell? Why are y'all laughing? A lot of women want to be wives, but do all women? No. So like when the question is goal for a woman, I have to add that, because if you said, do you think most women or some women, my answer would have been really different. It would just been like, yeah. But if you're just talking about women in general, some do, some don't.
There are religious women whose ultimate goal in life is to get closer to their creator. A lot
There's
of
like nuns. There's all types of people that do.
Hannibal, let me say this. If they want to get closer to their creator, and in the Bible, it talks about women being...
There's more than one religion, ma'am.
Okay, you're right. You are correct. I stand corrected.
Have y'all noticed how when y'all ask a question about a relationship or marriage or something like that, Kay is like, well, I can't speak for all women. So there's some women that want to float, some people that want to go to the moon, some people that want to tread water, so on and so forth. But let this black issue go, oh, I'm blackity black. I'm blackity black. And you can't tell me that there's a simulation and calculations and multiplications and divisions, Anton. I speak for everybody. But then when we talk about something, I can't speak for
Anton,
all women.
So glad that you're not,
because I don't know what
Anton. I'm so glad that you're noticing.
Billion women on the earth is saying.
Anton, I'm so glad you're
I'm
noticing.
a little baby right now, and I have a lot.
I gotta address this.
I don't know, guys. I don't know. I'm crazy all of a sudden.
Anton, the reason that what you said is absolutely correct is because thinking on a micro level, I don't care what individuals do that works for their life. Whatever. There are bigger issues to deal with. So if you ask me something about the Black community and what we need to do, yes, I have a very firm stance on it because I have a greater...
You can speak for all of us when it comes to the Black community. She had JR against the ropes on the After Hours show the other day so hard. She was pressing JR like she was his pimp. She was like, where my money, JR? And why ain't you on code? But then all of a sudden, when it comes to relationship issues, yo, JR was like, Kay, I just don't want to, I don't care. He was like, JR, get back on this camera and let me answer some questions for you.
I'm trying to explain something to you. Bro. I'm trying to explain something to you. And I know you...
Talk to my hat. Talk to the cat.
Okay, put your hat on. What I'm trying to explain to you is that while People should have healthy relationships. Fine. Whatever works for you. The thing is, I don't have a huge opinion about what other people do. If there's a random woman that I don't
unless
know,
you're blackety black with multiplication and division.
Let me finish. If there's a random woman that I don't know who says, "Oh, I don't want to have children," I don't have anything else to say about that. Fine, cool.
So you know all black people? You know all black people?
Can you just let me finish?
Oh, my bad. Okay.
Thank you. So if there's a random woman and she's like, I don't want to get married or I don't want to have kids, whatever the case may be, fine. I'm not about to argue her down. But if somebody is saying something like, education in the Black community doesn't matter, I'm going to have a very strong stance because that matters on a macro level. I don't care what individuals do in their homes. Do it. And I get that this is part of a larger framework. I get it. But as long as you're not hurting anybody and you're working towards the common goals, fine, whatever, however you want to do it. But to think that just because I don't care what somebody does in their own life, as long as they're not hurting anybody and they're, working towards something, is the same as me saying that we as Black people should get on in alignment about certain things, that doesn't even make any sense. But you know what, Anton? I understand why you feel the way you feel. Based on the things you've said, based on you not aligning with Black people, based on the fact, I get why you are looking at this as an outsider. But just know that everyone doesn't look at it this way. There are plenty of people who know exactly what I'm talking about. And there are plenty of people who understand that I don't care what D Wade does with Zaya and Gabby Union. That doesn't matter. There are bigger issues that we need to worry about as Black people. That's all I'm saying.
The one thing that I will say before you go to the next person, JR, is that, Courtney and I, we have a complicated relationship, to say the least. But the one thing I will say about Courtney, and I got to give her all the credit in the world, is that Courtney is consistent across the board with willing to take ownership and responsibility for her words and what she say, regardless of whether you disagree with her or not, regardless of whether you rock with her or not, regardless of whether you think she's feminine today or whatever criticism that you have. You cannot say that Courtney wavers in her ability to be able to communicate consistently what she says and then be able to support her arguments. I will say that you are very not you, because I don't want to attack you. The words and the statements that you put out seem to be a bit hypocritical across the board because I see no consistency with you. So that's just my personal opinion. But JR, please continue. You are the master of ceremony.
Anton, you are just, you know what? And even though you don't know what code is, I'm going to be on code since we all here together and we work together. Let me just be silent. But even though you don't know what code is, I'm going to be on it. So let me just be quiet. JR, go to the next person.
Can I ask a quick question, please?
Go ahead.
What value is there in speculating on what 3.5 billion women ultimately want?
What value is it you being on the panel having this conversation?
See, the difference between that question and this one, first, mine is related to the topic. The second thing is this.
Yeah, but my point is you answered the topic. You answered the topic, though.
Nobody can speak for 3.5 billion people.
How many Black people are on Earth?
On Earth? About 2 billion.
So how can you speak for all Black people?
I don't, and I don't.
You did. You just did. You're hypocritical too because you're using because you had a strong opinion about what Black people should do and be like when it came to supporting the community and all of this other type of stuff. I wasn't speaking for Liberian.
I was speaking for Black Americans.
But then when it came to you coming in the simp mode,
should create jobs.
Do me a favor.
Black Americans.
Okay, Hannibal. Can I ask you a question real quick?
Please.
If your wife is in a room, blink twice. Okay, that answers everything. That gives context.
Doesn't.
Yes, it does. Because when it came to real life questions, that's something outside of your purview. When the woman that you got to sleep next to is in the room with you, you turn into beta simp.
Oh,
Now you don't
wow.
understand why it makes sense to
That's
talk about
ridiculous.
3.9
That's
billion
ridiculous.
people on the
That
earth.
is
It doesn't
absurd.
make sense to even answer this question.
Let me
I
tell you
don't
why
know what
that's
the heck is
absurd.
going on.
I
But
was
I answered
speaking.
the wait,
Let me
but
tell you why
I
that's absurd.
answered the question. I just don't know why it makes sense to start
Let
talking
me
about
tell
it
you why
now.
what you just said is
Okay.
absurd. You tried to make an equivalence between me speaking for 2 billion black people, okay, who don't live in the country, when I was making generalizations about economic practices for black Americans. I live in America. You live in America. Black
You
Americans,
also live amongst women, and you see what's happening amongst them too, don't you?
Black
You don't know what
Americans,
women look like?
Black Americans should create jobs for Black Americans. I didn't say Black Americans should be creating jobs in Liberia for Liberians.
Audience, we holding everybody accountable. Nobody is ducking this smoke tonight. Nobody.
Is why when you brought up all the black people in the world, that was ridiculous. And I just painted exactly why.
Let me ask you a question, Hannibal.
All right, I gotta get the rest of the people on the
Yeah, let me ask you a question, because you were talking about all the women in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Are all the women in the world built to have children?
For the most part.
Lauren, you're shaking your head. All the women in the world, you have breasts.
Not all women can have children, but yes, women.
That's not, well, that's, that's the minimum of cases. However, they maybe can. There's a lot of reasons why a lot of women can't, but however, their bodies
are built, are created.
You have breasts for milk. You have ovaries for your eggs. You have a vagina opening to insert and let it out. So every single woman is made to be a mother.
Yes, I agree.
So would you not think that in order to be a mother, they need a husband?
Absolutely.
So wouldn't that be the ultimate goal to be a?
I do not. Because you can have a baby without having a husband.
And that's the issue. That was my issue, and that's the issue that we have is I'm able to bear it, but I should have had a husband before I did.
Should you have had a husband, or should you have had a committed
I should have been a wife before I had a child.
Partner? A committed partner wouldn't have got the job done.
A partner that could just leave willy-nilly.
Y'all don't see what's wrong with this.
Committed partner.
Courtney, this is the problem that I have. Because before we can start even talking about, and this is just my personal opinion, before we can even start talking about the black community, they don't even know how to get their own house in order in the first place.
That's why it takes us that look like us to explain it.
What an ugly
but
generalization.
Hold on, Courtney. This is what I'm saying. It's easy to agree with people based off of one subject, right? Based off of this one thing, but at a fundamental level, at a human level, if this guy does not understand the importance of being in a marriage and how it actually affects the wealth building process, along with how it damages the community when you shacking up and having children, what are we talking about? I'm glad you made your sign. That's cute. I'll edit it out in the editing process. I'll run that. I control that. So we're not even gonna worry about that. Okay. But what are we talking about? He don't even understand the importance of not shacking up and having children, which goes against your very principles and the things that you stand for, Courtney. Right. And then he'll sit here and I don't know.
But no, it does. And that's why
maybe I'm the crazy one.
But that's what I'm saying. So every single woman, whether something might have happened.
I don't think you're talking about you. I just think the message you're putting out for everybody else. I mean, I know you're married, but I just think, right. So I think,
but I can't. I wouldn't presume to say that being married is the only way to get it done.
Why not?
Because first and foremost,
what is it? The true commitment.
The origin of marriage. The origin of marriage. What? Tell me. Do you know the origin of marriage?
The reason why you would get married?
When the construct.
I'm about to burp on this.
You heard that one too.
I heard it.
I'm burping on this one.
So when marriage first began, because people's making babies before people started entering into the formality of marriage. When marriage first began, there was an exchange of dowries. People would give a bunch of goats, and then that was a commerce, a commercial aspect to marriage.
Correct.
Marriage today is not like it was back then.
But if we're saying it's still a business, it started off as a business, it continues to be a business.
I didn't say that. Marriage is by definition a social construct. So when I believe in it wholeheartedly. That's why I got married.
But if you believe in it,
Why aren't you preaching it?
Why aren't you preaching it?
Because it is not for me to put my look. I can promote it, but there's just places where it doesn't make sense.
Where? What place?
And maybe that sounds ridiculous. I'll own that. But I just know. Look, I know.
Are you making this up as you go along, fam? Honestly,
no.
Like
what I'm drawing
along.
from is okay. What I'm drawing from is how many people know people who've been together for decades, but they didn't get married. They raised kids together. They lived together. They just didn't go over the formality of getting married. They raised well-adjusted kids. They stayed together the entire time. They died together. They just weren't married.
Hannibal,
I don't know anyone like that.
On the family structure, though, Hannibal.
I don't know anyone like that.
What was the impact? What was the impact as a result of that?
Let somebody talk long enough, they're gonna reveal themselves.
Do you know what I'm saying? So yes, it has happened. People
I don't know anyone like that
without being married, but the impact to the family structure took a major hit. So what Courtney and I are saying is that people should be married before they have children, because what you do is produce kids that ultimately suffer at the loss of not having their father or mother, depending on whatever the situation is. Like there's strength in having a family, and there it's a business. So
yeah. And I would say this, talking personally, because I do have a daughter and she's 5, and y'all know me and her dad get along great. He sees her half the week, I have her half the week. However, does that affect my daughter? Yes. Even today when I went and picked her up, because we're dealing with COVID. But when I picked her up, she was like, man, mommy, I wish you lived with daddy. I'm tired of going back and forth. Even though we get along and she has an awesome relationship and he's great and they talk every single day, the fact that I have to go pick her up or he drops her off half the week and half a week, do you not think she suffers? She does. And she even told me today, mommy, I wish y'all lived together. Why can't you marry daddy? It affects kids. They want mommy and daddy in the house 24/7. And I'm not banking on just a random commitment to give my body, my womb to a man that won't marry me because he can up and leave whenever willy-nilly he wants to. No, it's going to be some repercussions and some issues if you think you live in this house and I'm bearing all your children. Now, unfortunately, I'm knowing that now the goal is to say this in my story so no one else can go through what I'm going through. Not saying it's just a horrible life. I'm good, but there's issues and I have to have conversations with her. And I know mommy's not with daddy and have all that, which she don't deserve. She deserves dad to see dad every single day.
Kay, I want to go to you. I seen you nodding your head a couple of times. How you feel about what Hannibal's saying and what Courtney is saying?
I get what they're both saying because I always laugh because I know that people don't like when I get what both people are saying, but I get what they're both saying because Hannibal is saying like, okay, you can be together with someone, like even in Courtney's situation that she just described, if her and her, the father of her child and her child were all living together happily ever after, raising the child together, all these things, that conversation that her daughter had would probably have not happened. You know what I'm saying? So even if they weren't married, just the framework of being together with the person that you created the child with, I think that's what Hannibal was saying. Like, yes, you don't necessarily have to have the piece of paper to have the end result.
Yeah, and Courtney, the thing is, there's plenty of hell in married people's houses. Like, it ain't a magic wand.
So Hannibal, I can speak on that because I come from a family where I was raised in a 2-parent home until I was 15, and then it was a divorce situation, and those were crucial times when you needed a father in your home. So I can absolutely speak on the necessity, like it's necessary for both parties to be in the household, which is why we need to really nip it in the bud from inception. So Courtney's point of saying, you know, her daughter didn't have to go through that. You want to make sure that you are entering into a marriage, a business that is fruitful, that is that is not toxic, that's healthy, so that you can break generational curses, right? Because what you will be doing is, if you are just cohabitating in this space, you know, you're not married, you're just living together and co-parenting, your daughter, son, whomever is going to grow up thinking like this is okay, and you're perpetuating the cycle. What we're trying to do is break that cycle, because I know what it's like to grow up in a household that's toxic, that was not healthy. So that's the point that I think we're trying to make is, yes, you absolutely can live with somebody that you had a child with. That, you know, there's not a crime. You can do that. However, if we're trying to better the community that you are a huge proponent of, that Courtney is a huge proponent of, that Kay is a huge proponent of, and that I support, and that Rilla supports, right? Why not push the narrative that, hey, let's be married. Let's break generational curses, okay? Like that's the point I'm trying to.
Courtney, I'll say this: the number one way to improve your community, the Black community, is family and marriage.
So I got a question. I mean, this is an easy way to solve this. So Hannibal, you believe that you can achieve the same thing outside of a marriage and just living together as being married, right?
Yes.
So why did you get married?
Because I wanted to be as entangled with the woman that I love more than anything in as many ways as possible, because that's how I feel about her.
No, I'm not talking about how you feel, right? What are the tangible benefits? What are the differences in being married versus just living together if you're going to get the exact same results? Not about how you feel, not about your love, not about feeling good inside. You want to be entangled. You,
I
Jada
want to
Pinkett
be
Smith,
as bonded to
you didn't say
her
bonded.
in as many ways
you said an entangled,
possible.
But we got it. You didn't apparently you didn't even hear what you said. You didn't hear what you said. You said you want to be in an entanglement. But it's okay.
I didn't say that. I said I want to be as entangled, and I chose that word.
I need to get some.
I'm not using it in. I'm not using it in the red table.
But hold on, Jair. Hold on.
Will
you didn't answer the question. What are the benefits of being married versus raising a child together, living together? Not how you feel and bonding and your entanglements and all of this other type of stuff. What are the tangible benefits that come along with being married versus living together when it comes to raising a child?
I don't know.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. Just tell me that. Tell me that you're unaware.
Now
cool.
let me share
ahead,
this
Rilla.
with you. Let me share this with you. It
yes,
takes look, the love and the commitment is the most important part. And
no, it's not.
No, it absolutely is.
It's not.
No, it absolutely is, because the love and the commitment is what motivates.
How do you know that that's the most important part when you just told me you didn't know?
No, I said I don't know what the legal and the tangible benefits of the marriage contract.
Wait. So if you don't fully know, then how can you answer this question?
We are talking about two different things.
It's everything. Everything is impactful when it comes to your household, your finances.
All you understand is the tangible. I'm speaking about spiritual.
You sure about that?
I am 100% certain. You asked me what are the legal and tangible benefits of a marriage.
I didn't say legal. I said what are the tangible benefits that comes along with being married versus stacking up. You said I don't know if you said you don't know.
Spirit is not.
You said you didn't know, and now you're an expert all of a sudden.
No. I'm not an expert on marriage.
It's okay to not know. It's just say I don't know. Anton, teach me something.
I already
and
did.
Then you can be
now
educated.
I'm trying to explain
pride,
a different fact.
Pride is getting in the way of you becoming the man.
Your simplicity is
you were simping at first.
Learning.
You were simping at first, but I'm gonna teach you tonight. I got you.
Your simple-mindedness is you're missing an opportunity because you're simple-minded.
I know you don't.
You're
even
missing
know
an opportunity because you're simple-minded, and it's
something.
It's not cute.
You better learn something. I'm gonna learn you today.
Check this out. You don't. What does love mean to you? What does love mean to you?
You're gonna get this smoke today.
That's what love means to you?
Yeah, it means smoke.
Well, that's absurd, and that's an answer in and of itself. Carry on.
Oh, really?
You're gonna get this work today because I love you, and because I love you,
dodge.
I chastise you. I chastise my children.
Nice dodge.
You're gonna get this work today because I love you.
Nice dodge. If you didn't understand the question, just say that.
Yeah, you gonna get this work today. I'm gonna
That's
show.
the
I'm gonna
problem.
show.
That's
I'm
the
gonna show
problem.
you. I'm gonna show you what love look like because I'm
How old are
pulling
you,
my belt.
Anton?
I'm pulling my belt off
Approximately.
tonight, baby.
Approximately how old are you?
When I used to get whoopings when I was little,
You
my
old
mama
but
say,
don't understand what love
she
is.
said, I don't want to do this,
Grown as hell.
but you making
Probably
me,
42
and I whip you
and
because
don't
I
know
love
what
you.
love is.
This is what I'm doing to you
42
tonight. I'm
years old and
whooping
you don't know
your
what love
ass.
is.
I'm getting in your ass. I'm whooping your ass all night long, and I do it because I love
stay
you.
away from
Because
my
I do it,
ass,
and I do it because I love you. Call it
Stay
what you
away
want.
from my ass, bussy
I'm
boy.
whooping your ass tonight, and I do it because I love you. So
Stay
when you
away
walk
from my
away from
ass,
this,
pussy boy.
when you walk away from this, and your wife is holding your head saying, "Oh,
Put
it's
your
okay, baby,"
spanking finger
you gonna
down.
remember me. When you get up in the morning, you gonna remember me. You gonna say, "Anton, whoop my ass," but I want you to also add in there, he did it because he loved me.
You a clown, dog.
Well, okay, go ahead.
JR, you had caught my name like a few minutes ago,
No,
and
well, like I seen you that you was agreeing, so I just want to know if you was agreeing with him.
see, and this is the problem. Things just happen so fast. Okay, so in terms of marriage, I think that if you're living in, I get what, like I was about to say about what Courtney said. The marriage is like an extra insurance policy, right?
What?
You can't just walk right away from a marriage, even though we know divorce rates are high, right?
What?
People can absolutely get divorced, but having that commitment of a marriage, I always said it like this because I believe in marriage and I think people should get married if they're together and all this. I get it. I always said it like this, like you can be the best driver in the world, but if you get pulled over and you have no license, no one cares. You need that piece of plastic to prove that you have taken the test and all this stuff or whatever, and you are a driver. So like, I get both sides because
Where did my girlfriend go? Where'd my girlfriend go?
why you
I
gotta
hear you,
always
man.
call somebody
Watch your mouth.
girlfriend?
Watch your mouth.
Where'd my girlfriend go? There he is.
Watch
Hey,
your
baby.
fucking mouth, boy.
Hey, baby.
Unbelievable.
Hey, baby girl. Hey, my baby girl.
Watch your fucking mouth.
Hey, my baby girl.
You think everybody's playing though? 'Cause everybody ain't
What's
playing.
going on, Buttercup?
All right, Rilla.
Hey,
Rilla,
Buttercup.
I don't have any problem with gays, but don't bring that gay energy over here, boy.
You know why I call you Buttercup? Because
I
you
don't
soft
give a
on the
fuck.
inside. Because you soft on the inside.
At
Rilla.
least I know what the fuck I'm talking about.
But you chocolate on the outside, white chocolate. What's up, girlfriend?
You're gonna dream about me, aren't you, bussy boy?
I am.
Wait,
Y'all wild,
I
man.
wanted to finish saying, wait.
Hold on, let me go to Rilla. Let me go around the panel. Rilla.
What
It's the
we at?
ultimate goal for a woman to be a wife.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
I'm getting feedback. So yeah, I think the way that we're talking about it, like we talked about, like are women built to have babies and things of that nature. I think women are created to be the helpmeet. But if we're talking about today's modern day women and the pool that young bloods are having, if you're 30 and under, and that's what the pool that's available, what men are having to select from right now, I don't think women have that as an ultimate goal for themselves. And keep it a being. And Hannibal, I will say, I'll say this respectfully. I disagree with the concept of, and I'm in a long-term relationship, and every day, every time I get into these spaces and have the more conversations I have on this show, the more conversations me and my girl have. And one thing that I do realize is that, the relationship that I'm in, yeah, it's fulfilling, but the ultimate goal is for us to consummate that through wedding ceremony, through matrimony, right? And I tell my girl, lately what I think about is the fact that I'm making her a liability by not marrying her as quick as I can. You understand what I'm saying? And when we talk about community and we talk about creating Black wealth, the family, the Black family, is the cornerstone of that. And that starts with husband and wife. Not necessarily, not mother and father. It starts with husband, wife, then mother, father, then so on and so forth. So I just respectfully disagree. And I know that those unions happen. I have family members that are in long-term unions, have kids, the whole nine. And again, the more I go down this road, the more I think about it, and their situations are not ending in marriage. They share this view that we don't have to get married. We're fine. We got the kids, and the kids are almost grown now. Well, at the end of the day, they're not even going to be able to take on the basic Christian, and I know everybody's not Christian, but the basic Christian principle that says where two or more gathered in my name, there I am in the midst. And that's a basic principle for husband and wife. The two coming together, there I am in the midst. So, I'm just saying respectfully, I disagree with that premise.
I feel that. Let me ask you this. Have you been married before?
I have. I was married for 10 years to the mother of my children.
And then y'all got a divorce.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to make no assumptions.
No, 1,000%.
How do you think the divorce affected things?
It's terrible, man. It's terrible.
And I went through the same thing. I've been married before. I got married like a lot of young Marines. I got married as soon as I got in the military, and it didn't last as long as I would have preferred. Okay, because it's funny. I got married real fast. I remember my dad said, "How you gonna get married to this woman? You don't know her, and you don't know yourself." I was 19. I believe in doing things in the right order and in the right way. And I also believe that one of the biggest issues that many communities have is that people don't know how to get along with one another. Period. Like, conflict resolution is not a skill that everybody has. Okay. People knowing what they want in a spouse. Like, you got to enter a marriage knowing what you want from a marriage and from a spouse. We need to be able to communicate these things to our kids and our children before they undertake the awesome responsibility of being married. And if we do that, then the marriages will last longer. There'll be a lower divorce rate. There'll be more healthy, mentally and spiritually healthy kids, and then they will continue to improve. But when I was talking with Anton about the love and the commitment, it is spiritual principles that undergird a marriage. And those spiritual principles undergird every relationship, whether it be romantic, whether it be fraternal, whether, you have to do right by each other. And when you have conflicts, you have to resolve them properly. And if you don't, you're going to have the same kind of hell, whether you're formally married or you're not.
Let me say this real
Ladies
quick,
and
because
gentlemen,
I know
do not ever take this type of advice from somebody when you're trying to consider marriage. It is the worst type of advice that you will ever take. Do not take that advice. Just completely throw it out, cut it out, throw it in the trash. This is not a partnership. This is a benevolent dictatorship. If you want to know the benefits of marriage and how to be successfully married, tap into your boy. Throw all of that crap out. Just act like it never happened. If y'all listen, we're gonna do a poll on Lapeef Let's Talk community page. We're gonna do a vote. If y'all want us to cut that out of the show, let us know so that we're not poisoning people and giving them the wrong information. Let's roll.
Let me say this,
bro.
Let me say this.
Go ahead, Courtney.
Thank you. It's really sad when I look at DMX, his girlfriend of 8-9 years, and when he passed, and she got what? Because she wasn't a wife. So it's not just about, I'm gonna make it hard for you to leave. It's benefits to it. She got absolutely nothing. Whole 8 years he's passed, and she has to walk away like a stranger
because he died.
Yeah, and you gonna die one day. Yeah, we all gonna die.
He could have.
We all are going to die.
He could have created a living trust and set her straight.
Well, I mean, and we're gonna talk about
the military. Don't even recognize you if you're not married. What are you talking about? You just said that you was in the service.
They don't recognize a living trust. They don't recognize. You can't get
financially. Hold on, fam. At a very basic level, you don't get benefits.
You don't even know what a living trust is.
You can't get health care coverage. You don't get the pension. You don't get nothing.
You don't even know what a living trust is.
You think that marriage is about love.
Be quiet.
You just told us you don't even know what marriage is really about, but you did it anyway. You did it anyway.
We're talking about
something anyway. You don't even know nothing, bro.
You're 5 minutes behind, man. She talked about DMX's widow. Let's call her a widow.
She's not a widow. She's not a widow.
DMX died.
Yes.
He could have created a living trust and set her up financially.
Maybe. And it could have been fought by his ex-wife.
No, a living trust has nothing to do with marriage. I've studied living trusts.
All right.
You could say, here's this amount of money. It goes to this person only if they wear purple for the rest of their life. That's how.
And it could be contested, and it could be taken down in court. It could be contested. No, because he's talking.
Bro, you don't know what you're talking about.
It can be contested. It can be contested. It can be taken down in court. It can be held up in court for several years before the judge even figures out what it is that they want to do. It's not inaccurate. It's real.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Jesus Christ. Every trust, every will can be contested. What are you talking about?
Go on the web.
Jesus Christ.
Anybody who's listening,
this boy
if you want to verify this, do your own research. It's easy to verify how easy it is. That's why living trusts are created, so that when you die, your assets can go to who you want them to go to. It's easy to verify. Don't listen to this
boy is mocap. This boy is mocap. You can't even get health care coverage if you're not married, fam. Okay. If it wasn't so important to get married and you can just shack up, then why was there such a fight from the LGBT community as far as to be recognized as marriage from the state? Silence? Nothing? Nobody?
I'll talk on it. So
go ahead, please,
closing.
Just to have, like Courtney said, in terms of the legal benefits and all these different things, they just want it to be recognized, and be able to get these different, I don't even want to say perks, but whatever, from marriage. Now, the thing about marriage in this country, the thing about marriage in this country is that there are a lot of different legal things that come along with it, right? A lot. Like you said, in terms of healthcare and all these things, right? And like Hannibal said, you can set these things up without being married. You can
get healthcare coverage without being married.
You
can contribute to your spouse's Roth IRA, which is one of the biggest generators of wealth in any family as far as tax-free benefits. When you can't do that for a spouse that's not working if you're not married. Like, you're talking to an expert on how to leverage marriage from the business perspective in order to ensure that you generate the most wealth possible. Who are you talking to? You don't know nothing about marriage.
I'm not telling you anything. All I'm saying is that the benefits of marriage in this country have a lot to do with the legal aspects, the financial aspects, and things like that. It doesn't necessarily mean that you are going to be together forever. Look at the divorce rates. It doesn't mean anything in terms of the longevity of the family necessarily. Look at all of the things that happen in reality. It's not my opinion. So when Courtney said, she said several things. I agree with them, because yes, it's like driving without a license. You can be a good driver, but to be legally protected while you're driving, you have to have a license. You can't just be like, I'm a good driver and have no license, regardless of how good you are. Right. And
misinformation is worse than being ignorant. Them leading y'all down this path is
not misinformation. I'm all about people getting married, because I think you should get every benefit you can possibly get for being in a situation that you're already in.
You don't even know what the benefits are. You don't even know what they are. You don't know what the benefits are. And you don't. And that's why you got your. That's why my girlfriend over here is over here talking about commitment. That's why my girlfriend trying to overtalk me.
I gave you a simple question because you're simple.
This is the same thing that my wife do. She try to overtalk me.
Marriage more.
Are you really trying to say this grown man is like your wife?
Right.
Yeah. Similarly in a lot of ways. That's why I'm looking at him as my buttercup.
Marriage more important than commitment.
My point is that this is your hero. This is the guy that y'all was championing that was gonna come against the Don on this platform.
Who the Don?
Is this your hero? Is this your king?
Wait,
this guy right here.
My
buttercup.
Buttercup
is this your king? This is who y'all put your faith in.
Nobody nothing. Anton.
This is who y'all put your faith in. This beta sent male.
Anton, are you a comedian?
Is
That's
this who
what
y'all?
I didn't
This is
know
who y'all
before I
king
got
is?
on here.
This
You're a
beta
comedian,
simp male
aren't you?
cuckold? JR, please tell me where you found this simp at.
Kay, you
So we
should
can
have told me
send him
that he
back
was
to the
a
trash
comedian
can where
first.
he came, bro.
Kay, you should have told me he was a comedian.
What do you
Because he is
mean?
fucking funny as hell.
This is y'all king. This is who y'all brought to come up against me. It's gonna be a long night for him. It's gonna be a long night.
Why
you
does
went
it
for a
have to be
long
this
night,
way?
girlfriend. You went for a long night, Buttercup. That's your
Anton,
new
why
name.
are you
Wait,
always
hold
having
on.
Hey,
Hold on.
everybody,
Anton, you from
everybody in the
Detroit, right?
chat, everybody
You
in
from
the
Detroit,
chat,
right?
hashtag Buttercup, hashtag Buttercup. That's his new name for the rest of the show.
Anton,
Hashtag Buttercup.
Anton,
That's
does your
your
All right,
wife
name.
y'all.
Anton, does your wife know you're gay?
All right, fellas.
Only when I'm rocking with you, baby girl.
So she knows you're gay. is what you're saying.
Hashtag Buttercup, baby. Let me see what the chat talking about.
That's
All right.
Let me
wild.
see.
All right,
I see
fellas.
y'all.
She tolerates-
Hashtag Buttercup is in the building.
If you guys are just tuning in,
I'm
welcome to
doing a whole
Lapeef.
show on you
Talk.
tomorrow on my show. Hashtag Buttercup.
You
That's
know
gonna be
what?
the
That
name of the
makes
show.
sense because I make impressions
Hashtag
on
Buttercup.
people, bruh. I'm not going to be
Hashtag
thinking about you
Buttercup.
tomorrow. That's what's
Yeah, you
funny.
are. Yeah, you are.
I really am.
I guarantee you, you won't be
Honestly,
able to
I only
walk
came
down.
on here to tell you to your face you're a fucking clown. That's
Yeah,
the
we
truth of
see
the
it coming
matter.
out now. Come on,
So
Buttercup.
guess what?
Bring it on
Tomorrow,
out.
now that I told you you're a fucking clown, I'm not gonna be thinking about you no more. On everything.
You've been thinking about me. You said that
I
you've been
came
looking
on
to come
here
on
to
the show.
promote blackness and to call you a fucking clown. Now, black power to black people, and Anton's
bring
a
it.
fucking clown.
We see it.
Period.
We see it.
I
Let it.
achieved my objective.
Let it go. Let it go.
I achieved
Let
my
it go.
objective.
Let it flow. Let it flow.
Black power
See,
to black people, and Anton is a fucking clown.
Jeez Louise, man. You gotta relax.
hold on, wait,
bro.
really.
How about that?
Think about it though. Think about it. Let's put it together.
How
He been
about
thinking
that?
about me. He's been thinking about me all this time. He said he came on here just to let me know that which
you're a
means that
fucking
I was
clown.
already on his mind. And when he wake up tomorrow, when he
You
walk
think
to
black
work,
culture is trash
because
I'm
pretty sure
you are a self-hating Sambo. A
when
self-hating
he
Sambo.
let it go,
Talking
let
about
it
black
go,
culture is
let
trash.
it flow.
Fellas. All
My
right.
nigga,
All
you
right.
said black
All right,
culture is
fellas.
trash in my
Hannibal,
house.
Hannibal,
I
Hannibal.
drag you out of it.
JR,
If
let it
you
go.
said
One more
black
topic.
culture
JR,
is
let
trash
him
in
rock.
my
Let
house,
him rock, JR.
I'd fucking drag you out of my house and thrash you in the front yard on everything. On everything. You can't say those kinds of things in my house because I'm too happy about being black. And it's that fucking important. So you're a fucking clown, and let's keep the conversation going.
It came out. It came out. I knew it. I knew it.
I knew you were a
can't
self-hating
hide.
Sambo. I know you're a self-hating Sambo. I know that. And I know you insult every black person you've ever seen when you say black culture is trash, and you show people that you don't know what culture is.
Anything else? You want to add anything else?
No, I said next topic.
This your hero? We knew it was good. We knew they had. Listen, they always have an ulterior motive. I knew that I was this boy's daddy before he ever came on this platform. I could sense it in his eyes.
You don't bother me.
I could sense it in his eyes. Look at him.
You don't bother me, Sambo.
Bro, listen, this is what I know for sure.
You don't know.
We gonna make so much money off clipping you up. We gonna make so much money clipping you up. I guarantee you will never be able to walk and people not recognize you for the races and the hateful dude that you are.
I can't
wait.
I hate my enemies, and I
gonna
hope you know what?
We
I don't love my
smoking
enemies.
on Hannibal packs tonight, baby.
My enemies into dust. I am.
We
hateful.
smoking on Hannibal. We smoking on Hannibal packs tonight, baby. Let's go. I love it.
You call yourself a Christian. Do you think Jesus loved the devil?
What is he talking about?
Jesus hates evil and Jesus hates the devil. That's in the word. Is it not? Is it not, Courtney?
All right, y'all.
Does God hate the devil and evil? Yes or
Courtney
no?
don't like you. Courtney don't like you.
I asked Courtney about scripture. That's it.
He does detest evil. You're absolutely right. He does detest evil.
So I'll be hateful. Your God is hateful. So what's wrong with being hateful? Shit. I hate my enemies.
All right.
JR, I get your show, man. Y'all wildin', man. Y'all wildin'.
All right. We just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef, Let's Talk.
See, where did Anton go?
Make sure y'all get these likes up. Greatest show ever, man.
Why he always walks away when he doesn't like something?
Everything is unscripted, so don't know which direction it's gonna go in, but we're gonna get things back on track. Again,
oh my
make sure
goodness.
you guys get these likes up. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. This is the greatest show ever. Moving on to our last and final topics, and then we'll be taking calls, so look out for that soon. I appreciate all the super chats. Let me acknowledge you guys. Joshua, Derek, Nelson, Eric, a few others. Nelson, I see you again. We appreciate all the super chats. Eric, I see you guys. Definitely appreciate the support. Joy, Jay, my bad, Jay. Appreciate you. Our next topic of the night is he is not the biological father if they have divorced and or have broken up. Is that man still obligated to be a father? Again, he is not the biological father if they have divorced and or have broken up. Is the man still obligated to be a father? I'm gonna start with you, Lauren.
JR, you know you wrong for starting with
know. Yeah, I know. I can always come back and give you a moment. Rilla.
Thank you.
Yeah. So here's my flat out answer. No. It's the flat out answer. And I'm gonna tell you why. So from a moral compass, maybe he has an obligation to himself within his own personal integrity, so on and so forth. But from a legal standpoint, by and large, is he obligated to still be a father? And I have personal experience with this. So my step pops, which is, you know, still highly influential in my life, when him and my mom got divorced, it's almost like he kind of disappeared. And when we reconnected, I had a chance to ask him, like, man, like, you know, I love you. I love you. Like, where did you go? Why did you leave us? Right? Like, why did you leave us like that? And he was basically explaining to me that, you know, he wanted to go and marry and start his family and do his thing. And whoever my mother would end up with, he did not want to impose on any confusion. He didn't want to add to anything. He didn't want to stir up the pot in terms of who we would listen to, who would reprimand us, who would play what role. Whatever man my mother got with, he wanted her to have full focus and be able to allow that man to raise us however they saw fit or whatever, how that worked out. And when I was younger, I didn't understand what was going on. As I got older, I absolutely understand it. And when you look at family courts and when you look at men getting raked over the coals in child support and just being taken advantage of, man, men falling behind in child support, not even knowing whether the child is there, they losing their licenses, they losing their passports, they getting locked up, all these different penalties because the family courts are sided for women and children. And I get it. But once that man finds out if like he's not the biological father, then you better step aside and let the biological father handle his business and not impede that progress either. And I know it's not a one size fits all type discussion or narrative. I know in some situations it's different for different people, but my honest opinion is that man obligated to be a father after he's found out that child is not biologically his? No.
I think it's hold on, I think take a little bit out of context. So the situation is he hopped into a relationship knowing that she had children, knowing she had kids. Mm-hmm. And so it's not that he's not finding out. He knew that they want his kids. So if they was to get a divorce or break up, are they obligated to still continue to be a father?
No, I understood it. My answer's still the same.
Okay. So I can answer now. I had to compose myself. So thanks for passing it on. So the similar to kind of like the last question, I think that it's better answered by a man, but I will answer from my perspective as a woman. I do think that if they were once married and he was a father figure to these children, once they get a divorce, he should still be a father figure, even though it's not a, he's no longer in relationship with the mother. What he had with his mother is completely different than what the relationship he has with the children. That goes to that kind of goes back to like holding men accountable, right? Men, you have the option to basically do what you want, right? But as a woman, I would be holding you accountable to say, yes, we aren't together, but you made a commitment to my children when we got married, right? Typically, what most men do when they enter into a marriage or a relationship with a woman who already has children, sometimes they do make the commitment to the children too. Like, I'm marrying your mother, but I'm also committed to you. So in the event that they do get a divorce, I would expect that relationship continue, even though that's not the biological father. You have stepped into the role. You have established this with, my children. So I would hope that you continue that. So, I mean, I guess it's not like an obligation, so to speak. Legally, you're not obligated, but morally, I feel like that would be the most upstanding, if you want to be an upstanding citizen to society, right? Like, I think that would be the most honorable, the most noble thing to do, would be to continue the relationship with the children, even though you're not with the mother, if you made that commitment up front.
Okay, so let's just say that he did make that commitment and she moved on and dated and got married. Should he still continue to be in that child's life, even though another person is there?
Absolutely. I've seen it happen. It works well. I have a friend who has a stepdad. He would have been considered her stepdad. Her mother and him are no longer together, but she still has that relationship with him because over the course of however many years, he was in their life. He made an impact on their life. So I feel like it would only be right for him to still have a presence in the children's life, no matter the age.
All right. Copy that. Courtney, he is not the biological father. If they have divorced and or have broken up, is the man still obligated to be a father?
No, he's not obligated at all. Now, I think what we need to understand as far as how long he has been there. So I have a stepfather. He's been my stepfather for 27 years. So I call him dad. I have a dad, but I also call him dad because he's been like my father. Now, if my mom was up and they get a divorce, he's definitely not obligated to have that position, but it would hurt me because he's been my dad for 27 years. So he's definitely not obligated, but I would hope what we've had and how I've treated him like a dad, that he would want to still fulfill that father figure. So he's definitely not obligated. I think time elapsed does play a big factor. Like I said, he's been there majority of my life. So I consider him a father, and I always will. And I remember like 10 plus years ago, I dated someone that had a daughter. And when I tell you I was in love with her, she was the dopest little girl. And she loved me. And I would do stuff just with her besides her dad. And we were just dating. It didn't work out. And I was so sad. And it wasn't even necessarily him. It was like, well, I guess she's not going to be in my life no more. And I got so attached to her. And it just hurts. And so now I'm still looking at Facebook like, oh, she's in high school now. Okay. So, but I missed her and I wanted to be a part of her life because I thought, maybe it was going somewhere. It didn't, but I was really, really attached to her. So again, I'm not obligated to be there. He's remarried, but I'm like, man, but I miss that little girl.
I think if we're talking about holding people accountable, if they made a commitment, I think it should be kept, especially when youth are involved. And I get it. You don't have a relationship with your wife or the mother anymore, but you've made a commitment to youth. And if we're talking about rebuilding our community, and I know we're not speaking specifically to the Black community, but any community in general, if we're talking about rebuilding the community, why aren't we holding men accountable? You've made this commitment to youth. Like, you're adults, you make the choice, but these kids had no say in this particular marriage, this particular situation. And so why aren't we saying, look, I know we didn't work out, but you play a role in my kid's life. Can you still have you should still have a role?
Because this is
well, I want to ask you guys this. If there's an opportunity to contact the biological father, should she do that? Because sometimes we have women out here that are just
absolutely
bitter because they can't be with the child's father. So
she should have done that, though.
More times than not, the biological father has made the choice not to be in the kid's life.
You said what? Say
Whoa.
I don't know. I think majority of the time women are bitter and they refuse to have the child in their life unless they're getting money. Or unless they're being with them. Or if they have moved on, then they use it as a crutch. Well, no, you can't. And even if you're talking about a step parent, it's still the same. If they get divorced and that dad became very prevalent in that child's life, it's still used. Well, no, we're divorced, so no, you can't see my child. Women use that as leverage all the time.
Hold on real quick, guys. Hold on. What's going on,
No.
Kevin Samuels? Welcome to the show.
Hey, how's everybody?
Hi, Kevin.
Hello.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Hey, Kevin, how are you?
I'm well. I believe the question on the floor is about what a man should do after a marriage if he was a step parent.
Yeah, so if he's not the biological father, he's aware of that already, entered in a relationship or the marriage, and they've broken up and or have gotten a divorce. Should that man be obligated to still be a father to that child or children?
Well, since we're going to talk about, if we're talking about holding people accountable and responsible, it's the parents' responsibility to make sure that they facilitate the relationship, regardless if the marriage breaks up, if they want anything done.
Yep.
So I was in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
And just like somebody said, stepfathers have no legal rights. We have no legal standing. You can overperform a biological, but you step your foot into court, you have no standing. Zero, no visitation or nothing, even though you might be responsible to pay some sort of support for a child that's not yours. So if we're going to talk about right and wrong, I'll go down that path. It's the right thing to do would be for the mother to facilitate that relationship and make it as open as possible for the betterment of her child. But that's not what happens, because oftentimes the women are worried about their feelings. So just like I say, I'm not, we have a lot of women who have children, and I'm like, okay, I think it's incumbent upon women with children to understand they have children, especially if a man doesn't have a child, and you need to overperform your non-child counterparts. You need to let the man understand what value he's going to get over and above by taking such an extraordinary potential risk for getting into that situation. So I'm 100% on board with responsibility and accountability, starting from the women.
I think when kids are involved, like you said, Kevin, you have to really think about what's best for them. And you're right. Like, if the woman had custody of the children and then now they're in a new relationship, you really have to set all of these things up to have the best outcome for your kids, regardless of what happens. So, I mean, people brought up, like, what if their dad was not involved versus, like, what if this stepdad has been here the whole time, and all these different things. But at the end of the day, it's just making sure that the child is in the best possible position that they can be in.
Has anybody here been in family court?
I have.
I haven't.
I have.
I have.
No.
I used to be a men's rights advocate.
Mm-hmm.
More often than not, men who want to be involved in their children's lives are punished. It's more often that the men who want to be delinquent are not there. So we say if a man's not there, we have to ask the question. If I were dealing with a woman who had children, before I would just write her off completely because I have a child, I would talk to the father and ask, why are you not, what's your situation with your child? I wouldn't listen to what she has to say because I want to hear from the man's mouth because I've seen how this works. And if I heard anything along the lines of she's making it difficult, I'm going to do A, B, and C, then I would have some questions for her.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if the man was truly just a deadbeat, that's not really what I see as the norm, especially for most middle class people.
Right.
It's quite the opposite. So I think we take the extreme cases. You know, I spent 9 years going back and forth every other weekend between state to state, flying, driving, renting cars, and so forth. But so I see men who actively want to be involved who don't want to be weekend dads.
Mm-hmm.
So in the case to where if a man and woman have a child and they break up and then that woman moves on to another man, if that woman already has an active working co-parenting relationship with that man, and then the other man can come in and see that she's actually doing what she's supposed to be doing regarding her child and putting the child's best outcome first, that means that man should have an open line to the other man, regardless of the woman.
Yeah. And I absolutely agree. I think what I was saying, because the biological father was never mentioned in the scenario that was given, right? It was just the stepfather and the mother is in a relationship and they break up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so the question was, should the stepfather be obligated? No, they're not obligated, but if they've made the commitment, typically in a situation, if a man marries a woman with children, they typically ask, you know, the wife, the mother, hey, for the hand in marriage, but then the children, like, you know, I want to marry your mother, but I'm also making the commitment to you, right? Sometimes, like, ideally, that's what happens. So if they were to get a divorce, morally, I mean, not morally, like, they're not obligated and legally obligated to these children, but if they made the commitment to the children, then I felt like, yeah, keep the relationship going. But
Yeah.
Well, but we also have to look at one very sobering statistic. When homes are wrecked, who's wrecking them 80% of the time? So we keep saying when they do this, when they do that. One person files for divorce. I had a woman on my show on Instagram. I had to ask 9 times who filed for divorce. There's a short up right now. So in your scenario, no father, the biological father is not there. And a man marrying a woman with children is expecting to be a stepfather.
Mm-hmm.
He's taking the child on. All right. He's expecting to be in that relationship. Now, let's look at what the norm is. I would have asked the question this way. If a man is married to a woman and she has a child and the father is not in the picture, and that woman files for divorce from her husband for anything other than extreme cause, meaning she just ain't happy or whatever, then what's the question? See, that reframes it completely. Because if she steps out of the door because of irreconcilable differences, I'm not happy, I need to go find myself, well, then you wrecked your family.
Correct.
Then you need to do what you need to do to make sure that I can see your child as possible.
Mm-hmm.
You want that relationship, you need to make sure you're facilitating it.
Exactly.
I shouldn't have to do a damn thing other than parent.
Yep, I agree.
But we know that's how it sounds. But what is typically the norm? But typically, if you've ever dealt with a woman with a child, it is not uncommon for men who draw a circle around everything and decide to protect something in it. It is not uncommon for that woman to yo-yo that child in and out of your life. Something your biological can't do because you actually have rights. That's why I said, I'm for it if we're talking about ultimate responsibility for it coming through the person who has the ultimate responsibility, the biological parent, the mother. But
Can
how
I ask
many?
you
Yeah, let me say, but let's be real. But I'll say this. But do we really think that today's modern woman is mature enough to put her feelings aside to let a man she decides to leave still parent her child effectively, and she have to make the effort?
All right, go ahead, Kay. I got a question for Kevin, but you got a real question real quick.
So just for clarity, Kevin, I'm just asking, do you think that a stepdad, let's say you're married, you know, married a woman with a child, whatever, do you think that stepdads should have the same level of legal, I guess, rights to children as their biological parents?
Yes. Yeah, because I actually have more responsibility than the man that's not in the house.
All right, Kevin, we talked about earlier. I want to get your opinion about this real quick. We talked about the woman's ultimate goal in life. And the question I asked is the ultimate goal for a woman to be a wife? I want to get your thoughts on it.
I don't think so. Not today. I mean, I can honestly, without a doubt, say that I know more men who want to get married than women that want to be wives. I know more men who want to be husbands than women that want to be wives. I know many women who want to get married. I know many women who want to get married. But in the same breath, I know women who don't want to get married because they don't want to be divorced and have to look at their friends as a divorcee. They would rather be in a 10-year relationship, and if it falls apart, they just break up. They don't have to have that divorce hanging over their head. We've forgotten what marriage is, because when a man marries a woman, we know we got to provide. We know we got a job to do. Today, the job of the wife is convoluted. There is no clear instruction to what a woman is really expected to do. So why I think most women today want a partner, want what they think a marriage is, but a marriage and a wife are two very different things.
All right. So go ahead.
I agree. And let me say, because I know it's a lot about, you know, so many different content creators are saying, like, don't be a stepdad, and being a stepdad is, you know, horrible and things like that. But I'm a product of a stepfather.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said earlier, I mean, my stepdad, he's been in my life since I was 11, and I call him my dad. And even if my mom was to divorce him, he's still my dad. So I know we hear being a stepdad is horrible, but I'm a product of that. My dad left when I was 2.
Why do you think guys say it's horrible?
Well, maybe my situation is not the norm.
No,
Maybe.
it's not.
No.
Like anything else, you're a mother. What do we do when medicine tastes bad? What do we do? Put a little cherry flavor in, put a little something in to make it taste better, right?
Right.
So that's what they do with kids today. Back when I was growing up, fuck that. You took the castor oil. Don't care how it tastes.
Come on, castor oil.
So if being a stepfather is deemed as being don't be that, then mothers have a marketing problem. How are women addressing the marketing problem? How are women with children making being a stepfather appeal to men that they would have to be stepfathers? How inviting are mothers making the prospect look?
I would say that we're probably not. We're not.
No, because look at my show.
Yeah.
Look at my show. How often do women call into my show? It starts after 10 o'clock.
Right.
How many times have you seen my show after 10 o'clock? I don't start taking calls till about 11. First thing you know, beep, beep, smoke detector going off. Single woman queue. Then the kid is up running around.
Late
11 o'clock at night, 12 o'clock at night, mama on the phone, all in the ear. The first thing a man who is a non-custodial family Not the man who has no those. First thing a man wants is kids that are no problem. Are your kids well behaved? Are they in line? Are they disciplined? Are they already under some structure? And if they're not, that tells me that the man that you had the child for, either he lacks structure or he's not in that life. So the first thing I'm gonna have to come do is put some structure under somebody. But if as the mother, if you don't have that structure, you're gonna fight me putting that structure in because most women have raised child what they think is right. How many women don't even want to discipline their kids today? They want to be their kids' friends. So men don't. It is not as though men don't want to be stepfathers per se. Men don't want to be suckers. They don't want to be humiliated, disrespected, emasculated. Now, your situation is different because you revere your stepfather, and I grew up in a time where men who did step in and become stepfathers got a hell of a lot more respect because the women treated those men with reverence. Women would say, we got a good man here, we got a good situation. You better get. There was no plan. She checked the kids quick. Today, it's far more, we're a package deal and I'm going to cut for my kid over you. So as a man, you're automatically going in behind the kid, the mother, possibly the BD, and the dog. A lot of men are going into a lot of men are going into headship in fifth place. And that just doesn't make a lot of sense. Who wants to? Men want to win, right? Right. We want to win. So if we're all at the starting blocks on the race and the gun fires, boom, and everybody else is starting out running, if we can't start running until 5 seconds later, that means we got to run extra hard to just try to catch up to do what somebody else is already doing. So it's not as though men just don't want to be stepfathers. Men don't want problems. I think that's more the case.
And I understand it because even I remember when they married, my mom was like, "You gonna respect him," and even to this day, if I ask my mom for something or she's like, "Well, did you ask? You ask your daddy? You ask your stepdad?" So I have to still go through him to get a yes. So she started off very clear. This is the man of the house. And I guess that's probably why I reference him as my father, because my mom made it that way. She was like, "Did you ask him?" Or she would tell me, "Well, I have to make sure it's okay with him before, I'll let you use the car," or something like that. So
see, if things were the way they used to be, the new man would be able to talk to the one father, stepfather, and the father would be able to have open communication from get-go, because but that's not the way it typically happens. So I like I said, ultimately I think all the situations today, it really comes down to, I really look at this from a product theory, and it's like, as women, whether you like it or not, the prospect of marriage for the average guy has not been made to look appealing. Bad marketing though it may be. So I look at it as an opportunity. If you're a woman looking to marry an average guy, you have a low barrier to entry. Make it look appealing. Let a guy know what he's going to get, because today, a lot of guys, that's why guys keep asking, what does she bring to the table? What does she bring to the table? What does she bring to the table? The women who already kind of know what they bring to the table and how they're going to make the risk, the commitment palatable, got one leg up. And number two, we used to have that notion, divorce is too easy. I think, I know if one thing, if modern women really wanted to make marriage much more appealing, start a political campaign to remove no-fault divorce and get women to sign off on it. Take that right away from women. You want to see the marital rate skyrocket? Remove no-fault divorce.
Because it has made it easy for people to
Right,
divorce.
right. But see, think about what I just said. That human beings in general don't want to give up a benefit, and to say, wait a minute, you got to give it up. Yeah, because men today are not listening to what women say. They're watching what women do, how they move. And that's what it comes. So could you imagine the symbolism of women volunteering, saying, all right, we really want to get this thing back on it. So as a gesture of good faith, we're going to remove no fault divorce.
Right.
Men don't have a problem with that because we don't leave our relationships most of the time. We're the ones that stay. We're loyal. We follow the same football team for a lifetime. We don't leave. But what's the likelihood of that happening? I don't see it. I don't see anybody giving up. I don't see women giving up those kind of benefits. I think the political pressure would be overwhelming.
Yeah. You know, what's interesting too, Kevin, was, I did the video about with the father of my child, and I kind of really missed it where I was really focused on us having a better relationship between us so we could co-parent better. And one of the things that I did, which I used against him, was child support. But how I made it better was going to court and removing it. And for me, and I know there's going to be a hard pill to swallow for a lot of women, but I mean, he didn't deserve to be on child support because he's literally a present father.
Well, it's all about good faith. I mean,
yeah,
the notion of before the 40s, I asked this question to a woman the other day. When did dating become a thing, and when did marriage, and when did the state need to get involved? You know why we even have marriage license? Miscegenation laws. They were so worried about black men marrying white women after Jack Johnson in the 1910s. That's where the Mann Act, the white slavery, that's where you got your modern day marriage laws from. You got to go register with the state. That's where the jump in the broom and all that other stuff comes from. The family court system is a multi-billion-dollar thing. And if you've never sat in family court, go sit in family court for 3 or 4 days. You will have a new appreciation for what men have to go through. Today, you got, like I said, if you're going to do the right, most men don't want to go. First off, most men don't want to go to be weekend dads. Right. They don't want that. And then it's like a double, triple whammy. You lose your child, then you got to be on paper. And if you miss something, whether she says it or not, things start happening, losing licenses, passports, all this other kind of stuff. That is a major burden removed. And it is a sign that you want to have a good faith relationship with a man. Now I get it. Today, women still are going to want to have security, but I'm always curious as to why women want so much security when it's you all that leave.
Yeah.
I got a question for you. So are you basically saying that the laws need to be updated so that women aren't incentivized to leave, or do you think that women will more or less embrace marriage more if they had less options available to them? I guess I'm saying the same thing. Are women incentivized to leave? And if you remove those incentives,
women incentivized. Human beings act on incentives, and women are incented to break relationships.
Yeah,
gotcha. I mean, how many we got single women on? I was like, K. Let's see, K. You have no children, right? Right. That woman who got on CNN who was, I'm going to be evicted. Who those children weren't even hers. Today, women without children can live better than all of us working folks on the panel. You just had a woman in the UK get 9 years for leaving her kid for 6 days while she went to party. The net of it is the movie Claudine. Anybody ever seen Claudine? Go watch Claudine. What happened in the 60s was the civil rights movement was used to blunt. I mean, the feminism, womanism movement was used to blunt the civil rights movement. Two things happened around that time. Title IX, or a few things. Title IX, that means women need to be represented equally in educational institutions, sports, blah, 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 blah. But what really happened was that Roe v. Wade, access to, legalized abortion, and then mass birth control becoming available, family planning as it were called, and then no fault divorce. Prior to 1945, so let's say Kay and I were married. Okay, Kay and I were married, and if she said she wanted a divorce, she could get a divorce. But if we had children, the children would automatically go with the father. She would leave with what she came with. So there was an incentive for you to actually stick to your vow. Now, the incentive is you can actually live like a married woman without the husband, because a man is paying the amount of money to keep the standard of living where it is. That's just the child support. That's not on top of what gets asked for additionally. Child support, and then in the states where they have alimony, you get doubles. So if this were business, it would be a bad move. So I understand it. So you can't go Roe v. Wade. Don't know what's going to happen with that one. But no fault divorce would basically mean you would need more than just I'm not happy. Something would need to really be a precipitation, because you'd have to come prove the reason why you want to break it. And if you chose to, so if you had two things, no fault divorce was removed, and if the children were automatically presumed to go with the father, how many relationships would end up? How many wives do you think would end up walking away? I think the number would drop drastically.
Yeah.
But women aren't going to vote for that. That's the one. That's why, the power, the vote has always been the thing in any society that leans democratic. Women will always outnumber men on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
So you can track civilizations throughout time. When you're in decline, you start to see these alternative lifestyles, rise of women, right to vote, property rights, all this other kind of stuff. And it just goes counter to what has always built society.
Yeah.
So in the Black community, if women did what you did, Courtney, I think it would start to send shockwaves through, because I don't know many men who don't want to be in their relationships. That's what I keep going back to.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know many men who file for divorce.
Mm-hmm.
But we got to start. I mean, am I the only one? And anybody else on the panel, does anybody else know men who are actively walking away
No.
in relationships? It's usually the women leaving.
I agree.
Kevin,
Go ahead.
since you're here, I have to ask you, because it's just an ongoing thing. So a lot of people cite this thing about 80% of divorces are initiated by women.
Mm-hmm.
And I think from what I've seen, anecdotal, of course, that people get that statistic from you. So can you please tell me, if that statistic came from you, where did you get it from?
It came from this. We have the, I'll send you guys the links,
please,
because, and that's the only thing we can go on. The filings are public. It's public record. And my question is, why, even anecdotally, because if send me give me your email address in the back.
Oh, I'm gonna give it to you in the
but
chat.
Even anecdotally, just anecdotally,
I've been waiting for this information for months.
Okay, I'm looking at a stat right here from the Whitley law firm, and it says that nearly 70% of divorces are initiated by women. So it ain't broken up by race that I can see, but it's saying overall 70% of American marriages.
What they do is they just take the state filings. You take the state filings, and they just look in, because when you file, You, if I just file for divorce in case, I'd have to go down to the county courthouse, file for dissolution of marriage. I'd have to say why, what I'm doing, and I'd have to pay the filing fee, and I would be the plaintiff in that action, right? She would be the defendant. There will be a court date set, and in the interim, when the first court date set, there may be a temporary order. That starts the process. See, women are the ones that typically start the process because, well, that's just what it is. That's why it always comes down to who files. Men typically don't. It's not our nature to typically want to leave our situations.
I filed for my divorce.
Mm-hmm. So I say that. I mean, you see it. Even if the number you said with Whitley Law, it doesn't say it doesn't happen. It's just that women are far more likely to be the ones to file. And it didn't. And the funny thing is, it didn't used to be that way because prior to no fault divorce and custody presumed in the tender years doctrine, which is faulty data. Women were presumed to be the best parent for the child. The tender years doctrine basically said before the age of 7, they need to be with their mother. But that's that, and the family courts. The laws that run the family courts came out of the 60s when we were leaving we were transitioning out of the great industrial boom, where you had a lot of women who were still living at home and not working. Out in 15 years from the reorganization of the family court system in court, the world had changed. But the family court, we're still operating in the 1950s and 60s law. So send me that. Send me your email.
I'll put it in the chat, Kevin. I'm expecting to hear from you ASAP. Can I ask you another question though, Kevin?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I know that you said that you think that stepdads should have legal rights, right? Mm-hmm. So let's say, do you think that they should be held to the same standard as it relates to child support? Like, let's say you married somebody. Let's say me and you got married. I had a child out somewhere else and you were the stepdad to that child. Do you think that you should now be obligated to financially provide for that child if you and I were to get a divorce?
Are you getting child support from the child's father?
Is that what in terms of your opinion, is that what it is?
No, I'm saying, are you already getting support from the biological father?
Well, this is all hypothetical. So answer for both ways.
Well, if you can't double dip.
Okay. So what if it's like this? And do you think this is okay? I ain't got no kids. So this is not, I have no dog in the fight. Do you think that the stepdad and the biological dad should pay half each? Or do you think just the stepdad or just the biological dad? How do you think about that situation where there are two parents and the stepdad also has legal rights to the child, and then the relationship dissolves for whatever reason?
I mean, okay. Ultimately, if you're a step parent, you're paying for a kid because you're paying rent, lights, groceries, everything else. You're paying for a child. So if the marriage dissolves,
like if they got divorced,
okay, again, who files for divorce? Starts there. If the mother walks, you get nothing.
Okay, so if we were married and you left, you think you should be financially obligated to my previous hypothetical child that I had?
But but then in that situation, if you're married to me and I leave, I'm taking my child, and you're going to have to get visitation.
Okay, so you're saying that you should be able to.
I'm saying that if I'm going to have to come in and play dad, I should be dad.
Okay,
see,
so
the
you
bottom
have
line is the only way women lose in this situation is that they walk out of their marriage.
Okay,
don't leave, no problem.
You want to fight the same way.
I want the penalties to be exceptionally high for women wrecking their homes. Yes.
So you would want to fight the same. You would want to have be in the position to fight the exact same way as biological parents. Like you
Okay,
adopted the
right.
child, basically.
Okay, you can't
Right.
force him
Well,
to
because
say.
No,
in
I'm
effect,
just
I
asking
am.
him. He's
Because
fine.
in effect, as a stepfather, I did more than the biological father who was
Okay.
outside. I had to when the kid had a fever, I had to go to drop him off and do all this other kind of stuff. So because I have no legal rights, even in a hospital,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
you have no rights. So if I'm going to have if I got all the bills, I should have all the rights. Now,
So do you
as
think
long as we
Okay,
are
okay, I got a
together,
question. And
Right.
go ahead.
That's it, Kevin.
I just have
Okay, but that's it. Kevin,
Right.
Go ahead.
Kevin, I got a question for you. For the past 3 weeks or so, we're talking about the Black community, culture, and so forth.
Mhm.
One of the questions that was posed tonight is, I understand that like your channel, our channel, and a lot of others, we're pushing growth as far as just everyone. As
Mhm.
people, what pushes us towards growth? Focusing on the community as a whole, or just the Black community?
What pushes us towards growth individually? Oh, I mean, I'm trying to understand where the question is coming
So,
from.
okay, so basically, I'm asking, if we're pushing growth, should we push growth as a whole community, or just focus on the Black community?
Well, both. I mean, because you can grow in the Black community, but you still gotta compete. How competitive are we? Because I've heard the back and forth a little bit, but the movies that we love, the great debaters and all these things, was back when HBCUs and that kind of stuff still made when we got Thurgood Marshalls out, where TSU could go debate Harvard and Texas Southern could wipe the ground with them because Dr. Thomas Freeman was the philosophy teacher. Shout out to Dr. Freeman, rest your soul. But now what are we producing? If we're going towards the Black community needs an economy and we need power. Just like any other group. We are not playing the same game other people are playing. Look at the LGBTQ community. They play the game of power. Look at a very small, I don't want to say the word because YouTube has a thing about this particular word, but the people over in the shared area with Palestine, they play a game of power.
But they stick together, right?
Well,
They do.
what comes first though? They have a family structure 1st. And they also are united under, their religion and the family structure. But when you have 6-year-old kids going to camp, they're going to the Torah, and then also in the financial camp at 6 in foreign languages.
Mm-hmm.
We have to think about competing. How are we competing? Because we can be a small unit, but if we're getting our ass kicked in the Olympics of life, then what? So we can have individual contributors. But the problem I see in the Black community is when somebody decides to be Tiger Woods, we shun Tiger Woods to where Dave Chappelle had to make a joke about getting him back, the racial draft. Because and I will say this, I was on when I was in college, we went from Public Enemy and X-Clan to gangster rap. And we didn't understand the damage that was happening to our community. So when we're sitting here and if there's like it's like Black people are really just supposed to be one-dimensional. You got to be street, a hood. Like we are not allowed full human expression. You're like Seven Dust. Anybody ever heard of Seven Dust? Living Color, the band?
Yes.
Yes. Black rock and roll.
Yeah.
Why? So we have to keep our best and brightest and our talented. That means the people who may move differently, who may talk differently, have a different kind of different kind of cadence when they speak. We can't be calling them sellouts. We cannot afford to have a Black brain drain. I've said this one day on a pro-Black channel. there was a stat that 30% of black men who responded to this statistic, 30% of black men with bachelor's degrees who married, bachelor's or higher who married, were marrying out. And I asked, what are we going to do about that? You know, unanimously what the response was, I don't care what them sellouts are doing. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I was like, you don't want to know what 30% of your college educated are doing? And the black men and black women across the board, I don't care what they sellouts are doing. I'm like, and that's a problem.
Yes, Kevin. Oh.
But we don't. But what we don't like to do is when we go ask those people why are you doing what they're doing, we want to reject their answers. We want to question, and they say, I don't do it because I was rejected. I was not welcome. There was no place for me. I was made to feel X, Y, and Z. So I'm like, all right, you want the black community to really thrive? You're gonna have to have a reclamation. You're gonna have to reclaim your black, talent. And we need black male media. We need a black economy with a patriarchy.
Yeah.
We're the only community that has a matriarchy. And coincidentally, where are we as a community ranked?
No, I totally agree.
Kevin, I'm so glad. I'm glad you said it, Kevin. I'm glad you said it. I'm glad.
Now, see, when the game, here's the thing, the game of power, it's always about winning. And it doesn't matter if it's power chess, power tiddlywinks, power monopoly, power slide. People who want to be competitive will always draw the best. A players want to be with A players. Even if they're just getting together on like the Dream Team in 1992. Some of those guys were they were competitors. Some of those guys couldn't stand one another, but they loved playing together. We have to keep our talent. And in particular, we have to keep our talented black men, because we don't have a patriarchy. Like it or not, black women, hear me and hear me well. As incredible as a lot of you ladies, we're proud. So men of other races don't look at women as competition.
Mm-hmm.
Every other group of men, when you put their best and brightest out front, they put the men up front. And in the black community, we got Stacey Abrams and folks like that. I'm sorry. Hillary Clinton learned a lesson. She was eminently more qualified as a politician. But white women made Donald Trump president because they understood. That's the reality, and that's the word, and that's the rules. That's the rules the world is playing. And in my opinion, if the black community is going to move, we have to move into play what the world is playing. We like the bad is good, hot is cold, up is down. We're counterculture, and such and so forth. Yeah, that may work in your house, but when you get out in the world, you got to play. You got to play by the rules, and then win by the rules.
Mm-hmm.
Play Monopoly how you want to play it in your house, to where all the money goes into free parking. But when you go play competitive Monopoly, you play by Parker Brothers rules. Can't be bringing that homemade shit over here. And if you really want to be the boss we say we are, learn how to win both ways.
Yeah, I was going to ask that because when we say play by the rules, it's like, okay, so we're playing by like a Eurocentric rules.
Yep, we lost.
Right. But what if we create our rules? Like I was saying earlier, well, okay. So what do you think?
Create rules, not global rules.
Not globally.
Okay.
But because we haven't got there yet, but it might be steps. So what I was saying earlier, that in North Nashville, we have a thing where Black people are buying the block up. Yeah. Where we're literally fighting against gentrification. They're trying to gentrify a historically Black area. So we're buying it where, the real estate, we're buying it. And when we're having Black businesses, and I say that, Willie B's, Slim and Huskies, Minerva, these are all predominantly, they're Black businesses owned by men, millionaires that are invested in their community to keep it Black owned. Black employers, and we're like, it's not globally, but we are very invested in our community to keep it our community and to keep some power within that.
Right.
and trying to create something like in Tulsa, Oklahoma, where it was a Black Wall Street. That's what we're working on.
Okay.
Is that somewhere where it's like, okay, it's not globally, but if
Well,
other
but we
cities are
have,
doing
yes, we can do, but we have to create, okay. Black Wall Street in Tulsa, the Greenwood district, shout out to Tulsa. It
Duh.
worked because we were segregated and we could not go elsewhere. Okay. Today, it is more, if we want to do that, it has to be more than we just doing it because we Black. It has to be Black and excellent because people still have choice. We can't just say buy Black because Black. It has to be buy Black, and it has to be at least what the market is delivering or better.
Right.
And you can't go in asking for hookups and discounts either.
Right. Totally agree.
So, but at the end of the day, Black Wall Street and these things work because the commitment to work with Black people, other Black platforms, things like that has to be there. But it also worked because at a time we still had the fundamental building block of a community, which was family. Right now, we can't have any of that if we can now have Black men and Black women working together at the fundamental building block of a community.
Well, I got a question for you, Kevin. When you get
let me say this, because let's say you recreate Black Wall Street, okay, and it's moving, and then something happens, and here come people to destroy it. Ain't nobody gonna stop when you see a bunch of women trying to defend it. And if these men aren't attached to you, they're not your husbands, your fathers, your brothers. They're going to tell you to dial 911 because you've been doing it without them for so long. You want a Black community? Black women are going to have to get back on Black men's side. That's the fundamental building block of any society, the family.
Yeah. Kev, I love you. And we had these conversations online and on the phone and stuff all the time. But I can't see it, man. I can't bring myself to align myself with anybody based off of the color of their skin. For me, the fundamental principle of who I am is based off of the character of a person, because it'd be short-sighted for me to ignore all of the people that's played a significant role, both giving me my start and that's participating in my success today, just primarily alone based off of their skin color. So I can't align with the idea of ever in any situation primarily based off of the color of somebody's skin, because at what point do you draw the line? Like, so like, for example, for me, a lot of this has spilled over into not only are you of a specific race, but then it goes into gender. And then when do you stop? Is it tall, short? Is it blue-eyed, brown-eyed? Is it what type of Black person you is? I see the ADOS movement. I see people, if you are African or American descendant of slave versus a immigrant. And so I can't, it's like the way that I was raised based off of my principles and my values. And I know that we agree on a lot of different things. It's impossible for me to ever recognize color as especially with us all really being mutts, but color being the foundation and the principle by which I subject myself to whether or not I'm gonna rock with somebody. I can't do it.
I said it can't be color. It has to be excellence. It has to be, it can't be color. It has to be, I said, if you're going to do this, it has to be, if you're going to do Black, you need to be bringing to the market at least what everybody else is bringing or better. So in your scenario, character, if you have ABC, white, Black, Hispanic, Asian, Middle Eastern, and other, and they're all bringing same widget, same this, same that, character all in line, then we do just like when the other group does. They pick the people that they have the most naturally alignment with. That's why you pick somebody. You can choose to pick a Black person, or just like white people choose white people, but you don't choose them just because they're white. I hear what you're saying, and that's the problem. That's why I said you can't just go in and say buy Black because we're Black. No, I want to get what I expect, because like it or not, this is a free society, and we weren't segregated like we were back in Greenwood, where we had no choice. In 1984, a man by the name of Thomas Bradley was running. He was the mayor of L.A. He was running for governor, and ask anybody in California, we're going to vote for Bradley. We're going to vote for Bradley. We're going to vote for Bradley. They went in and he was a shoo-in. Matter of fact, they called it for Bradley. The next one they counted votes, he lost. And what happened was everybody, because of the Cosby Show, the Olympics were there. When you asked non-black voters, the pressure to say Bradley was so high. But when they went into that voting booth and no one was looking, they voted their conscience. If we're going to do this, the black business, the black scenario needs to be the best in the booth so people can still vote their conscience, whether you move like you move or whether you move like Courtney moves. That means you win both ways.
But if I can butt in, you have to believe that black can be or is excellence or can exude excellence. I think what and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, Courtney, Kay, and whomever, you were saying like the black community or just there's excellence that exudes, right? But I think Anton, your point is like you won't even consider excellence because you're looking at character before you even attack excellence.
Well, excellence is excellence.
Let me see if I heard something. You said you have to believe that black can be excellent. Is that what I heard?
I shouldn't have to believe black can be excellent.
But that's the thing. I want to say, I hear what you're saying. But if black can be excellence, excellence shows itself.
Absolutely. But here's the thing. So I support black.
So you don't have to believe it. It will be self-evident.
I understand that, Kevin. So in terms of supporting black businesses, right? I support it. Something happens, and then I recognize, okay, you're not operating out of excellence, because you can brand yourself and you can present yourself in a way to where I think, okay, they got it together. But until you actually interact with a said business or a said person, then they actually show their true colors or they show their character. Because you have to actually interact with someone before you even get to know their character, before you even get to know how they run their business. So you have to actually have an exchange.
Right. So
what Anton is saying is he won't even consider you won't even.
Let me explain to you. The problem is but see, the thing is, that's what we tend to mess up because we exclude the Antons. Then if Anton's burden is higher, then if you want his business, you got to earn it, just like everybody else does. How many times if I go to anybody ever go to Papa Dough?
All the time.
Papa Dough, people go to Papa Dough all the time because no matter where you go, they have a standard. Amazing. I know the Kristen Harris Papas. I know what's in that recipe book. They employ the best. So when they put out a product, it's the best. So when they charge you $40 for a piece of fish, they don't blink.
Mm-hmm.
And people will stand in line for 2-3 hours on Mother's Day. They'll fight you to get a table.
Yes, they will.
If we want to compete with Papa Dough, we got to beat Papa Dough. We can cook as good as they can, but do we run a business like they do?
I agree. Yeah.
So excellence is self-evident. I'll give you an example of
when I
made my YouTube channel. When I started, I didn't know what I was doing. Go back and look at some of my original videos. There's been a leap in production value and everything else because I am a black male image consultant, heterosexual. Mm-hmm. Nobody wanted to hear what I was talking about. Even the message I was talking about, I had to keep working. And I am the same man I was 3 years ago, but mm-hmm. I had to make myself excellent for the market to see something different.
Absolutely. But again, nobody put you in a box and be like, okay, and kept you where you were 3 years ago is what I'm saying is that
they can't put me in the box. But the thing is, you can't put me in they did, and I fought my way out of it.
Right. And I'm not saying shun people that think like Anton at all. I'm just trying to open up the fact that in order to, because when I answered the question, I said that you can do both. That was my answer, is that you can the black community and the community as a whole can contribute to the growth to the community. So that was my response. But I'm trying to open up people's view to see, like, yes, you can support the black community, even if you don't subscribe to being.
Let me explain one of the problems that we're going to always have. There's a problem between men and women. Your feelings are involved.
Mm-hmm.
This is why we need a patriarchy. You should be in the conversation no way. It's between men. I don't care if Anton likes me. I don't care if Rilla likes me. If we got to go build this motherfucking building, I'm going to go build a building and we're going to go win this contract. What his politics are, who he's fucking, what color dog he has is irrelevant. Let's get this money.
Kevin,
I don't care about all this emotion shit. And that's the problem. We got a matriarchy. So we got to go watch Bear Grylls Island season 2 and watch how the men on Island 1 and the women on Island 2. And you'll see what happens when women are in charge. By the end of week 5, the women hadn't even elected a leader because they still wanted to lead by committee. I understand Anton. Anton is Anton. And you're going to have Antons like you're going to have Trumps and you're going to have Obamas. But they're excellent in their own ways. They're fucked in their own ways. Just like I'm excellent in my own ways, I'm fucked in my own ways. But when we got to build a building, we go build that shit and we worry about the task at hand. We don't have to be friends. We ain't gotta like each other.
Kevin, I understand. I understand
but
you.
That's how men, but what I'm saying is, all things being equal, if I believe truly that if you want to build a black community and have black, we have to begin where everyone else begins: power and excellence.
I agree,
Kevin.
And let me say one last thing. Maybe you don't win over the people that you think like Anton initially, but you win over the majority, and slowly but surely, if you're doing what you're supposed to do, they'll come try Papa Doe.
Yeah,
come try Papa Doe.
Everybody going to Papa Doe.
We're trying to get it in Nashville.
Kevin, please let me ask you this question.
Wait,
so do you have any?
Lauren had something. What, Lauren?
Wait,
go ahead. After Lauren, I gotta get at it.
You absolutely can. You absolutely can. The same way Courtney stated how she responded to the question is how I responded to is me stating how I responded to the question. I'm not trying to win anybody over. I was just responding to the question and trying to seek understanding. I'm not trying to be the lead or say that's not what I'm trying to do by any means. The same way Courtney said that's how she responded to the question is how I said this is how I responded to the question, and I'm trying to understand where he's coming from. That's all. So I don't understand. I don't understand how emotion got wrapped into this by any means.
Because it's about a feeling.
Sure, but I mean,
okay. and business and there's just like the old line in League of Their Own. There's no crying in baseball. Women are I always use this analogy. Men's minds are like waffles in general. Every little square, and we can compartmentalize it a lot easier than women. You still have the ability, but it's not your nature. Women's minds more like a plate of spaghetti where everything tends to touch. So when it's time to build and work, women run their logic through their emotions, and those emotions and feelings need to line up with what they see in order to fulfill their confirmation bias. Men can shut that stuff off and say, all right, I don't have to like it, I don't have to feel it, we can just get it done. And this is why you look at any group that's ever been successful, and it's always men are leading and women in the support role, because the way men and women are wired, evolved, we just approach the world differently, and you are not going to overcome biology. You just simply can't.
I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. Like, I don't understand what this is.
I gotta run in a second. Go ahead.
So Kevin, I just wanted to ask you, because I was feeling a lot of what you were saying. I was over here like, about a lot of the things you were saying.
Oh, really?
JR, why JR? But anyway, so Kevin, my question for you, because this was a thing we were talking about earlier with Anton. Do you feel any allegiance to Black people? Yes or no?
Black people?
The Black community. I'm not saying every Black person, but I'm saying, do you feel any allegiance or connection as a Black man to the Black community?
That's kind of a good question. I mean, I'm Black. Yeah. like everybody else does. Yeah, I do.
Anton doesn't.
Why are you? I don't understand the question. Do I feel like an allegiance? Like I'm not black? I cannot be black.
No, allegiance doesn't mean, okay, I know you identify as black. I'm asking if you feel any sort of
Ultimately, it's like I got to do it because I'm black. Be one.
no.
He's just trying to reach people, man. You're not.
He's a grown man. He can speak for himself. I asked him a question and he can talk and he's talking.
Well, it's like as an image consultant, I have colleagues on YouTube that are non-black, even some black folks.
Right, of course,
who don't talk about race.
Of course.
Because they can't. They don't they don't want to touch the third rail. They don't want to alienate people, such and so forth. And they don't necessarily have the skill set to do it. I choose to do it because I have that skill set. But the first thing I am is I'm a man. I just happen to be an excellent black man. All things being equal, I'm going to always cut for excellence. You have to be excellent. I'm not going to just pick you solely based on race, but all things being equal, if you can get me what I need and give me what everybody else is delivering, then I'll do like what everybody else is doing. I hired the first time I was the manager, my entire team I hired was black.
That's all I was asking. Thank you.
Was that on purpose?
Here's what happened. I was the #1 sales rep in the country.
That's
I got promoted to manager from Dallas to New York. But let me tell the story. I went to Dallas to New York, took over the second worst team in the nation, had to terminate all of them. I had all these applicants coming in, and I interviewed people, and I picked the best candidates that I could pick. Everybody that I picked was qualified to do the job well. But when it came down to it, I chose the black candidate over if an equally qualified black or white candidate. I chose the black candidate.
That's what I asked Anton that same question.
Would
you let him answer the question? Be quiet for a second.
I made it clear that I chose you not because you're black, because you're qualified, but because we're black, you got to be better than the job.
Yep.
So don't think because we're black, that's gonna get you anything. I'm gonna put my foot dead in your ass, and because we're black, I can speak to you in a way that Charlie Greenspan can speak to that Italian guy over there because he hired Italian guys. The blackness was a component, but it was not the component.
Right. That's all. Exactly. I'm not ever saying to get somebody who's less qualified just because they're black. Kevin, I think your answer was totally on point. I'm 100% in line with what you said.
What the thing is, what I would need you to understand, what made that possible is a plethora of excellent black candidates.
Yeah.
That's what made that. See, in order for me to be the man I need to be and do the way I need to do, I needed to have enough straw to build bricks. See, what wouldn't have worked is if I hadn't had enough of those candidates, then what would I do? Just pick somebody because? I wouldn't have done that. I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't just pick you just because.
You were able to have that choice because there was so much.
But it started with them making themselves. It started with themselves demonstrating their excellence first. That's kind of where we kind of got to. They demonstrated themselves first. Because I would tell you, in my career, I had more help from white people than I've had from black people.
Look at Anton.
She don't like that part. She don't like that part.
The first person that gave me a shot was a white dude.
I don't not.
Oh man, that sounds similar.
But he was a white guy. But
that's not surprising though. That's not even surprising
because most positions of power,
leaders are speaking. Go ahead, Kev.
Well, I'm just saying that I did a good job, and he actually opened doors for me that he didn't need to because I did a good job. Did he have to do that? No, but he knew that I made my boss look good. That was my job. My job is to make sure that I get my boss promoted, and your job is to make sure I take yours. I'm not here to be your friend. I'm here to take your job. So we weren't friends. We were competitors. This guy by the name of DJ, he and I would never break bread. White Irish man from Boston, red hair, just he and I are diametrically opposed. I was the top salesperson, but I was horrible at paperwork and implementation. Practice is just practice. And DJ got in my ass. He's like, yeah, you're good, but this is where you lose your money because you're flash. And he challenged me in my face to be better. Check my ego. I couldn't stand it. But you know what? I went and burned the midnight oil, and I went and learned all the stuff that I didn't think I needed to know. And I became 3 times better and made 5 times as much. And that got me the job we're talking about right now. So I am down with anybody that's going to challenge me to be better. And I will rock with anybody who is going to understand it's responsibility of you to make yourself great. I'll give you the spot, but I'm going to give you the spot because I want you to be great because I got something I want to accomplish as well. As long as we can get together on that point, we can go build this building. That's the way we win. I want to be with people who think that way. Now, here's the other side. Everybody ain't cut out like me. I get it. That's where philanthropical stuff is for. That's what charity's for. That's where you just want to give away and give back to where there is no outcome. That's what the Vanderbilts and the Fords and everybody else is. When they made their millions, they gave some money over here. But I'm not going to ask for an outcome. I'm going to put that over there, for a benevolent society, and I'm going to get my fingerprint in it or whatever. There's a way to get it all done, but it's all got to come down from power.
Kevin, can I ask you a question real quick before you bounce? I appreciate you, big timer. So what are the actionable steps? What we talking about building the family, we talking about building community, we talking about, all this types of structure. So, what are the next actionable steps for us?
Well, first off, black men have a marketing. We need I've said it before, we need black male media run by black men for black men. We have to change our own narrative. This stuff like this is redefining the black male image in real time. Actionable steps. We're on YouTube, but I'm not crazy enough to say let's go make our own YouTube. That's crazy. No. Everybody else uses YouTube. India T-Series uses YouTube, but men, I think we need men in positions of power. So black male media for black men, by black men, funded by black men. And then like anybody else, we need to push towards science, engineering, technology, math. If we're going to go the college route, or we're going to need to push towards trades and stuff like that. If we're going to go the blue collar route, because we need an economy. We need our dollar to circulate more than 6 hours. We need
no basket weaving degrees. We're not doing that over
because after we have media and attention, we're good at that. But then we need infrastructure. We need we need financial, we need legal, we need logistics. We need the basic stuff. And like your grandfather, my grandfather always had a job because he was a mechanic. He could be a plumber, and he could be an electrician. And the thing is, I as much as a white collar guy as I am, I still know how to snake a toilet. I am very handy around the house. And I think one thing that we are starting to see here is there used to be a division between white collar brothers and blue collar brothers. That don't exist no more. Now, let's say Anton decides to go out and start a construction firm. And he started to decide to build on government contracts that he can get because a certain percentage of them need to be minority owned. Then he goes and hires JR, and JR is doing the electrical. Then he go hires Rilla. Rilla's doing the plumbing. Then he go hire me, and I'm doing the roofing. That's 3 black companies. Then we go to Hannibal, and we're getting a loan through the credit union. And then all our wives are sitting on here, and they all taking our money and putting it into organizations. That's how we do it. This ain't rocket surgery or brain science. Every other culture has done this. Take what other people are doing as winning, take their blueprint, slap Jackson on top of it. Do that shit.
Oh, Jackson, Johnson,
That's it.
Jenkins.
Washington, Jenkins.
That was the mic drop.
Yes, I
That was the
love
mic
it.
drop.
And if you like your ribs
on,
with dry
Jenkins.
rub, you like it with Carolina sauce, Kansas City sauce. If you like brisket, we worry about
Put
all
little
that.
Memphis sauce on
family
it.
Union, but all that after we get the business taken care of.
Yeah.
Thank y'all. I'm a holler.
Bye,
Okay.
Kevin.
All right,
Bye-bye.
appreciate you,
Peace
Kevin.
out, fam. Oh yeah, and Anton, it's the gold submariner.
Did you really?
Yeah, I'm wearing that tonight, but
I got the presidential. I just
there
got
you
it
go.
delivered, but I can't. I got the gold on gold with the
Laugh.
slats, but they won't let me wear it. They hold me accountable until I finish losing the weight.
Uh-oh.
So,
Yeah, play nice now. Yeah, take it easy.
Kevin.
all right, fam.
Huh? Yeah.
No. Can I tell you one more thing? Because I
Go
know
ahead.
you're a nerd, right?
Oh,
At
yeah.
heart, right?
Yeah, of course.
So I know I'm gonna get just fried in the comments, but my
Oh,
cockroach is about to have her babies.
Come
Uh-oh.
on.
I thought you wanted to know because
There
you
you go.
did
Are you gonna
mention-
name them? How many?
They have 30 to 60. Kevin, I'm gonna
You
name
have,
one
you have
after
names
you.
for them all?
I'm gonna name one after you. I'm gonna name one after. Oh yeah.
Y'all remember that movie Joe's Apartment? Somebody get some clips of
Kevin.
Joe's Apartment and send it to Kay. Bye, y'all.
All right,
all right, Kev. Hey, Buttercup. We went and got Kev on so we can save your life. Yeah, all right, over there, Buttercup.
Courtney.
To the 80?
One of them is gonna be Courtney.
No,
Hey.
don't do it. Don't do it. That is not a compliment.
Kev should add to his resume now. He's saving lives today. He was one uppercut away, Buttercup. You all right over there? Aw. You okay, baby? Baby girl.
Bitch, my name ain't Buttercup.
All right, baby.
Hannibal,
All right.
he just
No,
roll.
Courtney. Shh, Courtney.
Why are you always trying to shush somebody, Anton?
Why, you know him?
Do I know Hannibal? Yeah.
I knew it. As soon as I seen that flag, I knew that y'all was associated.
What?
Birds of a feather. I knew these
Once you
earthy.
saw this earthy.
I knew these earthy. He probably don't wear shoes.
So what should
outside.
people think about your Jordans and your robe on live? Like
That
what
they worth more than what I paid for them, and I got them as a tax write-off because I actually own a business, a sneaker company.
Who
Anything else?
cares?
I thought you just asked about it. Now you don't care no more.
I'm saying, like, why is that like
You and your earthy friends. I knew you brought an earthy friend on this platform that probably wear Jesus sandals and most of the time don't even wear shoes. He probably got
what does
singing
earthy
bowls.
mean? Anton, what does earthy mean?
He probably got singing bowls. I'm sure that
What does that mean?
He's into astrology.
What does earthy
Jesus
mean?
Christ.
What's
You and
earthy
your
mean?
friends.
What does it mean though, Anton?
Y'all think that just because y'all put a black power flag up that y'all doing something. Y'all ain't did nothing. I ain't got no receipts for anything y'all did for anybody in the community, but you think because y'all talk tough and y'all got some African studies degrees that y'all doing something. Get out of here.
Anton, what does earthy mean?
What's going on, Freezy?
Anton, you're trying to change the topic. Don't do it.
Back to our regularly scheduled program.
Anton, you're trying to change the topic.
Shout out
Because you
to
like to
Unc
do your little
for
mic
tapping
drop
in with your boys
before
and we
anybody
rocking.
can speak. And I noticed that this is a pattern. So Anton,
I knew you brought everybody you bring up on this
everybody.
Fooly
I
Hannibal.
don't even know Fooly.
Why ain't none of these people got regular names?
I don't know Fooly.
Everybody on here with nicknames. Get out of here with that crap.
I don't know Fooly.
What's going on,
But
Frenzy?
anyway,
Welcome to the show, man.
Anton, why you JR, why you gotta let Anton like have the last word of some stuff that he's
Not
doing?
the
that's
last word. I mean,
extremely
somebody got to stop.
disrespectful and incorrect.
Okay, somebody got to stop. We got guests now, so somebody.
Oh, okay.
JR,
What's going on, brother?
I'm gonna change my name to Frenzy, man. I'm gonna change it to Frenzy.
Because he keeps calling you Frenzy.
Hey, I do be causing a frenzy when I call in, though, don't I? I do.
Yeah, what's going on, brother?
What's going on, everybody? I wanted to I wanted to touch it. Rilla, I wanted to come. Can I got 3 points, but I wanted to talk to Rilla for 1 second. Rilla, you hear me? Cause you mighty quiet, man. But I just want to make sure you hear me. But you know, you always say, you know, it's just like we're in a barbershop. So let's just pretend like we're in the barbershop. We're just having barbershop conversation right now. Okay. Now, y'all remember when I called in about a month ago, I was doing pull-ups and everything. I was on live doing pull-ups and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I remember.
And I pretty much said that women should hold women accountable. I said that. Okay, I'm coming in love, Rilla. Today, you said that you believe that, you know, in your house and you know how you rock and the people you around, you believe that women should hold women accountable. So I'm trying to figure out what we've been debating about the whole time. I'm trying to figure that out.
Me and you?
Yeah, what have me and you been disagreeing about the whole time?
Bro, I have no idea at this point. You bringing it up. I have no idea.
I'm saying because you kind of like jumped down my throat when I said that, but today you said it.
I have never moved off that stance, bro. You in the group, you in the Facebook group, you see my post. I've said the same thing. This topic has come up about how I move and how I don't hold women accountable plenty of times. I have never moved off that position. I've never moved off that position.
What I'm saying is tonight.
I hear you, bro. Look. Let me make it. If there was a misunderstanding or some wires were crossed, I apologize. I have no smoke for you, Frenzy.
What?
Man, hey, I love you, man. I was just saying, man, you know, I was like, when I heard you talk, I was like, damn, well, we agree. You know,
yeah,
what I'm saying?
I don't remember that interaction going like that. I think it may have been over something else, but I could be wrong. Yeah,
it's all good. It's all good. And I wanted to also touch on JR, you correct me if I'm wrong about the topic, but it was about, is it better for growth in the community or both growth in the Black community? Was that the question?
As people, what pushes us towards growth? Focusing on the community as a whole or just the Black community?
Okay, so I kind of see it from both aspects. And can I incorporate this argument about code and stuff in my explanation? Because
the floor is yours, man. Go ahead.
Okay, so I kind of see it from kind of both aspects or whatever, but because like I'm gonna tell y'all a story. Okay, I go to this Chinese restaurant all the time, and probably about 2 weeks ago, the Chinese lady that owns the restaurant, you know, me and her joke all the time because I order there frequently, and I just decided to ask her, hey, can you hire me? If I put in the application, will you consider hiring me? I was just joking. And she said, no, I would never hire you. Only Chinese. That's what she said. So I was like, kind of taken back, but I was like, I was laughing, but I was like, for real? And she was like, yes, only Chinese. So I was like, I said, all right. So when I walked out of the restaurant, I was like, dang, she racist. That's racist. You know what I'm saying? But then when I thought about it, I was like, that makes sense because I wouldn't go to a Chinese restaurant. Huh?
What you know about fried rice?
But listen, I was like, that makes sense because I would never go to a Chinese restaurant where all Black people cooking that shit.
Dude, it's crazy.
It just makes sense. Like, I would. Okay, would you go? Listen, would you go to a soul food restaurant where all Chinese people cooking that shit? Would you tell the truth?
Some of them they
I mean, let's be honest. Let's just have the conversation. Come on.
Black people are probably
that was pretty good, bro. That's pretty good. That was a good one. I like that one, bro.
But as far
that was a good one.
But listen, as far as the cold thing, as far as the
JR
cold
already
thing,
seen it coming. Apparently, he's cracking up before you even said the punchline.
man, he always crying, laughing and shit, man. Listen. As far as the cold thing goes, right? When a mirror was on the show last week or whatever, as far as the code thing goes, last week and the week before last, the black code thing been a big topic. So, and I don't want nobody to get mad at Frenzy, whatever. But
You the professional.
This dude is hilarious, man. I don't even laugh. This shit is hilarious, man.
But listen. Y'all tell me if I make sense.
My shirt with soap, man.
Tell me if I make sense. Tell me if I make sense. Nah, we talk about code. All of us, everybody black on the panel right now. Everybody black on the panel. We all know where the word code came from. As far as in the urban community, we know where code came from. Code is short for street code. Listen, the word code is a slang word. It's a slang word.
It's not Freezy, Frenzy.
Yes,
Freezy. It's an actual word.
No, it's
Listen
not.
what I'm saying.
Freezy, it's a word.
Code.
It's a word.
Ideology.
Okay, but just hold on. Hold on for the emotions. Because I know y'all was gonna kill me. But just let me get it out.
Don't make no sense.
Listen. Okay, I'm gonna just speak anecdotally because I'm gonna get intelligent. I'm gonna speak anecdotally. Code from where I'm from, it derived from street code. You know what I'm saying? Just stay with me. So a lot of guys in the streets, they use a lot of guys in the streets use code. They use code in the same aspect that Kay and Courtney was using it against a mirror. They do. Listen. You're not hearing me out.
We don't need to hear you out.
Listen. You're not hearing me out.
We gotta stop you here, Freezy.
But you haven't heard me out. Hear me out.
We don't need to hear the rest of it.
I want to hear.
Hear me out. Just hear me
I
out.
can hear you out, but you already started off with a lie.
No, I didn't start out with a lie. Just hear me out.
Okay.
Freezy, you started off.
Let them talk, and then you guys can
hear me out.
Respond.
Hear me out.
Okay.
Listen. So what I found out about code, everybody that's involved in this code, because I used to be immature too. I used to be, on the code thing. I used to be like that. But
Freezy, don't.
What I found out. Hold on,
don't do it.
Chill.
I'm not chilling because you just said I used to be.
I used to be. It was because I look at it as because I do look at it as an immature thing. Because this is just my personal opinion, and it's because of this. Even the dudes in the street that kept a code, when they got hemmed up and they went into the interrogation room and nobody was looking and they thought about their family and they stopped thinking about them niggas, they broke the code and they did what was in the best interest of themselves. They started cooperating with other people.
Hold on, Kay.
Listen what I'm saying. Just listen to what I'm saying.
Hold on, let him talk.
Hold on, wait, just chill. Hold on, Courtney, because I know you finna get TKO on my ass. Hold on.
Courtney, please.
I am. Okay, I got it.
Okay, now, as I've gotten older and more mature, I don't care about black code. You know what kind of code I care about? I care about God's code. I care about the right code. With me, it's only a wrong code and a right code. Because I'm gonna tell you why. Because even all the black people in the black code, they ain't right. A lot of them ain't right, but they so-called keeping black code. Last week, a mirror asked UK what was code. You got petty and said, this is what code is. I'm not going to answer the question. That was petty.
No, it's not petty.
That was petty. Listen, I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why that was petty.
No, you don't need to.
Hold on. I thought we agreed to let him finish. I'm gonna
tell you.
Several minutes.
I'm gonna tell you why it was petty.
Let him wrap it up.
Why it was petty.
Why?
Come on now, court. See, you TKOing now. There you go. Let's wrap it up. Okay.
Okay, why was it petty?
I'm gonna tell you why it was petty, K. Because it's public information, and the girl got told what was code anyway. You could have just told her what was code. You was being petty.
Okay, let me respond.
You was being petty.
No, I wasn't.
You was being petty. She got somebody told her what was code anyway. She got told what was code. You could have just told her what was code.
Do you, Freezy, hold on, Kay, please. Freezy, do you understand that every single culture has a code, and they've had a code for thousands of years? If you go to North,
what kind of code?
Okay, it's called an honor. It's called an
code of conduct.
Hold on, please. It's called an honor code.
An honor code, okay.
Yes, every single culture. If you talk about the Chinese, they have a culture, which means, or even North Korea has the strictest honor code ever. Right. What happens, and it's by law, if you say anything about the North Korea government as a North Korean, you are jailed. You are not allowed to say anything bad about their particular culture out in the public, or you're jailed.
But we all understand North Korea.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish.
That's the whole problem. North Korea is
not a problem.
Hold on. Let Courtney finish.
Please. Chinese have a culture of an honor code. We talk about Middle East has an honor code. Lebanon has a strict honor code where you will be hard pressed for anyone to talk bad about their culture in the public. If you do, you are jailed. If you do, they will try to kill you. And the whole entire world,
which is why everybody is running away from them.
I am not done.
Nobody want to live there.
I am not done.
Hold on.
Every organization has a code. When you look at the police, when you look at the military, if a police officer said anything about the police, then you know they are very protective of themselves. Good or bad, that's very debatable.
Okay, let me ask you something.
Hold on, no.
Okay, go ahead.
Please.
Hold on,
the military has an honor code. I wish someone would call up in the military and tell you if you do anything outside of the military, you're done. Fraternities and sororities have a code. Lauren, you can speak on it. If they were to ever get drunk at a bar with their Perry on, it's a problem. There was a particular TV show on VH1 that was called Sorority Sisters. Before it could even get aired, the sorority said no. The AKAs, Deltas, Zetas, Sigma, Gamma, Rhos, they shut that down. What you're not going to do is display something negative about us. And those women that was on there got banned from their sorority for even trying to be disrespectful of them. It is a code. Gangsters have code. We are the only culture, as far as Black folks, that think code is bad when the entire world lives on a code.
Yep. I just want to ask you one question.
Freezy.
Hold on, wait. Every single example that she cited is everything that we're trying to tear down and saying what's wrong with society. Largely, people are trying to run away from North Korea. Even when you talk about, she cited the police.
Every culture has it, Anton.
I just protected you from be able to say what you want to say.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
The police department. Everybody is citing this as an issue. The largest issue that they have in with the police departments is that they're not outing all of the bad apples in the police department so that we can fix it and start to get to the solution. The problem with the police department is that they too on code. And so we can't actually be able to fix it. Hold on, stop.
I gotta say something.
Stop.
I just want to ask her a question.
Stop. The problem that we're having across the board is that people are too on code.
Right.
And so if you cannot identify the bad parts of your organization in order to solve for it, people are saying we want to tear it down, we want to defund it, we want to revamp it, we want to do all of these things because they're protecting their own.
That's not even what it is.
Stop, shut the piss up, man, because I'm trying to talk. I'm so tired of you trying to interrupt.
You don't identify with, you don't relate to, and you're not a part of. How are you speaking on it so confidently?
You a police officer?
You just said
you a police officer? So shut the piss up.
I'm not talking about police. I'm talking about Black people. You said
hold on.
You said
Kay, if I can, Anton, employers have a code. Do you think
Everybody.
that my job that I'm
Employers have
able
a
to
code
go?
of conduct. They don't
It's a
have a code.
Right, that's a
It's
difference.
It's a code of conduct.
It's
That's
It's
a
how you're
difference.
supposed to
No,
present
hold
yourself,
on.
and not.
Do you think
That's not the same, Courtney. It's disingenuous.
It's not
that's
the
not
same.
It's not the
true.
same.
That's not
It's
a
not the
code of
same.
conduct.
It's
Hold
a
on,
code
no,
of
that's
conduct,
true.
not a code.
Hey,
Anton,
hey,
Code is
that's not
different
Anton,
in the
can
black
I ask you
community.
a
Everybody
We're
ain't
not
Hold
talking
on.
about
on
your
a
own.
Man,
code.
we all
Can I
talking.
ask
We
you a
all
question,
talking. We
Courtney?
all talking at one
Stop.
time.
Let me respond to Anton.
Okay.
A code of conduct. A code of conduct is, how
And
you present
ethics.
yourself. Yes, that's fine. But there's also a code because I'm corporate, and I have to sign a social media code that says I refuse to talk bad in the name of anything of my corporate job on social
That's
media
not what
or
it
in
says.
public. Yes,
That's not
it
what
does.
it says.
Yes, it
It does
does.
not.
I
It does
cannot.
not.
You can't.
Anton,
That's
That's
not what it says.
Anton.
What do you mean? I was an executive.
Hey,
I know
please.
exactly.
No, you
We
don't.
work with
My
HR
corporate-
regularly.
My my corporate job, I have had to sign a social media code. Social
To
media
not do
code.
what? To not do what?
I cannot talk
Add the
bad
context.
about my company on social media.
That's not what it says, bro.
It-
That's
How you
not what
gonna
it
tell
says.
me what my job
Hey,
tells
Because
me?
that right there violates
you
laws.
cannot-
What do you mean? I know that's not what. That's illegal for them to say that.
But
Say
listen,
that.
Already
cannot-
said.
All right,
Courtney,
y'all. All
can I
right.
ask you a question,
Anton, you
Courtney?
already
All
said
right.
you
All
don't
Courtney.
identify.
Courtney,
All right, we
I
got some
just want
other.
to ask Courtney
All
one
right, we got
question.
some other callers. So final
I just want
thoughts.
to.
Final
I'm gonna
thoughts.
go,
Final
but I
thoughts.
just want to ask
JR, you
Courtney
gotta
one
let me
question.
talk after him.
Courtney, let me ask you one question, Courtney.
Yes.
Because you mentioned the
We
police.
got to get to some other guests too, bro. Just to let you
Okay,
know.
okay, my bad. I'm sorry. I just want to ask this one question. Courtney, you mentioned the police, and I thought that was an excellent subject. Okay, we all know that police killings with black men and black women have been prevalent within the past few years, right? Starting with, well, not starting with Trayvon Martin, but he was like the one that really kind of brought it to the forefront. But you mentioned that police have a code. They are a fraternity. As a matter of fact, I've talked to police officers. They've admitted that they have a code within police officers that they keep no matter what. They protect their own. When an innocent black male or innocent black woman gets killed by the hands of a police officer, do you still agree with the code that is kept by the police department in that city, in that said city?
This is what I said to you, and I said this before.
Do you agree with it? Just yes
no,
or no?
no. You're gonna let me talk.
Go
This
ahead.
is what I said when I preferenced the police, because not only did I preference the police, I said fraternities and sororities. I said military.
I'm asking you about the police.
So I am. So let's go. What I said was that that's debatable if they should have a code. But what I said, we're sitting on a panel acting like codes don't exist, and it does.
I asked you, do you agree in that incident? I asked you, do you agree?
Your argument
What are
doesn't
you
make
not?
any sense.
You gotta.
Listen. You said the police
It
have
doesn't
a
matter
code.
if I agree with it or not, sir. What I said
You can't give me a yes or no.
Breezy, you just be on here yelling. Your argument
Oh
don't
my
make
God.
no
Hey,
sense.
you talking, Kay, just adds more
Oh my
chaos.
God.
Let Courtney and Freezy talk.
Listen. Courtney mentioned the police. I didn't.
What?
She mentioned the police.
Okay, this
I
is what
asked
you're not
her, the
understanding,
police
sir.
have a code. She said the police have a code. I'm telling her, I'm asking her when the police.
Of course you would use the police, but
What
you would
does
just
that
make
have to do
hold on,
with
You
Kay,
mentioned-
please, Kay.
Okay.
Okay.
JR, you're gonna have to
Okay.
you're gonna have to
I'm
start muting
gone,
Kay,
man.
Okay,
I'm gone, bro. Because she dodging the question.
Well, then, no, it's not. What you're trying to do is pinpoint a particular thing that I said. I've named 100 things about a code, about cultures, different
You
cultures,
mentioned the police.
military, fraternity, sororities, families. And then I said police. But
Okay,
what
I'm in a fraternity. I'm in a fraternity. I'm Kappa Alpha Psi.
Hold on, y'all. One
Listen,
at a
I'm
time.
Kappa
One at a
Alpha
time.
Psi. Listen, I'm
And
Kappa
you have
Alpha Psi.
code.
No, listen.
You
I'm
got a
finna give you an
code.
example.
Go ahead, friends. Go ahead. Hold on. Go ahead,
Listen,
Freezy.
I pledged at FAMU.
You
I'm
got
a Kappa at Florida A&M University.
Okay.
Okay, if you know anything about FAMU, we've been on suspension. Guys have went to prison at Kappa Alpha Psi because guys that have been pledged have died. Guys have died. Listen what I'm telling you. Listen, guys have died while pledging at Kappa Alpha Psi. I'm not going to speak for any other university, but I'm going to speak for my fraternity. At FAMU, guys have died pledging. Now we have, yeah, you're right. There's a so-called code because we're a group. But I'm telling you, that's when I started understanding the difference between a group code and a right and a wrong code. You understand? Because when those guys got killed, the code that you're talking about had to be broken for families to get justice. Do you understand what I'm saying? It had to be broken. Because listen, the guys that pledged those guys that got killed were wrong. It was extensive pledging. Now we could have did what you did. But listen what I'm telling you. You understand what I'm saying is the right thing to do and the right thing to do trumps black code. It does. Because when those guys died, I'm like, I ain't gonna put my coattail, but I'm like a legend at FAMU. Okay. I told those guys, listen, y'all need to be honest. You guys need to be honest and just work with the authorities because families have lost their kids.
Okay.
Families have lost their kids. So hold on. I just touched on two subjects.
No, I'm laughing at the legend part.
You brought up, listen, you brought up police. Then you wanted me to touch on something else. Okay, I'm a Kappa.
I didn't ask for you to touch on anything else. Okay.
I'm just saying.
But
I'm gonna keep it moving though. I love y'all. I'm just saying, right? The right.
Hey, you had a point.
Okay.
Hey, Freezy, you was right on that. I honestly, bro, you real talk.
Put me on the panel one day, JR. Put me on the panel.
All right, man. Hey, shoot me a DM, friend.
Freezy.
Well, I mean, but Freezy,
that's hazing, and there's anti-hazing laws,
right?
Oh, and it is.
The
one problem with that, though, Freezy,
anti-hazing law. That's hazing.
He's trying to compare,
and that's not black code. Black code doesn't mean that we're gonna haze you. Black code is not hazing.
Right? How is this even an argument, bruh?
All right, man.
Freezy, but JR, the problem is that
you just take anything and just run.
No, I'm just saying,
I know, Kate. You owe me $50 too. Go ahead,
No, I don't. Did you see that post I tagged you in?
Jesus,
I don't want your money, man. I was just playing. Go ahead.
Hey, Anton, go ahead, real quick. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that he right, but as far as like you getting on a panel, I mean, I think that JR, and I'm gonna just make this suggestion, it would make it more balanced because then we would have 4 guys and 4 girls on the panel all at the same time. So I think that'd be a dope idea.
But then we wouldn't get it. They'd be talking over each other the whole time.
Wait, is this a shot?
No, because then we would have me, Rilla, JR, and Freezy against Courtney, Kay,
just like Freezy,
Lauren, and Hannibal.
He just like you.
I like Anton. That's my
Anton, you're trying so hard.
I like JR. I like Rilla. Listen, I love Rilla.
God forbid they get someone that disagrees.
The whole show would be just like
because then it would be no. I mean, but think about it, because then it would be balanced. Like we would have the bros, and then Courtney, Kay, Lauren, and Hannibal. Y'all can have sister code.
Okay, she was catching on.
All right, don't worry about it.
But hey, I know y'all got some more callers, man. I'm gonna DM you, JR.
All right, yeah, DM me.
All right, bro.
Y'all gonna catch that on the replay. Don't worry about it.
I caught it.
Anton, you're trying really hard.
You can defend your friend.
No, I'm just
look at
noticing.
him. He's so hurt. He's so bothered.
Look at you. Look at you, Anton, because you've done this to me too,
buddy.
What's going on, Arcane? Welcome to the show.
Good show as usual.
Arcane.
What's up, family?
Yeah, I know you don't like to see me, Kay, but oh boy.
I don't have. Please indicate how you know that I don't like seeing you. I don't care.
There's a comment
you just made.
What did I say?
Oh, Arcane.
Okay, how does that indicate
I'm
that I don't
ahead
like
to
here?
what I want to talk about here. Hannibal, you kind of got the wrong idea of marriage. It's like
In your
love.
opinion, and that's fine. That's fine.
No, it's not an opinion. It's a fact. I wouldn't be saying this if it wasn't for that. It's like love is not required for marriage. However, it does make it better.
Are you a Christian?
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay. What is the highest commandments according to your Lord and Savior?
There were actually only 2.
Run them
Talk
down.
to him.
Love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, and strength. Love thy neighbor as thyself.
So you just said love twice, and now you're trying to tell me love ain't an integral part of marriage. That shit don't coincide.
That don't have nothing to do with marriage. The command. I'm gonna let him rock. I'm gonna let him rock.
Go ahead.
I can clear that up for you.
Run it down, sir.
Nobody fully understands those 2 simple principles because they get several things wrong. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, and strength. First of all, you got to understand what love is. When most people use the word love, they're talking about romantic stuff. They're talking about stuff that makes you feel good, stuff that makes you feel happy, stuff that makes you want to associate with whatever. That's not what the Bible means when it refers to love, dude. That ain't it. And if that's the love you're talking about, that is not necessary. All right. If that's not the love you're talking about, then cool, I can let that go. But I can tell you, from those 2 basic principles, you got to understand what love is. You've got to understand who God is, at least as best as you possibly can, because otherwise, can you love something you don't understand? Yeah, it don't work. Love thy neighbor as thyself. You got to understand who your neighbor is. I know. That's why I'm gonna back off there.
Kay's brain is fried because she's so busy trying to defend her girlfriend that she can't get herself together.
Man, let that go.
Is this sign language? Like, why are you calling people a girl?
I don't care what you call it.
Are
I'm
so
just asking.
fucking ignorant. You
know, he had an agenda before he came on the show. All I did was expose it because I seen his femininity when he came in there.
You're derailing the conversation with these.
Can I help you out for a second?
Like, can we chop it up? Can we have a productive dialogue, or do you want to keep telling your stupid joke?
Hannibal, chill up for a second, man.
Go ahead, Arcane.
All right. I've been listening for the past few weeks at people ragging you because you said, what was it again? Black culture's trash.
Yeah, I stand on that.
I know.
Right,
and I'm not going to knock you on that.
And
I'm not going to knock you on that.
And a Sambo.
What I'm going to do is try to help you a bit because it's like, while I don't agree with your wording of it, the intent seems to be correct. Now, try this for instance. I want everybody.
Did he dip? Hold on, hold on.
He dipped out.
Did he run? Did we break him?
Didn't you hear me? Said F this show.
Did I officially break him? Did I break him down all the way to his soul, and now he's emotional that he ran?
It could be T-Ray connection.
No, he had a perfect connection all night. He had a perfect connection all night. He was ready. He planned for this night. K probably prepped him. K told him, "Yo, you know Anton gonna come for you," and he was like, "Yeah, I got something for him tonight. I got something for him." And now look at what we see. Is this your hero? Is this the next person that you brought on the Price is Right to get chopped up? And now he gonna be dreaming about me. He not gonna be able to walk down the street without nobody calling him Buttercup no more. That's what I'm gonna do to him. I got something for him. Hashtag Buttercup 10:15 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. I'm doing a whole live stream on this coward. He ran. First dude that I've been able to break on this platform, and he won't be the last. You keep on sending them up. I'm gonna knock them down. All your little stupid earthy friends that think they dope because they could put a black power.
What does earthy mean? What does earthy mean?
Beta simp punk. Get these suckers out of my face.
Hey, I want to ask
everybody from Detroit, bro.
Like everybody who doesn't,
what up, though?
Like
Red Zone.
Everybody who doesn't like Anton's comment, I'm going to ask a series of questions, and I want yes or no answers. Okay? Here's the setup. Suppose there's a room in front of you, a bedroom. If you've got kids, your kids' room. If not, your room. Who cares? But it's a bedroom. It's arranged however you like it. Now, I'm not going to say you would let a room get this way, but let's describe this room. Suppose the ceiling fan's dusty. Suppose you've got a trash bin in the room. It's full and there's a little bit of trash on the floor next to it because you haven't replaced, you or the kid or whoever hasn't replaced the bag in a while. Suppose you've got a dirty clothes hamper in your room and there's some clothes lying outside the dirty clothes hamper. But otherwise, the room's pristine. I've got a simple question for you. Is the room clean or dirty? Is it clean? Yes or no?
Yeah, it's clean.
Trash on the floor, dirty clothes laying outside the hamper, dusty ceiling fan. And you saying the room's clean?
I thought this was a trick question. I mean, it's clean, but it's just dirty. I don't know.
What, JR, did you say it's clean, but it's just dirty?
You know, when people come on deep like this,
Yeah.
No, man.
sometimes like the
It's real
typical, like the typical answer that you respond to is usually wrong. So
JR, you're getting real
It's
philosophical.
a
You're
simple
like,
question,
it's
man.
clean, but
There's
it's
no
dirty.
trick to this.
okay,
There's absolutely no trick here. Is it clean or is it dirty?
if I walked in, I would just be like, it's not how I like it.
So then you would say the room is dirty and you would want to have it cleaned up.
Yeah, I want to, put the stuff where it belongs. Yeah.
All right. What about the rest of you who disagree with Anton's comment? Is that room something you want to clean up? Is it clean or is it not clean?
No, it's not clean.
I don't like this analogy.
I'm actually just here
You
to
don't
say
have to like
Hey,
it.
Kay, this on your level though, Kay.
Is there any way you could
Kay, this is on your level right here.
What?
This is a simple question.
Okay, our king.
This is a
Is there
simple
any way you
question.
can just get to the point of
Yeah,
what you're
I just kind of want to know what
Answer
the
the
point is.
question.
The question
Exactly.
is valid, but just what are we getting
Yeah,
at?
we got a
Like
lot of
draw
calls.
the
All right.
line.
Let's wrap it up.
All right,
Get to
I'll
the
sum
point.
it up
Yeah, let's
I'll
wrap it
shorten
up.
this up for you.
Mhm.
It's real simple. The whole of the room is being judged by a few small parts of the room. That's the nature of Anton's comment. The whole of Black culture is being judged by a few effed up parts of it.
Is that what he said?
This is how I'm telling you, this is how I've understood his comment.
Okay.
Based on the things that he said about it in response to everybody's replies.
Okay.
He's saying that our culture, it has some good parts, true, but it has some jacked up parts. And we all agree to that. It's got some parts in it that just plain don't need to go. But it's part of our culture, and unless we do something to get rid of it, we're stuck. That means that just like that room, which is being judged as dirty, our trashed out culture is trash. That's the way he's wording this comment. At least that's the way I understood it. Anton, am I wrong about this?
No, I don't think that your analogy is wrong at all. I think that you just have a more unique way of explaining it and highlighting it. But again, everything. So, for example, based off of what you said, everything that I'll put it like this: when I say something, what they're going to do is they're going to take one part of it and they're not going to take the other part where I added the context. They're not going to say where I say, for example, all of the bad things that we champion the most within they're not going to add that as a part of the conversation. But I think that people are smart enough to be able to differentiate between the two. So I just leave the rest of that to the audience. I said what I said. I stand on it. And however they want to frame it, they can frame it. But it is what it is. I mean, people know what's up.
All right, last two things, and I'm going to speed through.
Man, we got to kind of keep it. Sure, I got some more people
I know,
to bring
so
on.
I'm going to speed through real quick. The question that you've got scrolling, what pushes us towards growth? I say the answer is do both. That's what the other cultures are doing. Do both. Expose some portion so that other communities can join in some way, shape, form, or fashion and benefit from us. But then take that benefit into our culture and use it amongst ourselves.
Our king, what culture outside of Black culture are you most familiar with?
I'm familiar with every culture I've ever encountered.
Okay, so most.
Well, most that you can find in the U.S.
Okay,
That includes Hawaii.
which
You're doing the
culture
same exact thing
are
you
you
do, Kay.
most familiar with
We
outside of
need to
white
get to
culture?
the next.
Yeah.
White culture, Mexican culture, Chinese culture,
Okay,
Samoan
we gotta get to
culture,
some other people.
Filipino
Oh, because
culture.
all those.
Let me move on to the next point. It's like
Okay.
frenzy being. It's like frenzy talking about code.
Frenzy.
I'm gonna freezy. Sorry, it's like freezy talking about code. Sorry, you said it so many times I got stuck. It's like he was mostly correct, and there was a point that was being made. I think it was Courtney making that. She mentioned all of those other ways that code comes up, but there's a subtle difference between on code and the stuff you were talking about. On code refers to the unwritten stuff that we adhere to, not stuff like the contract that your job has you sign. Yeah, that's a contract, woman. It's nothing like that. That's well, I'm gonna do that too. That is not the same thing as on code. On code refers to the
All right, we gotta wrap it up, team. We gotta wrap it up.
Okay.
So with that, I'm gone.
All right.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, man, calling in.
Have a good night.
All right. You too. What's going on? B now.
Be nice.
I thought that was a Nipsey.
How you doing, Miss Courtney? It's me
Hi,
again.
darling. Good to see you again.
Likewise to the whole panel. God bless. First and foremost, Lapeef, Antoine, I love what you all are doing with the platform. I love how you all are growing. I wish you all nothing but success, and I love to see Black entrepreneurs work together and not just focus on the Black dollar. I love how you are emphasizing how you are going after the whole ocean. You are not just going out there with one fishing rod, you're going out there with a net. And if you catch Black people, then you catch them. But you're trying to get everybody. That's the point that you were trying to make. The same way Kevin Samuels is not putting a limitation on what he's trying to do. This is a business, ladies and gentlemen. I love how you all are running and handling yourselves and talking real issues, but let's cut the crap here. This is a business. You are there making money. And if you're not making money, you are getting exposure. Business. The one thing that I give you credit for, Anton and Lapeef, and I want to criticize at the same time, a little bit of a dichotomy here. You're too open. Your platform is great because it's so open, but at the end of the day, this is your platform. We're not dummies here. We see who put this together. We see who's financing it. We see who is running the ship. Let it be known who's running the ship. Things cannot be so chaotic if you are going to represent and give us the hope that we're coming to you for. Because the topics that you all talk about are great, but we are, just like I told Courtney the other day, you all are role models whether you like it or not. You all are representing the best of us. And we understand that there's going to be some conflict here and there, but I noticed how everyone got real quiet when Kevin Samuels came on, because Kevin Samuels puts a demeanor out there that demands respect. And
I think that
I'm sorry, go ahead, sir. Go ahead, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry.
I think that when Kev comes on, Kev is a friend of the show. And so when he comes on, a lot of times he comes on as a favor, to us largely. And so, as a person that has a higher stature and he works on our behalf behind the scenes and so on and so forth, you got to extend a level of courtesy as far as being able to let them kind of sort of have the floor and rock a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? So we love Kev, we respect him, and we extend more courtesy for him to be able to do his thing because we value what he does, not only on the show, but also outside of it. Right. Like when it's almost like when a higher level of tier, right? Because I have no problem with acknowledging that Kev is doing it on a much bigger level. He's great in a lot of things, whatever, so on and so forth. you got to shut the piss up and listen. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to kind of humble yourself, and because he got a lot of knowledge and he's older than us and he's been able to do some things. So, even when I'm not going to say that part, but yeah, I mean, you just got to shut the piss up and listen. Me personally, I have no pride whatsoever in letting Unc do his thing, because Unc is Unc, and it just is what it is.
And I agree with that 100%. My only point that I was trying to make out of that is that let's let the Godfather be an example to other men. Let him, if you have the ability to humble yourself, and I'm talking more to the ladies right now, but if you have the ability to humble yourselves and show a ladylike feminine decor when Mr. Samuels is around, do it when B9 is around. Do it when Anton Daniels is around.
B9.
Lapeef is around. Especially Lapeef, since this is the Lapeef network.
Hold on. What does that mean?
Right.
Are you trying to talk, saying that we don't hold a decorum when men are around?
I'm saying that there's a lot of clucking that goes on when Kevin Samuels isn't around, that I notice stops when Kevin Samuels does.
Anton just explained that to you.
Right. So you understand that we're on a panel and we're on the show to debate. So we're not on here to be quiet and look subservient and a Stepford wife and just be like, we're on here because they deemed us to be on here because we have thoughts and ideas
that was
to debate.
Mm-hmm. So B9, while you would like for everyone to just sit in silence for the entirety of the podcast, that is not conducive to a successful podcast. And I see you're trying to flex some type of Kevin Samuels power as yourself. Would you consider yourself on the same level as Kevin Samuels? Would you consider yourself in the same realm of Kevin Samuels? And if so, how? I'm just trying to find out, because the thing is, everybody, all right, you want to be, just answer those questions. Let me not even get.
Well, first and foremost, I allowed Miss Courtney to talk. I allowed you to talk, Miss K, and I didn't disturb either one of you all.
Okay, can you respond to what I asked?
I'm a man. So it has nothing to do about being a Stepford wife. I gave you the common respect to finish all of your statement, and now I'm going to retort.
Perfect.
Now, in answer to your question about where my accomplishments are, I'm a 20-year established real estate investor here in Washington, D.C. I'm a very successful stock investor. I'm a retired DCPS school teacher.
That's amazing.
And in relation to you as an educator, I would also like to point out the example that you are setting by going out of the forum all the time and doing your own thing is definitely not the example that you want to set as an educator to your students. You want to make sure that
going out of the forum and doing my own thing.
That you set because
be specific.
You got a point. You got a point.
Anton, be quiet.
Educator,
you got a point.
Listen,
I'm objective. When they got a point, they got a point. When they don't,
young
you got a point.
People. So you knowing that they're young people, you are supposed to be held to the highest decorum and the highest standard.
Okay, so you just is this
very, very poor example.
You didn't answer anything I asked you, and now you're talking about what I should be doing on the outside. Please be specific. What am I doing that is something you don't think people that are educators should do?
Okay, one of the things that you do is you over-explain what you won't do, and you under-explain what you will do.
Oh, so that's not okay. What else?
Details about all of the things that you don't agree with, all of the things that you won't do, don't do, shouldn't do, wouldn't do. But when you're asked a question of what you should do or what you would do, it's always
Please cite an example.
Oh, funny. Oh, Mr. Samuels. Oh, I agree.
Give me an example, B9.
That's a
now is B9. Now is your time to shine. B9, if you have a question, ask it now.
Ask for.
B9, if you have a question, ask
All
it
right,
now.
we got to bring it. We got to.
B9, if you have
final
a
thought,
question,
B9.
ask it now.
Final thought, B9.
Yeah.
Now is your time to shine. If you have a question, ask it now. If not, I don't know what
As
to
I
tell you.
explained to Miss Courtney, I'm Anton Daniels Jr. when it comes to this real estate and this investment.
He done made himself your junior. Anton, he didn't call himself your junior.
Now listen, the same thing that you were saying. Look like sign language to me, Kay.
Well, I see you over there.
I'm more than adept and well.
No, it's facts. He said that was your junior.
It looks like sign language to me, Kay.
That was sign language. He said it.
All right, B9. We got a couple more people to get on.
Hey, debate the point, not the person.
No. He said he was your junior. He said he's Anton Junior.
Yeah, he's saying he getting it in real estate. I get it in real estate.
It is hilarious. Like when people have all the time in the world.
In context, I said in regards to success.
Yes, you're Anton Junior.
Financial knowledge.
You're Anton Junior.
Yes, in regards to success, financial education.
I'm glad. I'm glad that you should subscribe. Is he on your Patreon?
And you can learn.
Is he on your Patreon? Because if not, he shouldn't be out here marketing this way. Get on his Patreon,
B9. We got to move on. Appreciate you, sir.
Get on his Patreon, B9.
Salute. Okay, you're gonna have to learn to concede sometimes. Sometimes these people be coming on here with that smoke, and maybe you gotta be like, I'm gonna dodge this one.
Well, look, Anton, let me hold on, Anton. Let me just say this because he was on the live last night, and I saw your live today where people said people were slick dissing, which was false. Okay.
No, I didn't. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you. The only part of the live that I watched the beginning before you started taking callers, and then somebody sent me the timestamps of when Rilla was doing the Rilla, and so I didn't get a chance. Rilla was like, Rilla did the chest beat thing. Well, it was dope. I mean, I've never seen Rilla do that before. So
but here's the
I
thing,
didn't get a chance.
Rilla had the chat. Rilla was doing it.
I planned on watching the whole show, but then I wound up going on the lead attorney show today, and I was just on a streaming frenzy today, and then I had to go to the Porsche dealership, and I did what I did there. We're gonna talk about that later, but yeah, I'm gonna wind up watching the whole. I'm gonna wind up watching the whole show tomorrow, so I didn't get to see all of the guests.
He was on there, so it wasn't like that. It was a lot of people that honestly had questions about, because of course my beginning was Black culture is not trash. That was
that's what everybody was saying. I didn't get it. I was like, well, I'm gonna reserve what I said until
everybody was like, no, see, and then he was one. B9 was on there doing the same thing that he was doing now. So I saw that, I was like, sneaking it. No, the people said what they said, and a lot of them had questions for you. And what we said was ask them.
And people didn't.
I just want to say, Anton, wait. Hey, if people gonna be walking around calling themselves your junior, you make sure they paying you for that. Make sure he gets on your page.
Listen. No. Y'all not gonna be dictating how my people move.
I'm just saying.
If they get into the bag, if y'all not gonna be trying to.
You don't know that man at all.
What's really happening? No.
Wait a minute, Anton. You always say defend your point. This is what I'm saying. You people that rep or be perping with fraternities and sororities, you cannot do that. You go to a college,
we don't know. No, he seemed pretty articulate.
Anton, let me finish.
Oh, okay, my bad. Sorry.
Let me finish.
I'm gonna see you. I'm gonna see you in real life tomorrow. So
absolutely, no problem.
Okay.
And I will stand beside it. I'm looking out for you. You do not want, and I'm not saying diminishing anything he got going on, but if I'm going to have somebody walking around claiming all of the knowledge that I'm dishing out, I will hope that you are pouring into what I'm doing and not just taking free game and walking around using your name. I'm standing up for you.
Listen, this is all I know. Junior. This is all I know. He was giving Kate at work.
Yeah, y'all are so funny. And this is what? This is
He was giving Kay that work, and Kay is trying to deflect from it, but he was
and
giving you that
Anton,
word.
you know what's pathetic? The fact that you would take that random work from B9 against me and take it as a point of pride.
It don't.
Strange and
It's not a point of pride. I just am.
Yes,
I'm
it is. You're like,
objective.
he was giving.
He was out
that
here.
work.
He was talking that talk, and
he
as
wasn't
as
even
your,
forming coherent sentences.
yes, he was. As your fellow educator, he was very much able to communicate his point effectively. Yes, he was.
Nobody got time for that. Last thing, do you or do you know? Drop specific things on the Patreon. So I feel like your Patreon members know a little bit more than your average YouTube viewers, right? Like
I do give specific game. I do, but he's giving. He was like, "Kay, I want you to come over here and get this work."
You see, all I'm saying, weird. It's so weird.
All I'm saying is that being a Patreon member,
I know we got a guess, right?
A little bit more.
What's up, E Black?
He ain't no guess.
He's not a guess. He's part of the panel.
He's not a guess.
It's not a guess.
It's
E-Black.
funny because so
E-Black, what's going on, E-Black?
people have this obsession with me in terms of proving me wrong or saying I'm this and I'm that.
Hold on.
What's up, E-Black? No.
E-Black, you see what's happening? She's exhibiting the exact behavior that he highlighted and called out. She's living the example.
You don't even know that man. You don't know him.
I know what he said.
What did he say?
He said that you was unruly. When
he
it comes
didn't
to
say that.
Yes, he did. He said that you are not extending the same courtesy to the men on the panel that you're extending to Kevin Samuels. That's unruly.
Unruly.
And then he broke down his profile and he started running down because he was like, "Who is you?" And he was like, "Well, let me show you."
The fact that y'all don't see
come get this work.
The fact that y'all don't see this very clear thing where people just want me to feel some kind of way all the time. It's a problem.
You
well, that's what happens when you. That's what happens when you try to stand on the fact that you never wrong, but you wrong in the mug. But it's all right.
We gotta guess. We gotta guess.
Somebody in the comments said that me and you argue like brother and sister.
We gotta.
And I absolutely agree.
Hey,
and
we gotta guess.
See, she's doing it again.
Hey, we gotta guess.
Why are you not saying Anton? We have a guest. He's talking
JR,
to
you don't have to use that mute button, bro.
Look at him. Look at him.
Use that mute button, bro.
Talking. Come on.
It's only me, but it's
to the show, man. What's your thoughts? What's your thoughts?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Courtney, cousin
what's
Courtney.
What's going on, my guy?
What's going on, my guy JR? Hey, Lauren, Rilla.
Hey, darling.
Anton, how you guys doing?
That's my guy.
Lord have mercy. My ears are bleeding, but
What'd you think about Buttercup?
Man, I'm not gonna address that situation, but like I said, I kind of wanted to talk about the community growth thing. I believe that Black men should have male leadership in their community, and that dictates growth for most communities. I also believe that Black men should be developing more curriculums.
How he don't give it. Okay, go ahead.
My bad. That was an accident. Be Black.
This is all good, my guy.
My bad, my guy.
But I'd like to give you guys an example of how communities grow. Back in the 70s, Cesar Chavez came over and they implemented credit unions, free hospitals for the community that was actually coming over, and it was highly successful. And they were able to use that power to get legislation. So I think when you talk about growing for the community, I think definitely you have to grow for Black. The only way that you can get any type of leverage on any such scenario is be self-reliant. The moment you're relying on another community, then that community can take away anything from you, and then you're dependent upon that community. You see it a lot in the Asian community where you don't even know you're walking by an Asian bank. Sometimes you don't even realize you're walking by an Asian corporation because they have their language on the building. That's community growth. So, I think definitely grow your Black community first, and then we can address other communities because we can then rely on ourselves when we get the retaliation. That's what the Panthers taught us. So. I'm sorry if I'm not in the mood for joking. My ears were really bleeding, and I'm kind of like.
No, I hear you. E-Black, I agree. I like that black and proud in the back.
Oh yeah, I was gonna put another message up there, but I was gonna put another message, but I didn't want to get totally banned.
Another one of K's inductees.
E-Black,
see how he just.
You need to relax, Anton. Relax.
I didn't even say nothing.
I'll take E-Black all day. You take B9.
He just hold on, wait a minute.
I would murder B9.
Wait a minute.
Really?
He just washed you. He just got done taking you through the rinse cycle, and you gonna sit here and talk about
B9?
Yes, he just took you through the rinse cycle. He just did it. Yes.
That's because y'all, that's what okay.
My guy.
He just took you through the rinse cycle.
By saying what? How?
I would wash B9. Sorry.
And then I watched E-Black on my own show personally. So we 2-0. Yes, I watched E-Black on my show. I watched him.
JR, I'm sick of you. And these
E-Black, no, being objective. E-Black, being objective. Did I watch you when you came on my show?
No.
Objectively, real talk.
No. Because if you actually go now, hold on.
Why is that the sound, JR? Like, what?
I think it's because I got this red light special going on. I got this red light special.
E-Black, I watched you, bro.
I'm glad you watched. I'm glad you brought that up.
Go ahead, say it. You was about to say it. You glad I watched you?
If you look at the comments, it's literally 50-50. Now, if you take my comments away, which they were deleted.
Nope. Hold on. First of all, I don't delete no comments. Sometimes
all my comments are deleted.
No. YouTube flags comments and then they hold them for review. But I never ever delete any comment. You know that, E-Black. Don't start doing that. You got watched, bro.
Okay. Like I said, if you look at the comments, you will see that people are 50-50. It's a 50-50 argument. People understand it. But like I said, I understand my comments got deleted. All the conversations got deleted. You won. Go ahead. You the big man. You in power. It's all good.
I know. I beat you. B9 washed K. So I don't know who's picking these teams, but that wouldn't be good.
If that makes you feel good, Anton.
Yeah, that's good.
No. Everybody watching. Let me pull up the comments.
Everybody.
B9 watched her.
Yes,
B9.
Anton. Let me explain something to you. Let me explain it.
Yes, ma'am.
So sometimes when people like y'all know the position I play on this show. Y'all know that people look at me a certain way. Y'all know people. I know I do. It's myself. I'm not saying I'm being an actress or whatever, but I'm saying the position I'm in on this show. So when there are people that
feminist, earthy, yes, we get
whatever. So when there are people that are so thirsty to prove me wrong, to humble me and all this, they'll pick anybody, even B9, as their winning moment.
You really think you stood a
even
chance?
Though he didn't say anything.
Jesus,
that's how it goes.
Okay, honestly, I'm gonna put you in my prayers tomorrow when I wake up in the morning. Me. Okay, well, leave you to wallow in your own.
They're so thirsty. They're like, K, blah, blah, blah. They're just thirsty. It's really weird, but I welcome. It's fine. It's real weird though. But nah, Anton, don't pray for me.
E-Black, what's your final point, E-Black? Yeah.
No, my final point. I'm sorry, is Kay. I'll line them up with any of Anton's goons, and we can go head up. No problem.
You'll line them up.
Why you disrespecting my people, bro? I'm calling them goons, man. I love my people.
Goons, gooblers, goblins.
Whoa, Anton, who are your people?
All right, man. Yeah.
Let me tell you something. One thing that Rilla know, my army is monstrous right now.
But wait, when you said you love your people, who are you talking about?
Talking about my people that rock with me, my Patreon members, my
Okay.
tribe, my army. I'm building a
Are we
massive
part
army.
of your people?
Lauren, Courtney, sometimes. Sometimes Courtney is.
You know, you
When JR and Rilla is definitely a part of the
so
army.
Anton, you're saying I'm not your person.
You the one that we
No, not we. I'm asking you.
Hey, you know how on football they gotta use a practice squad? You're a part of the practice squad.
I'm asking you directly.
You're part of the practice squad.
Anton, tell me directly. People done already called us brother and sister in the chat and
oh fuck no. I'm never gonna be indoctrinated by the type of use. I seen your brothers and sisters.
Anton,
I seen your Buttercup. I seen Foolie and your Buttercup come up on here. You can cancel that. Those are not my brothers and sisters ever. And see, this is what's wrong. See, I can't even get like if you was to ever even recruit me to be a part of this whole black movement thing that you got going on over there, and then I showed up to a meeting and I seen no suckers in there, I'm walking right out.
Oh, you wouldn't.
If I see Buttercup and Foolie in that meeting,
call him that.
I'm getting the hell out of that room because that room is worth nothing. Is worth nothing.
I see what you're doing.
Not even 2 nickels. You can get those suckers right on up out of there. They probably gonna be in. You see how beta simpy was? I mean, my girl is right here, but I don't know. I like love. I'm like, man, if you don't get this little cockroach wannabe black power flag in the back of my man, get out of here, bro.
But Anton, you're not black power at all. You don't even identify and align with black people. So how are you having anything to say about anybody who is? That's not your realm of things to talk about.
But you know what's so interesting about that though?
What
is that? I don't identify as that, yet I've done more for the black community than you and your friends put together. How does that work?
Anybody has
we know.
For the black community.
Let's pull it. What have you done for the black community?
Show me yours first.
Really, Kay?
Yes.
You know my stuff is online. Like my whole life is documented.
Show me.
You can see me in the hood. I've hired them. I've built whole businesses that I employ them. I mentor young men between the ages of 14 to 24.
Where's the receipts? Where's the receipts?
It's on my channel. You can literally watch my channel and look at my old footage of me doing these things. What are you talking about? It's literally out there. What are you talking about? It's online. Go to Anton Daniels, my original channel, and look for it.
Get that plug in.
It's there. My receipts is online. Now, where's your receipts? What have you done? I don't even need no receipts. Just give me a rundown. I'll take your word for it. What have you done? Oh, now she breathing hard. She don't want to play this.
My
okay, what have you done?
What? I am an educator at an all-black school, and I've been doing so.
You get paid for that. That's your job. You don't get rewarded for getting paid for that, fam.
What are you?
You get paid as a teacher. That's your job. You're not doing that out of the kindness of your heart. That's not coming out of your pocket.
Are you saying that black educators are just useless?
You're getting paid.
I'm asking
you're trading in your time
I'm
for
asking
currency.
you.
You don't get credit for that.
I'm asking you.
You don't get credit for that.
Yes or no? Do you think
no? Everybody has value.
Okay, so are you saying that black educators
you don't get credit for that as a part of your Trump card to say what you're doing?
Black educators do not deserve.
What have you done? No, stop trying to change the subject. What have you done specifically for the black community that warrants you to even be able to have a conversation with somebody like me who got real receipts?
What's your receipts? Show me.
Stop, Kay. You trying to change the subject. What have you done?
I'm not. I'm trying to get your receipt.
You know what I've done. What have you done, Kay?
No, I don't.
Look, why you keep deflecting? What have you done? Answer the question. Name me one thing that you've done for the black community.
You're like, I have receipts. I have a YouTube video. Give me the receipts.
Why is she not answering?
Give me the receipts. Why you not answering? I guess we're the standoff, Anton.
Yeah. We gonna call out all of these fake protesters, these fake woke people that's talking all of this black. They think just because they read a bunch of books and they ain't actually did nothing for nobody, ain't put a dime in the community, ain't
I
helped
haven't done
nobody,
anything
ain't,
for
ain't
anybody.
did
What have you
anything
done?
for nobody but go
What
to a
have you
bunch of
done?
meetings and post a bunch of stuff on
What have you
Facebook and
done?
think that they can hold a candle to me whatsoever.
What have you done? I don't
I
think you
build
haven't.
houses. I give away money. I mentor young
To
men.
who?
I go and speak at schools.
Where's the
I
receipt?
employ
You
these
want to
people.
come to my school?
No, hell no.
Why not?
Hell no.
Why?
Hell no. I know
Why?
because, man, because hell no. I ain't coming to
Why?
that school. No way, no how.
So you're not really okay.
So what have you done? Give me something. Give me anything. I'll take your word for it.
No, you tell me what you did.
No, you just said I just did.
No, you didn't. You're giving me these vague.
I gave you a small rundown.
You said you had receipts. Where are they?
I do.
Where?
Rilla, have you seen any of my videos of me
You don't ask
participating in the
Rilla
community?
nothing. Don't ask.
No, honestly, because
Rilla's gonna be
clearly
gang, and
I
blah,
just
blah, blah.
told you
Don't
that there's
ask Rilla.
content
Don't
and videos
ask
out there of me doing it. Hold on.
Nope.
You don't want to
Yeah,
go
I
and
hear
look
you.
at the content. You don't want to go and look at the content.
Anton, you got
Rilla,
my email
is it real?
address. Email me the receipts, and I won't
Man,
say
ain't nobody
anything
about to
about it
email
ever
you.
again.
You're not that important. All I'm saying is give
I'm
me
not
anything.
that
Give
important.
me.
Then why are we
Hey,
talking?
stop.
Then be done.
Deflecting.
Then be
you're a
done.
master
No,
deflector.
you're deflecting. I asked you what you did, and I asked for receipts, and you said, "Well,
What
what
has
are
she
you
done?
doing?"
Tell her to give me
That's
one thing.
deflection.
Tell her to give me one thing. One thing. One.
You
give
said
me
you
one thing.
provide receipts. Where are they?
She don't want to answer.
Where are the receipts?
She don't want to answer.
Where are the receipts?
She don't want to answer. We got her on the spot. This is live. Answer. Give me one thing. I'll accept it. Give me one. Give me one.
Give me your receipts, and I will answer.
What up, Bolo? We know a fake one. We
You see how that
this
works.
woke talk.
You see
all
how
of this,
that
all of this,
works.
all of this woke talk, and ain't
Y'all
did
see
nothing.
how that works.
Go ahead, Bolo. Do your thing.
As soon as somebody asks you for something, Anton, you change the subject. You say, "JR, go to the next caller." You do all these things, but
I'm not
you
gonna run a
never.
circle with you. You don't want to answer the question.
No,
What's up, Bolo?
I mean, you got my information.
Hey, we got to guess.
Send
we got to
me-
guess.
Send me the information.
What's up, Bolo?
I bet you I don't
What
get
up,
it.
Bolo?
Family.
What up, Bolo?
I bet I don't get it.
Panel. How's everyone in the panel? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. What's happening?
Yeah.
One. And there's a lot to cover, but I'm gonna try to cover just a few things. First, Christ is simple, man. Christ is not complicated at all. You know, we make Christ to be too complicated, and he's a simple man. The book is simple. You know, we got to take our emotions out of it and just deal with what the truth is. The truth is, you know, as much as I love the brothers, and I love the brothers is off today, man. Brothers is off the chain today, as far as light skin cat, Hannibal, and you know, Anton. You know, I rock with you, baby. I you know, we got to dial it back.
I'm a bully. I'm a bully, man. That's what I got to do sometimes. Listen, Bolo. To be honest, though,
yeah,
I exposed the fact that he came on here with an agenda before he even got on the platform. He admitted that he came. Kay's gonna defend him because it's her friend.
No, I'm just
But
asking, what's your agenda?
He admitted that he came on here to show me up. That was his whole goal. He was not here to have a real conversation. He was not here to add value to the platform. His goal was to get on me and show me up. And then I made him wind up tapping out because I could smell a fake a mile away. And sometimes you got to go ahead and make the adjustment. It's not always peaches and cream. Sometimes you got to get dirty in the trenches and expose these fakes. I spotted it a mile away.
Agree with you when you have to find someone to expose them. But let me ask you this. With the optics that, you know, you guys have right now, right? And your platform is growing. If you would have outwitted them with just your logic in truth, do you think it would have meant more than how you did it?
No, sometimes you gotta personally, no. I think that sometimes that makes sense for certain people. So, like, for example, when I went on the lead attorney show today,
right,
I very much think that I won that debate. When I went on a platform with everybody, all of the red pill dudes yesterday, I
Right.
very much think that I won that debate, right? It wasn't that type of show. But when somebody comes in with an agenda, I think that you got to pivot sometimes and you got to make that adjustment. And so sometimes you got to get a little dirty. Sometimes you got to hold some people accountable. And it was just different.
With you that sometimes you got to adjust. But let me ask you this. Let me ask you this question, then I'll move on. Would Christ have dealt with him in that manner?
Heck yeah. Heck yeah.
Come on.
Heck yeah. Sometimes he went up in there like, no, y'all fake up in here. He wasn't speaking in parables the entire time that he was on here. Sometimes he was showing them up like, yo, y'all faking. You a sucker over here, and we not rocking with you over here. Get on out of my face, yo. We turning this whole place upside down. He absolutely
did that, but here's the issue. He did that.
He did it, right? He did do that, right?
People know he did. He did that inside the temple when they were gambling. Here's the thing. The point is, from what I saw and how you were dealing with Duke, just with your knowledge alone, you was destroying them. You didn't need to go to that point where you had to get to that point where he's calling you the P word, and that Christ don't operate in that. I understand what you're saying, that sometimes you gotta move the situation a little bit to gain clarity. I get it. I understand it. I do it. But when it gets to the point that at the end of the day, you represent the Father, and the Lord tells you he's not in contentious conversation. I don't care how it is. He's not in contentious conversation at all. He didn't pick which one that he is. He said he's not in contentious conversation. Even though you revealed him, even though you did, you're too smart for that, brother. You're too smart for that.
I'll tell you what. And I'll go back and look at the tape, and I'll try to objectively hold myself accountable. And if that be the case, I'll publicly apologize and make the adjustment. I'm open to the possibility that I'm wrong. So if you're saying that there's something that I could have done differently and I need to look at it differently, I'm willing to do that because I respect you and I know you got my best interest at heart. I'll do that.
The other thing that I want to address is, the whole duty of man is to serve our Lord and Savior, right? The whole duty of man. So when we talk about code and we talk about black and we talk about white, and we talk about Asian and we talk about that, Christ don't rock with that. I understand that we have to deal with our people. I understand we need to help our people. I get that. I'm 100% with it. I rock with all of you on that. But when we're dealing with Christ, Christ don't deal with color. Christ deals with how you hold his statutes and commandments. That's what he deals with. That's paramount. So when you're talking about black, white, understand what the bigger picture and the bigger goal is. Man is trying to divide us, and he's doing a hell of a job. He's doing a hell of a job. We need to understand how we talk and how we move, because when we speak black first, when we speak like that, we're pushing prejudice. Understand what I'm saying. I'm for my people. I get it. I understand my people are the last on the totem pole, last hired, first fired. I get that. But our premise as Christ followers, and I know y'all probably getting tired of me saying it, but as Christ followers, our premise is to push his agenda, not ours. Now, through us pushing his agenda, we help those that are the weakest. We help those that need the most help. So if you're coming from that positioning, then you're 100%. We need to understand that everyone plays a position, and it always gets convoluted when we talk about it, right? Men are afraid to say what the position was, like the dude Hannibal was saying, that he was saying he didn't know what a woman's position is. Listen, let's stop playing this game. We're too late in the quarter to play this game. We're too late in the quarter. Women have a position to play and men have a position to play. The reason why the so-called black community is out of order is because no one wants to take command. And when I say no one, I'm meaning men. Let's just call it what it is. We understand women are out of order. Women follow power. If men got their act together, women would follow. Why? Because there's a certain order. There's a certain type of spirit that you command that you're not going to tolerate, and they would submit to that.
I don't know, Bolo. I don't know, Bolo. I think you're right, but I think two things can be true at the same time. At the same time, we got to hold these women accountable.
No one is
And, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because they
Break it.
can't have it both ways.
I
You
agree.
can't advocate for equal everything, get all of the benefits that come along with being a man, and then not have to hold yourself accountable in the way that we do. And that's the one thing, the only other thing that I feel like needs to be a part of this conversation, because they can't keep getting a free pass doing what they want to do, throwing rocks and then hiding their hands. Right? You can't keep hitting on men and then get mad when he boss up and slap you in your face back one day.
I agree with you.
You can't keep doing all of this behavior and acting like, oh, but you're a man, you shouldn't deal with me like that. Well, you shouldn't even be in my face in the first place, and get your monkey face out of here and learn your place. So my point is that if you want to act like a man in every type of way, then you're gonna have to compete with me. Otherwise, get out the way, right, and let us do what men do. But I think that there should be some accountability. You can hold yourself accountable as far as being the priest of your household, but at the same time, we gonna have to start holding these women accountable also, because they are raising our sons, they are raising our daughters, they do control access to sex, and I think that two things can be true at the same time.
And I don't disagree with you on that. Well, I agree with you 100%. Here's the thing. When Eve sinned, who did God come to check first?
Say it again. You was breaking up on my headphones.
When Eve sinned, who did God come to check first?
Adam.
That's true. He checked the man, but he still checked the woman too. He didn't leave her. She wasn't unscathed.
No. That's not my point. I understand that women have to be held accountable. Everyone is going to be held accountable. There's no one that's not going to be held accountable. So let's just get that off the table. What I'm saying to you is, when the Lord comes sifting through, he's coming to the man first. The man is his wife. The man is his glory. He left man in charge. So he's going to deal with man first. Women are going to get it too. Don't get it twisted. They're going to get it too. But he's going to come to the father. He's going to come to the men. He's going to come to the leaders. He's going to come to the men. Why wasn't your house in order? That doesn't give her liberty to gallivant and be out of order. But why was your house out of order? It wasn't sin until Adam did it. The Lord is holding us to a higher esteem than the women, even though they're going to get dealt with. So I want to keep that abundantly clear. They're going to get dealt with. But we have to understand that it starts with you. It starts with me. When you want to destroy a nation, you don't destroy a nation through the women. You destroy a nation through the men. Men carry the seed, not women. It's men. So although women have been brought to a higher level than man in this backward world, we're dealing with the Lord. The Lord says, be of the world, but not in it. Be in the world, but not of it. Excuse me. So we have to operate inside this world, but we don't operate inside the world, if you understand what I'm saying. So yeah, you're 100% correct. 100% correct. Women need to be dealt with. But the bigger issue are the men. Because look what happens when you take men out of the home. Look at the madness.
I don't know, Bolo.
What I'm saying to you is,
I don't know, Bolo.
Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a leak in the house and a fire in the house, what do you take care of first?
Say that again.
If you have a leak in the house and a fire in the same house, what do you take care of first?
You take care of the fire.
Why?
Because it's going to spread faster and burn up the house.
There you go. A leak will only damage the house. The fire will destroy the house.
Yeah, but Bolo, the problem with that is that, to a larger extent, right, there's so many men that's at a disadvantage today, right?
I agree.
When you look at, for example, these family court laws that are archaic,
right?
It's almost like the I don't want to call it refer to women but in general, but backwards ways in which we operate in, right? The prisoners is running the institution now.
I agree.
Right? The way that America is set up is that your leaders are a reflection of the people that vote for them. So if you have the overwhelming majority of the people operating out of ignorance, thinking that they know something, you're going to have the inmates running the asylum, and the inmates to a larger extent are the majority of the population, which are the women. And so the question then becomes, how do you rein it in?
This is how we do it, right? Because what you're doing, what you're dealing with is a symptom of, you're dealing with a branch of the tree. You're dealing with a symptom. The reason why our people are out of order, let's just consolidate it. The reason why our people are out of order and our people are off the chain is because the fathers are out of the home. And when the fathers are out of the home and there's no order in the home, when you don't have that scanner, when you don't have that antivirus to scan what comes into the computer, then anything and everything will come in. And this is the direct reflection of that happening. So women being out of order, our children being out of order, all these things going on are symptoms to the problem, right? So now we understand women are off the chain. So I don't think I have to keep repeating that. We understand that they're off the chain. The fire is getting our men in order, because women, although they can do damage, they don't do as much damage as men do.
Oh, Bolo, I can't, bro. Not today, bro.
Listen to my point when I say that. Women will do damage through the law. Women will run the man through court, take his license, get him all that, and that's a big thing. So I'm not making little of it. Men kill each other. We kill each other. We sell drugs. That's the point what I'm trying to say when I say we do more damage. We understand in the law, women are the chief of it. When we're talking about physical damage in our community, when it comes to man, like you said before, you said that you got carjacked. Did you get carjacked by women?
Nope.
You got carjacked by guys, correct?
But the thing that I'm saying is that, again, two things can be true at the same. I don't think. Okay, so this is what I'm emphasizing. Okay. I don't think that you can completely fix the problem just by holding men accountable.
I'm not saying only hold men accountable. I told you, what do we deal with?
I think that you're going to get a large gap in the results. If you got every man together today, I think you're still going to have a large gap in the results of what it is that you're looking for.
This is the issue. The reason why our men are acting like women, our young men are acting like women, having the tendencies of women. Not saying that they're gay. They have the tendencies of women, not being able to articulate how they feel. They're very temperamental and very emotional. Because of what? Because why?
You tell me.
Because there's no men in the home. That's why. If these men are more intentional, because again, women they're to blame. So it's like okay, give you this example. Let's say you had another child, right? Your daughter is older than the boy. Now, typically, when you and your wife go away, typically we leave the elder in charge. So you tell your daughter, I'm leaving you in charge, such and such, whatever. She leaves, you come back, the house is out of order. Your son broke the whole crib up. Who do you blame, brother? Who are you checking first? You checking her first. You're going to check him. Don't get it twisted. But you're going to check her first because you left her in charge. And that's the point that I'm trying to make. Not that women are going to be blameless. Hell no, they're not going to be blameless. They're going to get checked because the Lord checked Eve. He checked her and checked her hard. What did he tell her? You're going to give birth. He put her in subjection. He did all that stuff. So they're going to get checked. What I'm saying is we are the physical representation of the Most High. We are. This is why the Lord said in the church that women are not supposed to talk. They are supposed to learn from their husband. When you look at the church, the Lord don't even count women, my brother. He only count men. Why? Because we are the physical representation of the Lord. So to a certain extent, we have to be held to a higher esteem. That's why with the way that cat was talking, I know you and I see the way you've spoken. I've never heard him speak before. So I've heard how articulate you can be. I've heard how you've dismantled people mentally, dealing with your words, catching them. So when you stoop down to his level, I'm like, nah, this ain't Anton, man. Anton is too above.
I'm not that far removed. Sometimes I come back down.
But here's the
I'm not that far removed. Sometimes I'm not above it. I'm not that far above it.
Listen, all of us can fall, right? All of us fall short. But when you put on that jacket, the same thing I said to Courtney, when you put that jacket on to say, I'm going to be a Christ follower, believe me, brother, I went on a platform and they was calling me, a dude told me suck his penis.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
No, not that.
Old man.
Oh.
To him was, you are old man. You're supposed to be the elder. And this is what you say? This is what you say?
Wow.
Now, again, I probably didn't reach him. I probably wasn't there to reach him. You know what I'm saying? But there's a certain decorum that we're supposed to have. The same way if I curse on my platform, they're going to say, oh, Bola, why are you cursing for? Because I'm supposed to be held to a higher standard. Doesn't mean I don't curse. I do. I do. I fall short like everyone else. But my job is your brother, and I love you. Same way I love Courtney, Kay, Rilla, and Lauren, JR. My job is to let you know, brother, you better than that. I've seen you in action. I've seen you. That dude right there couldn't touch you when it comes to having a conversation. When it comes to that. So, you know, again, women are going to get checked. Men are going to get checked. We need to start being more decisive in our answers when it comes to Christ, man. Stop, you know, and that's the reason when the question was asked to Amira, what do you bring to the table as a wife? Everybody gave a breakdown, which was cool. When she said, my life, you don't need no breakdown after that. That said it. Christ is into your yay being yay and your nay being nay. He don't like when you filibuster. He don't like that. We need to stop filibustering in Christ, man. Just say what it is. We may not like it. There's a lot of things that sometimes you may not agree, but the Lord says this is what it got to be, and we got to rock with it. It is what it is. But when we're dealing with the Spirit, we have to stay in the Spirit, as hard as it may be, as contentious as the conversation is going to get. Everyone sees who you are, brother. You don't need to boast of what you do.
Mm-mm.
You don't need to do that.
You're wrong. You're wrong, Bolo.
How do you say that, brother?
Well, I don't want to extend the conversation too long, and I don't want to necessarily give away some of my marketing strategies.
No. I'm talking about your marketing strategy. I'm talking about as far as what you do for the community. That's what
no, they need to know. They need to know that. They need to know that. They need to know. We're not gonna whisper when it comes to the good things that we do, and then highlight and celebrate all of the other stuff that we do.
Well, I agree with you.
That's bad. We need to highlight the awesomeness, not just.
Good
not
point.
gonna sweep that under the rug.
Okay, I'll take
got that. Got that, Kay?
Listen, man. With that, I'm gonna say thank you so much for having me on the platform, man. I love what y'all doing. Continue doing it. Continue having the hard conversations and holding people accountable. And strive to be better versions of ourselves constantly and all the time. Thank you, guys. Have a good night and bless up.
Thank you.
I appreciate you, bro. I mean, Bolo. She's laughing at Lauren.
You.
What's going on, Emmanuel?
How you doing? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. Somebody missing.
All right, cool.
Somebody's missing.
Hold on. How long he been gone?
For a long time.
He been gone for a long time. He left with Bolo when Bolo started.
Somebody is missing. Oh my goodness, JR. What? Keep track of your people. What's
What's up, Emmanuel? What are you talking about?
I got to feel it. I know why he missing. That's his feeling.
So my question is for Courtney.
Really, you listening? Come on back in, man. It's not gonna be that
I hear
bad,
you, Manuel.
My bad, man.
All right, so yes, sir. So yes, just to let you know, I love your content. I love the stuff that you say. So I just want to tell you, this is not an attack, but I do got a question for you. So my question is this right here. Say for example, on the other side of the spectrum, say if it was a white man hiring based off someone's race, would we judge him differently if he was just doing it by race? Say if we had a wealthy white man, he was only hiring based on his race and not values, would that be a problem?
They've been doing it for years. That's expected.
But my question
That's the norm.
It's the
Like,
norm.
what?
People,
so
I
you said,
mean, go ahead.
well, the reason, well, let me tell you why I'm asking the question. Because me personally, I feel that you should hire based off character, and the reason that I state that is because I feel like I wouldn't have had a shot in being successful because it was white people on the end of that. And if he would have hired some people that might was more of his color and not me, my character kind of stood on why he hired me. So as I start becoming an entrepreneur, hiring other people to work for me, I feel that, saying I feel like I should give the opportunity to who have the best character, because the reason I state that is that Kevin Samuels did a whole little broadcast. He was talking about how we couldn't even get our women to smile at us, right? And so if I just go based off a person race and not based off their character, I feel like I'm doing my company a disservice for all the work I put in for the last 6 years. Does that make sense?
I hear you, but
Or
I
no?
think you missed what he stated on this platform today. He said that he champions Black excellence. So when he was a sales manager, and he had to create a team, he created a team full of Black folks intentionally, but they were excellent. That he knew that he could talk to as a Black man because they would understand, and they would understand how he talked and the culture.
I think that's easier done in a city like New York, because New York is full of Black people. For example, I'm here in
What kind of people?
it's full of Black people in New York. New York is like
No, it's
one of
not.
the high.
No,
You
it's
don't
not.
think they have a higher
No,
it'll have a lot of
there
Black
is
people
a
that stay.
very small percentage of Black people in New York. The majority of Black people are in the South.
Okay, so
There's
what
no Black
I'm
people on the West Coast like that. Up north in Midwest, y'all are everybody from Midwest come from the South. The South has the all right. The South has a predominantly of Black people. Majority of Black folks are in the South. So I
Man,
guess
I
he
don't know
wanted to
what's
take.
going on
I don't
tonight.
know
That's getting
either. Where
kicked off
everybody
left and right,
going?
man. Nah,
Like
I
leaving.
got I looked up. I was like, dang, I got kicked off.
I thought you left.
And
Rilla.
it's man, nah. And I was standing outside the club, man. I was trying to get in the VIP line. They
You
wouldn't let
couldn't
me
get
pass.
in.
Man, couldn't even get in, man.
Couldn't get in.
What's going on, Mr. Quinn?
Doing well, doing well.
The
How's everyone?
voice.
Oh goodness, again. It's been quite the show tonight. JR,
Yeah.
good evening.
Hi.
Courtney,
Good evening to you.
KA, Rilla, no records tonight. Lauren, all right. So there was a conversation earlier amongst the panel regarding parts of any major city having dedicated there being dedicated parts to major cities for groups who immigrated to the US. Kind of a home away from home. For instance, like a Chinatown. And on the outside looking in, these parts of town appear to thrive. Anton, good to see you. And there's many factors that go into that. There's many factors that play a part in that thrive. Common traditions or rituals, common language, a common flag even. And we can throw in common religion and spiritual practices just for good measure. And for the sake of this conversation, we can call this culture. Now, my question for those of you on the panel who agree with having a dedicated Black American part of town being a viable possibility here in the 21st century, what would be the common through line? What would be the common cultural bond? Don't all answer at once.
Okay.
So I think that that's a really good question. I think that in terms of what is the cultural, like the glue, I guess you could say, that would hold us together.
Correct.
Culture takes, I mean, not culture, but just practices within culture take a long time to build. Black people just recently got free in America, in our parents' or grandparents' generations. So I think that those are the things that we're building now. And for me, the common denominator is being Black in America. Like that's the overarching umbrella, right? I'm not saying that every single thing that any Black American does is acceptable. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying that there has to be some kind of cohesiveness about us being Black Americans. Like that has to be part of it.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Do we have a common language amongst Black people?
English.
Correct. Do we have a common flag?
Some people would say that the RGB or
that would be Marcus Garvey that created the Black flag, the RBG. So he tried.
Okay, but
without the internet.
In the 21st century, what is our common flag?
Is this rhetorical?
It's a question. It's a question I'd like answered, please.
And it's on your level, okay?
You said hi to me in the chat. This is what you get.
I mean, I think that the flag should be the RGB. I think RBG. We should red, black, and green it.
But in reality, the common flag is the American flag.
Well, if that was the point you were trying to get to, why did you ask?
Okay, we're not doing that.
We are.
Oh, come on. I'm a guest.
I know.
Now,
You're here with the whole professional setup and the voice. Like
I have a microphone. And some all right, so
we got some other people.
So here's the thing.
The
okay, we're Black people living in America, but we are American.
Yeah,
and I think that we kind of get it conflated because W.E.B. Du Bois said it perfectly in The Souls of Black Folks, talking about the double consciousness. The idea of the double consciousness is that we understand who we are as a person and as a people, or who we are, and then we understand how the society looks at us. And so Black folks have a double consciousness that we know who we are, we're at home. But when we get outside, we understand that we are American, but sometimes we don't feel it.
It's a subculture.
It's the double consciousness. And so for us to not understand that, and you know, W.E.B. he said it very eloquently, where it is a double consciousness that Black people have. We are American. We understand that. We were stripped from our native land. A lot of us don't know even where we belong to and what country in Africa. However, we are here trying to make a subculture of what we should have already had. But then it's very hard because we understand how we got here and what continued on with us. And so we know who we are, but yet we also know how majority of society sees us. And that is W.E.B. Du Bois, the idea of double consciousness.
Okay.
These questions all seem rhetorical. If there's a point you would like to get to.
Just wanted to know what that common bond would be, because it was brought up earlier that dedicated parts of town, Chinatown, Koreatown, whatever, they seem to thrive. And if we had something like that ourselves, we would do the same thing. So I wanted to know what would be the common thread that brought us all together.
The common thread should be being Black in America. And we have to start keeping up or recognizing certain things as people in general, Black people. But we're at that turning point right now. Like a lot of Black people think, oh, we made it. We ain't got to do this. Everybody could be part of the blah, blah, blah. Like that's what a lot of people are thinking. And some people are still like, no, we really got to like get down to what we need to do and be on point. And we're really at a turning point. So right now, that culture, that those practices, all of those things are being made, and a lot of people are willingly giving them away. So thirsty for somebody to accept. Oh my goodness!
Oh, really?
Take it from me. And yes, take it. Like it's a thing. I witness it regularly, but we really have to understand that Black is the glue that holds us together, and that we really need to be on point in terms of the betterment of our community for the future. A lot of people are too caught up with, yes, I made it. I'm doing good right now. But it can't end here with us. It can't end with our generation. There has to be something for our kids, our grandkids, our great-great-grandkids, all these people that are going to be coming in the future. We have to think about the future. We cannot continue to just think about today. Like that is what's been going on And that is why, even though people be like, oh my goodness, you know, Black people can do this and that, but it's been generation after generation that we got to take the torch that they passed to us. People in the 50s, 60s, 70s, all that built something. They built it and they passed it to us. And right now, we sitting up here, and I'm not saying me, but we general, a lot of us are sitting out here saying, well, you can do whatever you want if you're Black. No, we're not done. There's still things to do. And I think right now we're just at a turning point. We can't drop the baton at this point. Like there's so much more to do.
All right, Mr. Quinn, I got to get some more people on.
All right. Well, thanks for having me. Appreciate the time.
All right. Thank you.
Man, a Greek man, an Italian man that's going to get up here and talk the same way that brothers have been up here talking, and women get up here and talk and say the same thing that you have said tonight?
The thing is, you know, I don't, let me see. I hear what you're saying because.
Hold on, pause, Miss Jackson. Pause real quick. And I promise you, I'm going to bounce out because Courtney know how I get. And I'm on one right now.
Calm down, Realist. All right.
I am, but listen to what I'm saying, sis, and please take it with please take it. The thing of it is, we sitting up here saying how we can learn from everybody else, and what we don't even realize, the culture that we trash. We sat up there and said hip hop culture is trash. Do you even know today is the birth date of hip hop and where hip hop even comes from? That's from the youth saying we're going to create our path. Why are we looking to them to tell us about us? The men are supposed to create that. That's why y'all can't follow, because we won't lead. Facts. And you sit up here and you say, well, we should look to a mirror. You know, I'm not clowning her. Listen, man, I said plenty of time. I thought that was dope. When that sister got up and she said, man, look, I got to go tend to my husband. When she get up there and she say all those things, man, I rock with that. I'm objective enough. I'm objective. You understand what I'm saying? But I love.
Yes, I hear you.
You dig what I'm saying?
I hear you.
And
I hear you. I hear you.
Means that we have left you behind. Yeah. You're not speaking from a man. You're not speaking from the perspective of that you're under the covering of a man. You're not speaking from that perspective. You're speaking from the perspective of, you know, I got to think logical and I got to get out and hustle and move because I got to do for me because there's no man here. And if you you dig what I'm saying?
Yes.
Hey,
what's going on, Matt Turner?
Hi, Matt.
How you doing, Kay?
Hey, JR, you couldn't wait to empty that clip.
Hey, Rilla, I was confused what was going on just now. I'm like, what the? Hey, how y'all doing tonight, though, man?
Hey, turn that YouTube off in the background.
I don't have the YouTube on.
I hear an echo.
It sounds like crickets.
Yeah, I'm outside. I'm in the gazebo. My wife sleeps. Yeah, she's sleeping. She got to get up. She got a long day tomorrow. I'm off, man. I'm usually on the truck when I get with y'all, but I'm home tonight, and so I gotta take my festivities outside. You feel me? Hey, man. I'm gonna keep this short, but really, we good?
I hope so.
Okay, yeah. Man. Hey, listen, man. Real short. Hey, Anton, I ain't gonna go in on you too much. And peace to you. What's his name? Bolo already spoke on it a little bit. You and bro was tripping. You and bro was tripping tonight.
Sometimes you need some chaos in order to get clear things out.
Yeah, no doubt. I ain't tripping off that. I'm just saying with bro talking about he gonna take you on the front lawn and blast you and all that. If we talking about, pushing forward with Black culture and everything like that, that's not the message and the image that we need to be putting forth. So however that got there, we just trying to
everybody texting each other.
Yeah, I don't know what that was, but we want to just try to have a more constructive conversation. But I just wanted to speak to the code, and I wanted to say that JR and Anton, all you guys, Kay, Courtney, I'm glad to see you here, Courtney.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, no doubt, man. I came on last night, but I'm so glad to see you. Yeah, I'm so glad to see you here because we talk about culture, right? And we talk about code. And just to be clear, a code is a systematic rules and principles, right? So it's what we're governed by, right? As far as Black people. And the last caller, he spoke about what bonds us. My wife is a licensed clinical social worker, and we talk about this thing called trauma bonding, right? And there's this movie that I love from, I don't know if it's from the 90s or the early 2000s. It was on HBO. It wasn't even a movie, it was a series, but it's called Band of Brothers. And I did a study on a joint called Band of Brothers, and what banded them together as brothers, they were all from different parts of the country. I think it was World War II or World War I, whatever it was, but what banded them together was the trauma that they were experiencing. They were sitting there and they were watching each other getting their legs blown off, getting their arms blown off, whatever was happening, they were going through it together. And as Black people in this country, I think it's important to realize that when we got here, we weren't all from the same tribe, right? We all spoke different languages. Some of us sold each other out because, we didn't care about what was going on in this tribe. And it's even happening in Africa today. It's over 50 countries in Africa, and those countries are still at war today. And one tribe or one village doesn't necessarily care what happens to the next village or the next tribe. So that's one of the things that, Anton, I agree with you. That's one of the things that we can call that trash. That's one of the things that pervades us today in America is our tribalism. We haven't let that go. And we have to understand that the one thing that we all have in common as Native Black Americans is that we have all experienced the same trauma. We've all went through the same systemic racism that everybody talks about and all this, that, and the third. We've all went through that. And I am one of those people. I do know people that my great-great-grandmother came over on a slave ship. And I've talked to my elders. My elders are 92 years old. As a trucker, I've been able to go back down south and talk to them. And they told me, like, my great-great-grandmother, two things she didn't allow. She didn't eat molasses, and she didn't allow the color red in her house. And the reason she didn't allow molasses is because that's what they fed them on the slave ships coming over here. The reason she didn't allow the color red in her house is because that was the only thing that she could remember coming over here from Africa is the red flag on that ship when she came over here from Africa. So she don't play that mess. So I am one of those people who can trace my history back to slavery. But what you guys are doing with this platform is you guys are setting the culture. Our culture is trash. And I get what Anton is saying. And Anton, correct me if I'm incorrect. But I told you guys last night I'm a former gangbanger, right? The reason I'm a former gangbanger is because there is so much cancerous ways and actions in that lifestyle that is intertwined with the good, that it would be best for me to throw the whole thing out and just start over with who I am as a person. Now, I can't lie and say that, I was a Damu, right? I'm from Jersey. I was a Damu. I can't say that there is nothing redeemable about that culture. Like I told y'all last night, I never met my dad. I grew up in the hood. We bounced around. We were evicted from every place that we lived at. I can't say that there's nothing redeemable about having a group of brothers and men to show me and give me some type of discipline. And when I disrespected my mom, they jumped on my ass. I can't say that there's nothing redeemable about that culture. But then when I look at all of the death and destruction and the what do you call that? The deceit in the culture and how we'll sell each other out. Listen, I gotta say that the bad outweighs the good. And Tupac said, and that's my favorite rapper, he said if the lifestyle you live in got you taking more losses than wins, then that lifestyle need to stop. And God asked me that question one day, is this how you want to die? And I said, I don't want this to be my legacy, a lifestyle of death. So what I'm saying, as Black people, we have a culture that what we champion, what we push forward, what we put to the world is not so positive. And there's more that we can do to push forward with the positive, and we need to focus on that. But the culture in itself, we might need to just throw the whole thing away, take from the past what we can push forward with, and then create something new, because that's the gift and the curse of being Black in America. We came here with no culture, so we don't know what to do. The gift is, okay.
You can't throw the baby with the bathwater. You can't do that. Even though there might be some stuff that we need to work on, you don't throw away history. Now, unfortunately, as Black people, we've had to go through different types of cultures. We had the slave culture that we were immersed in for 400 years. That's all we knew and didn't know any better. And then once we became free, we had the Jim Crow culture. And we had to learn how to maneuver within white folks, but, you know, with Jim Crow laws. And then we had to learn a whole nother culture. But unfortunately, with that culture, it allowed us to assimilate, where it made us lose more of our culture because we didn't protect ourselves or our own. I watched on Netflix, I posted it on the Facebook, High on the Hog, where it talked about soul food and the essence of what it really was. And the idea, and it's so funny that we think that we're so far removed by our ancestors, but we really aren't. We really still do some of the stuff that our ancestors do. And that documentary showed me so much. They was over there frying fish, but when they fried their fish, they had to have something like tomato base with it. And in the South, if you know, on a Friday night, grandmama cooked fried fish and spaghetti. And so, and it was like, oh my God, they do that. And they've always done that in Africa. And we do that to this day. I fix in my home fried fish and spaghetti. Don't know why, but it was an essence that made me so proud, because I was like, I still have something that I can connect to, even though I don't know no one in Africa, but I still have that tradition based. Even like making gumbo and how you taste it. You don't taste it from the spoon. You put it on your little arm and you lick. That's seasoned good. That's African based.
Well, let me
you don't
interject
throw
here.
out the culture. You have to work within it to make it better.
And you cannot just get rid of all the history
that we've been through and done. And
no one else wants to get rid of their past. And I get why.
Yeah, we got to bring us to the final point.
I'm not saying that we throw away our history. History is where we come from. Our culture, what I'm speaking of, is the rules and code of conduct by which we abide today. Where we are today, our history, we are so far removed from our history that Courtney just spoke of, that KU just began to speak of. We are far removed from that, because aside from the good food that we enjoy, we also had a sense of community. We also had a sense of village. And you guys actually right here on this show are starting a culture, right? Because you guys showed how you had a disagreement. The family had a disagreement. You guys got into it. But guess what? You all are sitting here on this panel tonight, and you guys were not coming at each other's throat. You guys agreed on some things and you disagreed on some things. That's not culture for us. For us, culture is, if we disagree, I gotta go kill you. If we disagree,
that's not Black culture.
That's not Black culture.
That's what the media has told you. That's not Black culture.
Listen what I'm saying. And even if we go with media, I heard you guys talking about, do women, do we create our culture? Love and Hip Hop, Housewives of Atlanta, Housewives of this, that, and the third. That's a Black woman managed show. That's not that. I forget her name. I think her name is Lena.
Look at the things that you're picking as the Black culture.
We gotta get to a couple more guys, y'all. We gotta get to a couple more guys. We gotta bring this
in. Hold on, Kay. Okay, Atlanta Housewives and all, that's not Black owned. Okay, Mona Scott is an executive producer on VH1, right? She has a couple shows. But in the entirety of all the networks, Mona Scott got a few. And then in the day, no, we don't own it. So we don't. But this is what I'm going to say.
We got to bring.
Let me say this to you real quick, because you want to throw everything away. But our culture,
I don't want to throw everything away.
The ignorance
of attributing everything negative to Black culture. You cannot.
Please, Kay. The ignorance of some of us. This wasn't perpetuated over hundreds of years. The ignorance of what we have seen that's been on TV or stuff has been within 20, 30 years. We've been in America for a hell of a lot longer.
Over 460
And again, what I am basis of saying solution based, we're talking about solutions, is that we don't go and look at other cultures to pick and choose what's best. We look at what we did in the past and where we were together, where we were the highest rated as far as getting married out of any other culture. At 80%, we were married. Let's look at what our parents and grandparents did within the 50s.
Courtney, right there. We got to move on, Matt.
To bring it to a close, JR, I'm not saying throw everything away. I'm saying that when I brought my house and we redid the basement floor, the previous owners had some dry rot on the floor, right? I didn't throw the whole foundation away. But what I did have to do was go in, tear up the whole floor, bring in new plywood, new 2x4s, and then I was able to build a better floor. So I'm not saying throw everything away. I'm saying that we erase everything off of the board, and then we take from our history, our past, and our heritage, the things that worked, and we start from there, and we continue to build like Legos. We don't keep trying to just build on this faulty foundation that we keep trying to look over. No, it's a faulty foundation. We've slipped so far from our ancestors that they wouldn't even recognize us if they came back today.
Or you're just looking at the most negative parts of Black.
Hey, peace, Matt. Peace, man. Y'all doing? God bless you.
Good to see you again, Matt.
Good to see you as well.
You know what I say? Throw it all away. Start over.
We got
nuke it. Nuke it. Start all the way over.
All right, we got like 4 more people in this.
Throw the baby out. Throw the bath water out. Throw everything out.
What's going on, True Blue? Got to keep it brief, man. Keep it brief.
To keep it brief, okay, I'm gonna do what I can. I appreciate what you guys are talking about tonight. The energy is amazing. There's a lot to unpack, but I'm gonna do my best to keep it condensed. I think one of the main points about our community is that we have a tremendous amount of trauma, pain, and our community is not good at getting over that pain and that trauma. We still have existing people now who have experienced the Jim Crow era, and a lot of those practices were passed down. One of the main issues I see compared to that is pushing back on what Bolo was talking about, is I agree with him to an extent that we need to hold the men accountable. However, I also agree with Anton in saying that the women do need to be held accountable. If we're going to align with Christ, as he was stating, then the men being removed out the homes, the men being removed out the neighborhood should not derail women from following Christ first before they follow men, in my opinion. If our community was still in the church and following for Christ, we wouldn't have babies out of wedlock. We wouldn't have the dismay that we see now. So that was my only issue with what Bolo's response was to the collective, is because you can't just isolate one thing. The truth is that our community suffers from being socially engineered, and the conditions that we've had to survive in the past as well as now, they're still existent. We glorify trauma, we glorify struggle, and it's very rare that as a collective, we want to see us thrive as a collective. We're fine with individuals thriving. We're not fine with the collective thriving. And that's what I wanted to add to the panel thus far, to keep it brief. So I appreciate you guys.
We're real quick. You
Sure.
know that biblically, God mandated the husbands to love Christ as Christ loved the church.
True.
Christ didn't say that to women. She told us to love our man, our husband. So I think we get it in a lot of prophecies and will be non-married, but married to the church, and that's out of order.
Well, I agree with what you're saying to an extent. I more so was, and I'm not disagreeing with you wholeheartedly.
Mhm.
What I'm saying is that, one, just to keep it brief, we cannot have babies being born without women first committing to that being a possibility. And if we were governing our lifestyles through our women from what God states in the church, you would understand that you wouldn't be having premarital sex. That would be impossible. One of the things that stood strong in our community mid-century was that women had a standard, regardless of the economical foundation or whatever. Men understood in order for me to participate in the act of sex, I had to marry you. That is no longer a stated thing that we practice now. Our culture perpetuates hot girl summer. Our culture perpetuates twerking. And that's a problem. Our men are not the one perpetuating this. That's our women. And you cannot say that, okay, men lead. We have to have something to first lead and have to have willing participants to do so.
Well, we can say that, but women aren't having sex with themselves.
This is true. This
So
is
men
very
are
true.
partaking in, I mean, you know, and they are, who's liking the twerk videos and who's watching it? It's not women, it's men. So we
Women
both
are
have
biggest
to help.
consumers.
Women.
I would definitely agree. Women are biggest consumers, hands down. Numbers don't lie. You can't
Biggest
say that it's
consumers of
just
what?
men, of media, of
No,
anything
no, no.
consumer based. Go
What
ahead.
I'm saying is that IG thoughts.
Mhm.
Who's liking them? Who's giving all this the simp behavior? I'm not going on IG thoughts talking about girl twerk it in for me. No, I'm
Well-
not doing it. Okay, Lauren? No, but
Well, I'm
JR
not-
be liking them all.
You said what?
She threw you under the bus.
That's what she did throw you under the bus. that's all bad.
I thought I just got rid of that feature. I thought I just got rid of that feature. I thought I just got rid of that feature where you can see what people are liking.
JR, why did you say? Oh, you said what?
I said I thought I just got rid of that feature.
They are saying them DMs. It ain't us.
They are saying the
Yeah,
DM.
all right.
We saying the DM.
That was a pretty good one. That was a good one right there. I got to give you props on that one.
But again, to keep it condensed, Courtney, to answer your point, there was a time that I do remember, even in my age, that even if men were not heavily involved in the church, women did stand by the law of the Bible. They understood that there was still a maturation of, okay, you know what? I'm going to stand for Christ. I'm going to hold the standard. Now, I'm not removing the responsibility of men. But as a man, I will tell you that it is fairly difficult to lead a tribe of people who are not even willing to follow. You can stand out on the corner all day, but if no one is buying what you're selling, I mean, you're the army of one.
I don't necessarily agree with that, though. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I think that your tribe find you like at the in the very beginning, like you got to be the priest of your own home. Like you got to clean up your backyard first. I mean, even in the Bible, it'd be faithful and little, and then you rule over much. You know what I'm saying? So the idea is to show yourself faithful prior to being able to be, because he don't want to give you a whole tribe and then you lead them down a path of destruction. Right? You got to first show yourself to be worthy of more responsibility, and very few people are able to really handle that responsibility. So we first, like your tribe will find you. But first, you have to be the person that you're supposed to be in order to attract the thing that you are.
That I do agree with. But more so, I was speaking to Bolo's point in regards to holding men accountable. Like I stated at the beginning of my point, our community as a whole is still in the process of get it over pain. And I believe that there's a toxicity that exists heavily.
I got a trash can over there. We could just dump it right in there.
I do agree that we need to reset the image, the black image. And I think that the fact that there's not one that exists, a core idealistic viewpoint. When you think of black people, the image that pops into most people's heads is one of negativity, unfortunately. And that has a lot to do with media being the powerhouse that it is.
You know what the honest to God truth is, bro? I'm gonna be honest with you. After all this talk and stuff like that, for the next 100 years, you're gonna have just as many, if not more, poor black people than you ever had before. I don't see things getting better, bro. There's going to be a further divide, a bigger gap. And honestly, I just see it like the people that choose to move differently are gonna get the results, and the people that stay in that headspace, I just don't see it. And that's my opinion. Obviously, it's just my personal prediction. But I think that if you look at how things are going historically, even over the last 30, 40 years, that's the trend. Things are getting worse than they ever have before, and so you literally are going to have to divide yourself against a certain mentality in order to be successful or even survive. We didn't even talk about thriving. We're talking about surviving.
All right, true. We got to the next person, man. We got to try to close this on out.
Thank you. Where's the flag? Shout out to Buttercup, right? Shout out to Buttercup. Where is it?
Hey, look at Kay looking confused, like she don't know what you're talking
about. Okay, I got one for you.
What are you doing? I don't understand.
Yo, these your cockroaches, guys.
What is wrong with you guys? I'm Kay. Look, I'm Kay, y'all.
That is not what a roach looks like.
Like Madagascar. Well, yeah, I was gonna Google it, but then I didn't want to.
You should have Googled it.
I should.
But your effort is great.
What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, and I love everything, right?
Confused.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys so much. You know, one of the things about like Black America that just amazes me is that just the diversity. You know, because like Courtney, when you were talking, I just thought it was incredible because I had never knew about like the South, and I'm from Philadelphia, so like the you know, like the fish and like the spaghetti, you know, that wasn't like a part of, you know, like our story up here. Yes, it's like such a so I just learned, and I my question honestly was more about like what do we think about the future was going to look like in like the next, you know, like 100 years, but you know, what I guess what do you guys think? Like Anton, you already kind of explained it, but like what do you guys see for us, like the vision?
And what do we hope to see?
Who was
what
us?
do we hope? Yeah, what do you hope?
Who was us? Ain't no us. It's them. Ain't no us. Not Anton.
I would hope to see cities of Black Wall Streets. That's what I would like to see.
Get me up out of there.
And I would like to see us back like in the 50s where, you know, mom and dad in the home, Black folks marrying each other, 8 kids, mama making some good soul food, aka Southern food.
That is bad food, Courtney. That is bad stuff for us.
Sunday, little jazz music.
Soul food is some of the worst food that's available
because in
for
order
you.
to call soul food bad, you gotta
Anton, what about greens?
Food, you gotta greens is popping.
Listen,
But
you talking to a
Anton,
guy.
what about greens, Anton?
You talking to a guy that owns
Anton, what about greens?
several soul food restaurants. Don't throw it all away, bro.
Oh no, you can't get that. You own it.
I own several soul food restaurants. You know how difficult it is to get out all of the bad stuff in order to try to make that stuff halfway decent for people to eat, bro.
No,
Greens,
greens is my favorite. But I mean, it depends
just because y'all like it don't mean it's good.
But here's the thing.
You can throw everything else away, man. Them greens.
Soul food is Southern food. So that's what we have here. And anything that you do over in excess is going to be bad. So in order to call soul food bad, you got to call Mexican food bad. Be eating them big old burritos all day. You're going to have Italian food, call it bad because those loads of carbs and sauces.
I agree with that too.
I mean, soul food is American food. In essence, we created it here. But go to McDonald's, Wendy's, Taco Bell. American is gluttony, period. But it doesn't necessarily make it bad. It's like saying cake is bad. Cake is not necessarily bad and not going to give you heart disease. It's how much you intake of it. It's how
but
much
it's still bad.
Not necessarily. You don't die off of having a piece of cake.
Nobody is limiting. Nobody limits.
I got to bring somebody else on.
Nobody limits me to the amount of broccoli I can eat. Nobody limits me to the amount of water.
If you can overindulge in water.
Nobody is trying to. Yeah, come on, Courtney. Are we gonna be real? Nobody is overdosing in water.
Yeah, I've heard of stuff.
But I know a ton of people that's diabetic.
Yeah, well, that's their own fault. You can't blame the food.
Snap.
You blame the person.
He said, "Oh, snap."
Oh, y'all hear me? Hey,
man, real quick.
Real quick. Hey, I'm gonna keep this real simple.
I'm keep
You're not about
I
to be
respect.
stunting on me with a better camera.
Nah,
and
chill
better
out. You
microphone.
ready to take battle to Batman? Chill out, Anton.
I'm not
Chill out,
participating on this.
You look like
He
you
is
in a
petty.
recording
He
studio.
is
I'm just
petty.
messing with you.
No, I'm in my living room. I edit and stuff. But honestly, I try to bring things back to the basics. I respect. No, you didn't put me on the big screen, bro. Chill out.
Get off the camera. You're not about to be embarrassing Anton. No, buddy.
Chill out, man. Chill out. You said short. I'm trying to keep it short. All right. I like that y'all are waking up a little bit. I appreciate the smiles. I greatly appreciate it. I respect you
mic.
all.
Mine ain't even came, man. Yeah, he got a sure mic and everything.
Hold on, cover that up. Hold on.
I mean,
I respect you all.
Who are
Okay, let's
you?
start off with that.
Right, you're somebody. I
Who
can
are
tell.
you?
You're somebody.
Well,
the ladies get the ladies' attention. Like official connection.
Let me Google.
Y'all ain't gonna let me ask my question.
No,
I'm looking at the
no.
screen now. I need to look at y'all. Can I ask my question?
He got the laptop up. It's blurred in the
I couldn't
background.
move it nowhere else. I ain't rich like you. I ain't got space. I had to put it in the corner. It's in the corner. I'm in my little corner, my hot corner. But honestly, I respect you all. I want to start off with that. I really believe where we're messing up at is let's say our skill sets.
Looking you up, man. Look at K and Courtney.
Our skill sets and respect for each other, one another at all times.
Over here, fucking biting her lip, bro.
Oh Lord, this Anton, you sleepy? You sleepy?
I'm not gonna lie to you.
See, you know when Batman gets tired of fighting, he ready to go home. he calling his Batmobile. He calling his Batmobile. He going home. He calling it early. But it's just respect. It's very simple. It's respect for each other. We've lost that because of money and the value that we placed on it. People care about money more than people. We only care about others when we need them, so to say, like a doctor. You don't think of a doctor until you're sick. You need something, right? You should respect that person at all times, even if you don't know what they do. You should naturally respect them. We have lost respect for each other. Even in a household, that's why these kids don't know how to respect the father. And they grow up, they disrespect their mothers. Then they disrespect people in the streets. Why? Because they learned from in the house. Mom never respected dad. Dad never respected mom. I go out in the streets. Oh, I'm grown, right? We think we grown at 14, 15, 16. You get a little money, then what? Can't tell me nothing. I get my first place. I pay my bills. I'm grown. That's not what it means to be grown. That respect should not be an option. It should not be an option. It should be an automatic. We can't ask for respect if we don't respect ourselves at all times. That is a standard. Once we do that for each other, nobody else can disrespect us. Hold each other accountable at all times. But I would like to thank y'all for putting me on here, but that'll be it for right now because y'all been showing out tonight. But I greatly appreciate it.
You already got my girl.
Don't be put my government name out there, girl.
You got it on your IG.
Yeah. Traffic.
He out here in front of the Bentley. I'm not even coming back up until you leave.
Yeah, you got.
But thank you, lady. Anton, I pegged you very good, sir. You fighting a good fight, man. You chose the heel. You fighting a good fight, boy. Let me tell you, I can't do it. But I'll put you up there. I'll put you up there. But I ain't going up there with you. I'm gonna go halfway and come back down. You going up a steep one, boy.
Yeah.
But I see you, man. I see the mentality. He's taking on the thought-provoking side. So that's why you have to respect each other. You have to.
Do me a favor, bro. All right, I'm gonna DM you the question. All right, I'll just tell you to ask it. Ask Kay, what has she done for the black community?
Oh, she's doing it now.
What?
She's doing it now. Did you say she had like some pet roaches or something like that?
Oh,
she's getting them all big and strong. So then when they leave and they flutter out into the city, they go to other people's homes and procreate. And she's doing us a favor.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're getting it, man.
Yep, that's it.
They got names?
Yes.
Man, what kind of camera are you using?
Maddie and Scar.
Maddie and Scar? Oh,
yo, what kind of camera you use, bro?
Sony A7S3.
Oh, okay,
yeah, that's a real camera because everybody else here just looks regular. Meanwhile, you looking like a movie set.
Oh, I got you.
I don't know.
Hey.
Photographer.
It's a lot of different elements at play. Okay, it's the whole background. It's the whole background. You got the light in the front. You got the light in the back. That brings the image to make the image stand out a little bit more.
Go ahead, Jared. Tell him. Go ahead, tell him. You know. You know. I be seeing you when you got that thing in the background.
I understand the concept.
I see you.
But,
listen, my camera is a good camera. I just upgraded. I just upgraded on the low.
The pettiness. Hey, he's serving y'all right now.
I just gotta fix my settings.
He did have the best camera.
So you see that reflection in the back of his head? You see that light? That's a professional light he got right there.
Nah, it's like a quick setup, man.
It's a quick setup.
Yeah, this is on the fly, man. I see it failed. It failed. So next week I'm gonna come back better, man. Next week I'm gonna come back better.
I got
Mine is not working like that. Hold on.
You said why they working like that? Can't reach it.
No, it don't work. So argument.
Something wrong with my settings.
Jealous.
Something wrong with my settings. I don't know.
Mr. Scott, you look like Jay Farrell. Have you ever heard that before?
No, I
You
hear a
look
lot
like
of
Jay
my
Farrell.
Trying to embarrass me.
Look, y'all DM each other outside of here. I got to bring somebody else up.
All right, appreciate it.
I just got this camera. I paid like $1,500 for this one.
His camera is on point.
Anytime somebody
I just
lies,
need a different.
I just need
a different lens. I need a different lens.
Yeah, it's all about the specs, man. Yeah, the
lens. Hey, my camera's crispy. I don't know what
you put your finger. You did your little thing in the camera to like prove it didn't work.
Excuse me, Kay. Excuse yourself, Kay.
My camera's
How about
lit.
that one? I do you one better.
Don't do that. Don't.
Man, we gotta filter these people. I know y'all tired, man. I'm looking at Lauren. She barely.
I'm about to go to sleep on the
Good.
On the low.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
If Courtney wasn't
What's
laughing,
going on,
she'll be giving me that look too. Like,
Hi, AJ.
What's up, everybody?
yeah, how you doing?
So I've been listening for a while, and you know, I listened to a lot about the encode. I'm 25 years old, so my experience with like the Black community and all this kind of stuff, I've been kind of on both sides of the fence. I've dealt with a lot of frustration with dealing with feeling like the Black community is done. What's the point of even dealing with it? And then after but also taking pride in different areas, So the idea of on code, I understand, of course, both sides of the fence of whether or not there needs to be any Black code and whether or not there not needs, whether or not you should just do a code of ethics of we're going to judge you off your character, not your race. We don't care about, how you look or what the color of your skin is. However, I do want to pose the question or maybe even pose the idea that you got to function in the environment in which you're living in. So we're currently within a society in which we didn't really create ourselves, but we are still living in, and we still have to reach our own levels of success. And with that being the case, then we are going to have to, we're going to have to kind of play by a set of rules that may seem like short, like in the long run, petty, but I think that they're necessary. So I would just like to bring up the analogy of, like, I know Courtney speaks a lot about, every other culture, every other society. I mean, every type of grouping has a level of code, which is true. And I agree with that. And Anton, of course, speaks to the idea that there should just be like more of a code of right and wrong. And I rock with you if you're right. And no, I don't care about what you look like. But if everybody else, if the world is functioning as Courtney says, in terms of everybody else is running off their own code, but then after that, we're trying to, I guess, be morally above everybody, but on the totem pole in every other area, we're below it. I feel like that we're going to sign ourselves up to fail, because when you take the moral high ground, usually you're a lot of ways a target. It's like if everybody's armed and we decide, well, weapons are used to harm people, so I don't want to harm anybody, so I'm going to go unarmed. But I'm in a society where everybody else is armed. It would be stupid for me to walk around unarmed. Even if I think that being armed is bad, I can understand the value of being armed until we can create an environment where this no longer needs to be the case. So I do think that there is value in each side, but I think that it's more about a long-term and a short-term goal versus it just being, oh, we got to do one now and we can't do, like, we can only employ one way and we can't employ the other way. I think it's more about looking, how long do we need to do this until we're at a place and we don't need to do this anymore, you know?
Divest, get away from them. Divest yourself
You're
from
very
this.
mature to be 25, AJ.
Oh, thank you.
Salutes to you.
And so you too smart to be around these earthy people, bro. Listen, if you listen, here's my advice. If you run into any chick that talk about I wear black soap, you know, they put their hair in afros, they walk around with a whole lot of beads on them, and they wear red lipstick.
Anton, don't do this. Don't do
Oh, my bad. I wasn't even looking at you.
Yes. You're not.
I wasn't looking at you.
You are
I wasn't
not
looking
hilarious.
at you. I literally was not looking at you, yo.
You're not funny. I'm tired of you. And I cannot. And you just okay. Just watch yourself. Let me just say that.
All right. So do me a favor. Honestly, do me one favor. Text Buttercup and ask him how he feel about me. Cool. Hashtag Buttercup. Everybody gonna be calling him Buttercup.
Why are you saying Buttercup?
Cause he's soft on the inside and nice and light on the outside, and he's squishy, and you know he's Buttercup. He's my little boy.
What are you on the inside?
You really want to know?
Yeah.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
All right.
Look at JR coming to save you.
No, he ain't saving me.
Play a sound.
He ain't saving me. Listen. I'm all for Buttercup.
She wants to know how you is on the inside in time. Just let her know
how I am on the inside.
That's what Kay wants to know.
Oh,
you got to tug and pull to find out. You got to tug and pull to find out.
Kay, I'm not gonna save him. Go ahead. You go ahead and continue with the conversation. Go ahead.
You still want to know what's on the inside? You still want to find out what's on the inside? What does that mean? Are you disgusted? How many of your friends are you gonna bring on here? You got, let's see, Fooly.
Ooh, I didn't even know Fooly. Stop.
Fooly, Buttercup.
I never knew Fooly. I don't know him.
Josh.
How many of my friends? In fact, JR brought Josh. Fooly, I don't know him. So, like, let's just be honest. Like, what's going on?
You don't know Fooly?
No.
Y'all had the same hairstyle.
So? And no, we didn't, because he has locks, I think, and I have a fro.
Okay. All right. Whatever. It just so happened that he's earthy and he aligns with you.
What does earthy mean?
Y'all from the same city.
AJ, we got to filter through.
Anton,
I just wanted to say one more thing. I do think that it's relevant that we I understand that a lot of people come on with points, and then after, like, we reference the Bible a lot, and I know that not everybody, of course, believes in that. So if at some point we would be trying to create a mutual common ground, I don't think religion is the way to do it, only because it isn't something that everybody is a part of. I mean, I myself used to be Christian. I'm not anymore.
What are you now?
I don't have a religious belief. I like to study, like, the history of religions altogether, but I don't like subscribe to any singular religious belief. I'm just kind of the idea that I have to focus on the life that I'm living right now, instead of, like, maybe too much focused on what may have started at the beginning of the universe, only because there are answers that are in my immediate life that I don't have answers to before I dwell on anything. Like,
what do you base your ethics and principles in?
I just base my ethics and principles in what I think is right. I think a lot of what I initially, like, growing up, I always tried to do what I believed I would want done unto myself. But there is an aspect of that where I still see flaw, only because like you live in a world in which people are going to take advantage of that. So you have to move in a way in which you're intelligent and you can really kind of assess the situation that you're dealing in, and then have to move accordingly with the environment, and not so much of just what you idealize or how you idealize people to be.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
So yeah, so and you know, I of course, like from my Christian background, you know, I was baptized, was in the choir, usher, like I was heavily into the church growing up. And you know, there are aspects of it where I do find value, like even in biblical stories, I think that people can take value from, because they're just life lessons to be learned in all different types of cultures, you know, whether it be some, you know, something in the Bible, or even something that maybe our ancestors prior to colonization practice. So, you know, I also do find it interesting that I mean, I know Courtney brought up how practices, even with food, that are references to our ancestors back in Africa. But then after that, we also reference the Bible a lot, which is not necessarily an ancestral book or an ancestral belief system. So I don't necessarily know at what point do we decide we're going to draw the line of where we're going to kind of champion ancestral beliefs, and then after that, where we're going to say ancestral beliefs are inappropriate.
You know, Christianity is backed in Africa.
Okay.
Back in Somalia was actually where they created the first Bible. So it actually is African based, and majority of countries in Africa right now, I mean, if you could say colonized or not, but they are Christian.
Okay, but even our ancestors, because like, say for me personally, you know, after getting my own ancestry done, I know that I'm primarily West African, primarily Nigerian and Ghanaian. My mother is, she's from England, but her family is Jamaican, and my father is from America all the way back through slavery. So, but that's where majority of my blood, that is where majority of my bloodline comes from. So even if we were to say Christianity comes from Somalia, I may not be Somalian. So like, if I were to say, so that's why I'm just talking. I'm just more referencing.
Well, that's where
religion.
the origins found. But I think it's very interesting when we say, well, that's not the religion of my ancestors, but majority of us don't know who our ancestors are. And because, like Anton said, we're mutts, we're mixed with a whole lot.
Yeah.
So which one are you? Because there's hundreds of different religions in Africa. So we say, I'm going to practice the religion of my ancestors. Well, which religion?
Well, no, I mean, me personally, if I were to practice the religion of my ancestors, it would most likely be Yoruba. You see what I'm saying? So it would be
the Nigerian side.
Primarily, because that's the majority of my ethnic background. You see what I'm saying? Like that's where I have the highest percentage in my ethnic background after doing my own ancestry. You know, so that it would be, I would say, Yoruba first. I don't necessarily know. I know that there are certain like, say, parables of Jamaicans like, say, stories of Anansi that come all the way back from Africa. And that's what they took over the boats with them. And Anansi to them is he was intelligent because of the fact that he was a spider, and he would get himself out of situations with elephants that were, I mean, with animals way bigger than stronger than him. There's one particularly with an elephant, and how he outsmarted an elephant, but he was seen as a warrior. And I believe they even have a statue where you see the spider near the warriors to represent Anansi always being with them, even when they were brought over to lands that weren't their own. So that's all I'm saying. I'm just saying that I don't think that religion is the proper common ground for us to step on, only because, like I said, even myself, I don't practice any specific religion, you know. Well, I think that there's value in all different belief systems, but I'm not one of like, I just align myself with, I align myself with strictly the Bible, or I align myself with strictly anything. I'm just like, I don't know, and that's fine by me.
Well, I do know some Nigerians. Kay, maybe you tell me, Lapeef, but 50% of Nigerians are Christian.
Kay, do you believe in God?
I believe in a higher power.
I don't know what the heck that means.
But Courtney, even to your point,
I believe in a higher power.
Even to your point, Courtney, of course we know that even like, so even within our stand,
we can't do a real deep dive, but just make the final point.
I like this conversation though.
No, it's a good conversation.
Yeah,
we've been on
for
we can't do 11 minutes. Brother texting me, and bro,
he just told on you.
This is not what I text you for, Jay.
Well, thanks for having me.
Thank you, AJ.
Oh,
I love
man.
this conversation. It's dope.
You know, but I am trying to be
AJ.
mindful though. I mean, I know we still got
AJ, you're not about
AJ.
to.
I definitely appreciate you, man. You are very intelligent, very woke with a lot of different things.
Yeah, take your ass to sleep. Don't be coming on here at 3 a.m. trying to show us up. But you know I'm a C student. I'm not going for that tonight. He said I would practice Yoruba. I said, what the fuck? Let me
Go to sleep,
bow out of
Anton.
this. Let me bow out of this conversation.
Go to sleep, bro. JR, that is not what I was texting you.
Oh, okay. I didn't know, bro.
I just saw you
bow
crazy.
out of this
I said,
conversation.
like, what's going on?
You crazy, man.
Not about to make me look bad at 3 a.m.
All right, this is the last one.
I felt like I had an excellent show tonight.
Oh, we
can last one,
JB. Wouldn't be a night without JBZ.
What's going on, y'all?
What's going on, brother?
Good show tonight. There's a lot going on.
You like that one?
I got a few comments to make.
Okay. All right. Keep it quick. I don't know. Hey, the people at the bottom that's coming in, can I get to you guys tonight, man? I gotta be fair to the panel.
You better hit us with the roundhouse, because we just had an intellectual on here that was talking basically a foreign language to me, and now you about to get on here. Let's go.
Well, I want to speak on.
Look at you eating through two arms in a statement already.
Growth issue. The growth.
I want to grow with y'all.
So, like, as far as like whether we should grow or whether we should grow being
Oh, my
black,
corona's
I'm trying
acting
to
up.
make the point here, y'all. All right, whether we should grow or whether we should grow being black. So this country, the way this country is set up.
Okay, smile. You looking so serious.
The way this country is set up based
that's
on.
That's that crazy smile. That's that smile they did on Get Out.
Y'all being rude to JB. Go ahead, JB. What you got to say?
Hey, my bad, Jay.
JR, don't worry about my facial expression, okay?
Hey, JB wants to talk.
JR started it. I was minding my business, listening to JB.
Lauren
and he
pulled up with
talking
the
about
big
my
mama
face.
energy,
Like,
man. That's
JB,
big mama
go
energy.
ahead.
She said, "Go ahead, baby."
So,
Look at Lauren's face. Hey, JB, it's late. Hey, my apologies, brother. Go ahead.
No, you good. No, I just wanted to comment on the growth. So like, I don't know. We gonna make it through it. Like, everybody too tired.
It's okay. Take your time.
Okay. So in this country, Black people really can't afford to move as individuals. You have to move as a group. I'm gonna tell you why. Because in this country, the people who get their agendas pushed forward, laws passed, and get all the special provisions needed in order to build communities, permits, and things of that nature are people who are the most politically organized and that have money.
You know, you can go pull a permit tomorrow, bro. Like,
no, I'm
all
talking about
all you need is an architect. You go pull a permit right
talking
now,
about
bro.
as a group, not individuals, as a group, like having a community, a Black community where people know you in a Black community. When you come here, you respect this Black community. Just like when you go to Chinatown, Greek town, and all these different places, you know you in a Greek town, you know you in Chinatown. And there's respect there. You can't just come in there and do whatever you want. So Black people really don't have
Just fighting in Mexican town in Detroit, but go ahead.
So Black people really don't have that like that. So like when we live in a community, we just live there. It's just a neighborhood populated full of Black people. We don't get involved with the politics. And next thing you know, you're being gentrified and pushed out your neighborhood. And there's an Asian dude living right there. There's Mexican, and they done bought up the whole neighborhood. So really, Black people really can't afford to be individuals. We have to move as groups.
What?
Because we're like 10, 20 years behind technologically. Another thing I wanted to comment on is about
Anton, go to bed, man.
Yeah.
I don't understand. How can we afford to move?
Go ahead, JB.
Another thing I was talking about, I think Kevin Samuel said like we shouldn't build a YouTube platform. It's easy. It's not that hard to build. I could build YouTube, really.
You can't fucking build YouTube, bro.
Yes,
What
I
are you
can.
talking about, bro?
Yes, I can.
I'm a software engineer.
I'm a
I
software
can't
engineer too, dude. What are you talking about?
No, you're not. You're not a software engineer, bro.
What? What language do
Wait,
you know?
JB, do you mean
said he
build
was when he first got
YouTube?
on the when he first
Dude,
started
fucking
calling.
said
He
he
did say
can build
he was an engineer.
YouTube.
What
JB,
language do you
maybe you
Anton, you tripping.
wait, JB.
Bro, you said you could build YouTube.
YouTube.
Yes, you can build YouTube. You can build YouTube. You can build the front
JB,
end.
what would you name it?
Whatever you want to name it.
Okay, JB, inbox me because we got some business things
listen,
to take care
I
of.
code-
You know
I
how to
code in
build
Java. I
a
code in
platform
Java
like
script.
YouTube.
Hey,
Java.
JavaScript.
.NET, C Sharp,
.NET.
all these different languages that I've
We
coded.
too. We too.
YouTube front end is building React. He's capping for you, right? He's capping hard.
Go ahead and start it, and then like Rilla and Kay gonna invest in it. Go ahead and start it. If Rilla and Kay invest in it, then I might
Courtney
take a peek at it. Maybe.
Us too. We are.
Nah, my
Courtney,
money's
are
tied
you-
up in fan base.
Courtney, are you investing? Are you investing in this, Courtney?
I am not.
I'm a-
JB, show me something you've done.
I'm out.
Yeah, I can show you an app I developed for a client right now that's live.
Oh, it's like
What's the
an
name of
app. I believe
What's the
in
name
you.
of it?
Are you in the group?
MB exam prep.
Inbox me.
Let's look at it.
Let's look at
We
it.
might need to work together.
It's in a- it's in-
JB,
It was in the App Store.
You right, dude. You right.
Nah, it's
JB,
a
we
web
believe you.
application.
We believe
So
you,
it's not
JB.
an App Store.
Second
I put it in
point.
the chat. I put in a chat StreamYard. You can just click
Pro
on it.
Black too.
Yeah, so he has a Facebook group of like 3,000, about 2,500 members.
Let's look at this.
And
You know,
what they
Anton
do,
gonna pull up the source code.
They're trying to get into the mortuary industry. It's very hard to get the license and pass the national board. So what he's been able to pass it, and he's helping his group. So he wanted me to build this app where they could help prepare them for the test, and it's been working ever since. They're making money on it. It's subscription based. It's SaaS software. I built it myself from scratch, coded it up.
It's bootstrapped, bro.
I got front end React, and then back end is Firebase. I'm using Firebase. I'm using
You're bootstrap.
for the
You're using
e-commerce.
Bootstrap, bro.
I
You're
use
using
some,
Bootstrap.
a little bit of Bootstrap. I use a little bit of Bootstrap, not too much.
I'm looking at it.
A little bit, but most of it is coded from scratch. CSS. That's about it. For React on the front end. You know React. You familiar with React? Come on, Anton,
Bro.
you capping, man. You know
I'm
these
looking at
technologies
the.
have matured and
I'm
they're way
looking at
more-
your source code right now, bro.
Okay.
If this is your, because first of all, well, that's not custom. All of this is a theme.
Nah, you cap. I got the code right
I'm
here.
looking at
I
it
got
right
the
here.
Code base right here. You can't do
Bro,
this.
look
If
at
you
who
can't
you're
lie in technology.
I'm
bro.
looking at it right now, bro.
Bro, you're not.
I'm
You're not
looking at it.
nothing. What are you looking at?
Then how do I know it's bootstrapped? How do I know you're using themes if I'm not looking at it right now?
What are you looking at? So you press inspect, and what are you looking at? What are you looking at?
No, I'm not looking at inspect. I'm looking at the
And
source
what's
code.
wrong? What's your deal with Bootstrap? I mean,
It's for rookies.
nah. I coded
This isn't
everything from scratch.
custom, bro.
No,
Real
I
talk.
coded everything from scratch. Everything. From
You
scratch.
didn't. Bootstrap is not a script.
Nah,
what are you
bro.
you talking to me? What are you talking about?
This is getting very East Coast, West
No,
Coast.
No, bro.
You're talking to me, bro. I'm looking at it right now.
There's no, bro. I coded all that. from
There's no
scratch.
what? What is
HTML,
Bootstrap?
CSS,
What is
JavaScript,
Bootstrap? What is Bootstrap?
React,
Explain to the people what Bootstrap is.
Okay, Bootstrap is basically it's like a mini framework that helps you design websites.
So it's
fast.
not custom.
So it's like, hold on. Hold on. I'm explaining. It's two big files. It's one big CSS file.
It's not
and
custom.
one big
You have-
JavaScript file. And what you can do, you can call classes, and it can add colors, styles, fonts, and all that stuff for you. Same thing with JavaScript. You could call different features or functions, and it could add different effects for you.
And Anton, you can drag. You can
so
click
it's
and drag
not custom, bro.
What you mean it's not custom?
drag in place.
That's custom code. You still have to know how to use JavaScript in order to use it. You still have to know how to use CSS in order to
Do
use
you know what custom
it. Because
means,
it
bro?
doesn't do everything for you.
It means you do everything from scratch. You don't have a theme. You don't have any kind of frame.
You understand. Number one, you learn your fundamentals first. You learn the fundamentals.
He said, if I understand the industry, I work myself up to being a vice president of user experience.
Once you learn the fundamentals, then you use frameworks. There's always tools to help you rapidly develop fast. There's always React is a tool. It's a tool. It's tooling. It helps you develop fast. You're not going to build everything from scratch.
We
use components.
I'm gonna be honest.
We
I
build
don't know.
components, and we reuse them over and over and over again. And if they break down, you go in and fix the code. Everything is not.
I seen all that, and I
turn the camera back.
You haven't been keeping up with the technology.
I'll do it the camera.
Come back, JR. Thank you.
Listen, I'm not going to rain on your parade, but this is a brochure site, bro. Brochure sites.
You have to register. You have to subscribe. You have to make a payment, and then you get access to the dashboard. You get access to all the gamification aspects. You get access to all the quizzes, the analytics.
So you build websites because that's different than what.
Yeah, I build websites, web applications, and mobile applications.
But you said you could make YouTube,
right? That's where we be trying to get to how you make
YouTube is a web. Okay,
Hey,
YouTube is
let's give him a chance.
Yeah,
okay.
YouTube is a web
let's give him a
application.
chance.
So you have a front end.
Okay, so JR, let me just say this, and this is at a very basic.
Are you going to allow me to explain, or are you going to try to?
Their money is going to the right place. That's all they.
I understand. I just said I was want to give him. He said he can do it. Just give him the opportunity to.
Okay. Well, then build YouTube.
JB, I believe in you.
Yeah, I can build YouTube. YouTube ain't hard to build. It's not.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Start on it, and then
maybe
next Thursday. Put it on show for us, like the startup.
I'll do that for real.
Yeah.
Dude, oh my!
All right, look, you do that, then I will invest.
It's just going to be a front end. It's not going to have a database or nothing like that. It's just
right.
Be a front
That's
end.
That's not YouTube. That's just.
I could attach a database to it. You know.
JB, I believe in you. Inbox
I
me.
believe in you
I got
too.
a bunch of ideas.
I said you do that. I'll invest, JB.
I can bring. Put likes, posts.
You got him, Court.
Yeah, I'll invest for both.
JB, inbox me because I got some ideas and I need a person that knows how to do.
What's your email?
I'm not going to say that online, but are you in the group?
Facebook group.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna have to join Lapeef Let'sTalk, right?
Yes, join it and find me because I got.
Oh man.
And y'all talking about me? This K trying to get on. Okay, K.
No, I'm trying to build.
There.
If he knows how to do that. No, if he knows how to do that, like. For real, I'm trying to build some like other stuff that I have in mind already about.
Definitely. I'll connect on the Facebook group with y'all.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely.
Do it.
Is this the last good? Is it? I know what.
You know this.
I know how difficult. I know how difficult that is. I know how difficult that shit is.
Difficult, but
maybe don't worry about it. Just show and prove, whatever.
There you go. Get it, bro. Get your money.
Well, I don't know the show is late. I gotta go to bed, man.
Join the group. Message me. Tag me. I'm serious.
Take care, man. Love y'all.
JR, why are you playing that sound?
Because it's time to go to it's time to go to bed. What you talking about?
But no, the sound, the Anton thing. I don't like it.
You don't like it?
No. And I don't like how JR, you have just
all right, man. It's time to roll out now.
Thank you, Jesus. Wow.
Look at Kay. Ready, man.
Yeah, because y'all not about to do this without me today.
Do what?
Whatever y'all be doing late night.
Yep, Kay, I jump on the bandwagon too. Let's go.
That's what I'm talking about. Because then I'm gonna be looking at my phone and it's gonna be JR in Chicago talking. I'm here.
Hold up.
The after show. Let's go. No, I'm kidding.
Hold up. Let's get one thing straight, ladies.
Oh my God!
No,
please, your Don Cornelius voice.
What we're not gonna do is we're not gonna be disrespectful.
Is he back on the line?
talking to men on the platform. What we're gonna do moving forward is we're gonna have mutual respect on here. Put some respect on my name. You hear me? Nobody playing with your ass. I'm talking to you, K. Yeah, I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you. You right there, yeah. With them 2 braids and dangling down there right there. I see you. I'm talking about you, baby girl, with the red lipstick.
With the
Yeah.
red lips.
That K.A. Yeah.
That
K.A. Boy, he just went Bishop Magic Don Juan on UK. Are you intrigued?
He about to start smoking through his nostrils.
He just hypnotized you, girl.
Baby girl know what it is.
I don't know.
I don't play.
What it is.
So don't play with me, all right? You heard me?
Oh
you
my
feel
goodness.
me? You feel me?
Mm-mm.
You steady coming in.
I knew y'all were coming back.
We still got some people. I ain't gonna be on here
We
long.
just
I'll tell
did
you right
leave.
now. I gotta get up early in the morning.
Where are you going? Out of town?
Never question the man. You gotta stay in your place. What is that? A vase? What is that?
It's a 2 quart. I drink 2 of these a day, a gallon.
Yeah, all right. If you're drinking that 2 of those a day, you'd have been leaving a little bit more frequently.
I left how many? I left twice.
Oh, she definitely was.
Yeah.
Oh,
I enjoy the show.
Tell me how my bladder works. Like y'all just are.
How did you guys enjoy the
delusional.
show tonight? You know, we had the whole family back. How did it feel?
Oh, it was dope, man. Let me ask you this: what was the inspiration for the thumbnail?
I was wondering too.
I don't know, man. I just had to tap into my creative.
How did
Yeah,
you?
I thought it was dope. I thought it was dope.
Yeah,
How'd you pick who was who?
that was a hard one, man. I had to get some consulting on that one. I was sitting there looking like, damn,
You consult with
the people on my shoulders.
He is just
the people on your
K with the
shoulder.
hard hitting questions.
rapid fire with the questions.
No, because I was really wondering when I saw that. I was like, oh, okay. And I was just curious too.
Yeah, we got a little pushback, but a few people. Can't please everybody, but I thought it was creative. I liked it. Caught people's attention. Started up a little bit.
Remember the one with the clowns from the last show? Where did that come from? I don't know.
Batman.
Which one?
Was it Batman? The Joker?
Might have been the
movie.
Joker.
Yeah, the Joker. Yeah, the movie.
Oh,
yeah.
So many. I don't know.
Yeah,
I didn't know.
So you got to wait to see what's gonna happen next. That might have your roaches on there. You never know.
Your
roaches.
Yeah,
JR,
roaches.
you know how you have a vested interest. Well, not really.
No,
vested.
I haven't. We haven't talked about them in months. There's been so much stuff going on. Roaches has been the furthest thing from the table right now. I'll tell you that now.
But
Roach ain't came, but I don't even think I heard you laugh the past 3 weeks, to be honest. That's just real talk.
No, but you did care. You cared at some point about the roaches.
I just it was a unique experience.
Okay.
Glad I never seen them in person, but the last time I seen roaches was on 26 and King Drive. And like even though we couldn't stop it as a whole, we had a couple of them in the crib, but I had some neighbors that went over their crib. You couldn't even sit down. You looking like, damn, what the hell? So I just have a weird feeling, when I see the roaches.
Okay, but do you care about the fact that Maddie is about to have her litter?
No, I don't care. I've never been interested in roaches. Like producing other roaches is just not my thing.
Yes, you did. Remember that show?
I respect that. That's what you like.
But didn't you remember that show?
JR is being considerate.
No, there was a specific.
I'm always
show.
considerate, but let them tell it. Like when I'm not there, when I'm not there, I get dogged.
JR, you specifically said bring the
I
roach
get dogged
out.
when I'm not there.
I can't believe this.
Wait, so what was your honest take on
Chicago with the subject change?
There we go.
I'm serious. No. What was your honest take on Court show yesterday?
Honest take?
Yeah.
I was listening and I appreciate people. I appreciate people calling in with different perspectives, telling it from both sides. You know, when I listen here on the show, um, I'm usually neutral. You know, if you can support what you're saying and it makes sense, then I'm like, okay, I can see that point. I think I put some notes about some Kevin Samuels has said that. Let me look at my notes real quick. Because I said I wanted to bring it up maybe in the after hours. Something he brought up and it just kind of stood out. He was talking about the hiring when he hired people, he hired the black people, and I get it. I've been on that receiving end, like at the airport when I was almost late for a flight. I got pulled outside and walked up to the desk just so I can make my flight, and there was a person that looked like me. So I do see when people look out for each other, but particularly tonight, he mentioned something about even though he hired the black person, he expected them to still carry their weight. So I thought that was something that's powerful because so often when you look out for people, they just seem to like decline. I think because they got the hookup, they don't have to do the work. So that was something that I thought was quite interesting. So I do listen and I try to be fair on both sides. But to answer your question, last night I seen somewhat a little bit of accountability, but I didn't see a lot of accountability. Um, I'm I'm a little bit concerned because the reason why I had that topic about how do you recognize, I think we was discussing about how do you know when you understand, how do you know if you're holding yourself accountable? Because like me, I can pull myself outside of my frame and I can look at myself and I can be like, okay, I could have did this better. I need to work on this. But I often feel like when you talk to some people, they just truly don't get it. I'm not saying you guys in particular, but where I am, I feel like some people don't get it. Like I feel like if we talk to Kay, for instance, I use you for example because you're here, right? When I talk to you, I was trying to think about how can you argue against your response. Your response is say, okay, there's no right or wrong when it comes to opinions. Okay, yeah, well, you got us there, but the energy and the energy that you carry and how you move, like how do you know if it's right or if it's not right? I get it, you can't really technically say an opinion is right or wrong, but I just feel like if accountability needs to be held, you need to hold it. If somebody is doing something that is wrong, you have to call them out on it. I don't like there's no code to somebody being wrong. Go ahead. Like you want to say something.
Um, I don't think code is about like I think I saw multiple people like in the group and just in general talking about how code is to protect people that are doing something wrong. I think a lot of people are thinking of like don't snitch. Like that's not the same thing to me. Um I don't think it's the same as snitches get stitches or whatever. Like none of that has to do with code. So somebody can be wrong and you can talk to them about being wrong. But code is just something different.
I don't care about the code aspect of it. I just think that if we're gonna have a discussion, right, and things are being highlighted from both sides. Don't just highlight it from one side. If you're gonna have a conversation with somebody behind closed doors, then just have both parts of it, the good and the bad behind closed doors. Don't even bring it up at all. But when a conversation is being had and you choose to address it, then you have to address both sides if it's been done like publicly, because then it's 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 for the people, it's for the person that needs to be held accountable, but it's also for the people that's watching to see how it should be done or how we can grow from that moment. Because even though we had these moments, I still love everybody. I don't have any ill will towards nobody, nothing personally, but I do look at the moments and experience that we have because it is real in real time for us to grow. So I appreciated this show because I felt the fun. I felt we had a lot of fun, back into it, and we haven't had that in a while. But even myself, like I look at things and I listen. I may not respond to everything, but I can do a better job when it comes to like moderating, even though I didn't sign up for it. I can do a better job with holding the show. Yes, I have seen times where I have cut you off more and didn't say anything to Anton. So these are things that I look at, and I'm just being real about the situation. Like this is things that happen, and like typically, because I'm human, if you agree with somebody with a lot of things, like you kind of like, me being in a position, I got to wear two hats. I got to wear this hat where like I'm moderating, which again, I didn't sign up for it. It's just a label that you guys gave me. But on the other end, if I'm just agreeing, I get lost in the conversation. Like, yeah. Oh, yeah. And then I may look at a comment like, man, you need to shut somebody up. I'm like, oh shit, I got to get back on my moderator job that I never signed up for. So, I just like for people just to be real with themselves. And if somebody is not aware, and they truly not aware, or their ego is that much bigger than growing through the process, then I think we got a bigger problem on hand. And so those are things that I think of, like, damn, is it really like this? Like, I use my mother for an example. Like, nobody really knows unless you know me personally, but like I only have certain conversations with my mother. I accept who she is, and if I can't reach her, or maybe I'm not the person to reach her, I just be like, okay, I can't reach her. I'm gonna still respect her as my mother. Obviously, I'm not saying it in a way that she can understand it, or at least understand it where she can like be consistent on how she respond or how she move forward. And I just accept it and just be like, it is what it is. I'm just not the person. So that's just how I move. I'm not trying to force nobody to do anything. I'm hoping that we can come together and understand each other. Like, even though I agree with everything Anton said, I can understand his position. I'm guilty of not being able to express how I feel enough where people can understand it. So I do understand if somebody may say something, people be like, what? But I do look past and be like, I don't really think he's saying this. I really think he's saying that it's just so much trash out here. How can you really like say that like black culture is like it's not trash? I don't think he's literally saying that it's trash, or it's just when people hear things, it's like, oh, okay. Like if I say don't talk, okay, well, I just won't talk. Well, you talk too much. Okay, I won't talk on the show at all. I just won't talk. I'm not saying that. But sometimes with certain people, and people are all different, you have to say it in a certain way so that they understand, or you got to keep being consistent. But if you really don't care and you just say what it is, then people are just gonna kind of take it exactly how they interpret it.
JR, how you deal with go in the comment section, people talk spicy. You go in the Facebook group. I know you're not as active outside of your normal stuff, what you do and say in there. How you deal with all the I don't want to say hate, but all the critique and criticism that come your way sometimes?
Man, I look. Sometimes I'm so busy I don't look. I do have to post certain things just as far as when it comes to marketing. So when I do come across some things, I may look, I just be like, to shake my head like they have no idea. Like I wanted to cam up last night. I'm like, you know what? I don't have to prove anything to anybody. Well, they may not have a full understanding of it. So because they don't do it, I don't have to I don't have to respond. I know who I am. I know what I'm doing. I know the vision, and I do understand how it is. It's like a heads and tails when it comes to like being in media. Either they're gonna rock with you, they're not gonna rock with you. Some days they're gonna love you, some days they're gonna hate you. And I see all comments, and the more I'm vocal and the more I take stances, I do see backlash, but I'll see some great things. And I do think that it just comes with the territory. I just accept it. It is what it is, and I just don't attach my emotions to it.
So when Kevin Samuels talks about creating, black media, for men, do you see the network? What role, if any role, do you see the network playing a part in building that media conglomerate? I'm gonna turn the tables on you now.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I appreciate it. I like sitting back sometimes, not being able to do everything else behind the scenes. But when I was listening to it, I was thinking, because I hear people say, "Oh, this is not a black." I don't know why people take it so personally. Like the fact that we say we don't particularly want to focus on like the black community. It's not saying that the black community can't accept what we're saying. It's just that when I envision a platform, I really do want it to reach as many people as possible. I never put a label on it. I never had the conversation until like 2 weeks ago, 2.5, 3 weeks ago. So like, I am proud of my people. And then I also understand to a certain extent, like how we don't have enough opportunities. So being able to create a platform where you are able to provide them opportunities. So I don't have a problem doing that. I don't have a problem providing opportunities, but I still think that it can be a vision where I can look past and just look at the bigger picture, all all while being able to help people that want to be there, that's willing to put the work in. I don't want to put people in just because I'm just trying to get people. I really do. I don't have time to really have like projects. You know, I need somebody that's ready to go to work. Let's do it. And if they my people, they my people. You know, I mean, I would try to look out if I can, but if you qualify, you qualify.
Is everybody that's on the platform your people?
No, I won't say no. No.
How do you tell who's your people and who's not?
I don't trust nobody 100%.
So then what are you talking about people for?
When I say people, I'm talking about like people that look like me. You know, that right. So when I say people like that, yeah. I never put my trust in 100% in nobody. You know, I put 100% trust in myself and what I'm doing. I can't be put 100% trust in somebody that, I mean, I don't know. It's nobody. I don't know when you put 100% trust in my mother. It's, you know, it's a certain percentage. It's always that 1%. You can get close to it, but it would never be 100%. Like you only can hold yourself accountable. You know what you're gonna do. You don't know what somebody else gonna do, even if it's your family.
Do you think that's a trauma response?
I don't think it's a trauma response. I just think it's just being prepared, man. Like I'm always, you know, I can't see myself fully just like landing something. You know, it's always in the back of my head, just being aware.
Have you been betrayed before by people that you care about?
I wouldn't say I care too much about too many people. I mean, I just look at people's actions and it don't surprise me. When things happen, I'll be like, I'm not surprised. When I hear certain things, I'll be like, I'm not surprised. It's just like, because I know how people move, I know how people operate. It's just like you understanding how money works.
Mm-hmm.
You understand how money works, then it don't surprise me that people killing and they doing all type of stuff and they willing to sell their souls for money because money has been put on this pedestal. But then also I understand the other side of it too, how money was put into this world and how it's designed to work. So you can either make it work for you or you're going to work for it. So just the same thing with people. I understand how people move, I understand how people react to like man-made things that put on the earth. And it's just like I may be quiet, but I sit back and I observe. So even though people think they may be screwing me over, it's like I'm aware of what's going on. I'm woke. You know, I just pick and choose my battles, and everything don't have to be said and told or addressed unless it's like immediately affecting you. If something come in my path and it's throwing me off, it's fine. But sometimes you got to be able to adjust. Life is about adjusting. Like I expect things not to be perfect. I expect relationships not to start off or like not to be in the honeymoon phase the whole entire time. So when things do come, I'm not surprised. You just got to adjust. And that's just how life is.
Mm-hmm. Well, thanks for sharing that.
Yeah.
Okay, why do you sound like that?
That is the softest I have heard you speak.
Kay, are you sleepy?
No.
Okay.
I mean, if somebody's like, hey, you are the ops or whatever, yes, I'm not going to be talking softly. But if we're talking about something that is, you know,
tender.
Yeah. I mean,
somebody said JR hurt. Anybody hurt.
When's the PR release coming for Lauren? That's the chat want to know.
You said PR. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, oh, PR release. Yeah, they want to know when her Rockefeller chain coming.
Coming soon.
Lauren, how you feel being on the platform the last couple of weeks and joining in the family and everything that's been going on, man? It's been a wild ride.
It's definitely been a wild ride. Being my first show was probably one of the wildest shows. and yet I keep coming back, right? I mean, I love it. I was gonna hit JR up and be like, all right, you getting like 6+ hours out of me every week. We gotta talk, brother. But no, I think a lot of people want me to talk more, and I think I'll get there, but I hear echo, FYI. A lot of people want me to talk more, and I'll definitely get there. But one thing that people got to know about me is like if the conversation is between JR and K, I'm gonna let them finish. Like it don't mean I don't got nothing to say, but that's just not my battle to fight. And other people, they have their own, stance, and that's what they do, but that ain't me. So I hope I get to come back and y'all get to know me more. But I don't think that people actually got a chance to know me, and
they don't even know me. I've been here for several months. They don't know Chicago. He's been here. They don't know Courtney. They don't know nobody.
They may go in on the comments, but people rock with you. They really love the energy that you bring. Like,
me?
No, you are funny as hell. Okay, like don't get me wrong.
There is a small segment of people that rocks with me.
Hey, that dude,
but I'm not a fan favorite.
Frizzy funny as hell.
Yeah.
I was hoping he was going to do his Anton impersonation.
Who?
Freezy.
Freezy.
Why now are you calling him Freezy? You've been calling him Freezy.
Well, because I looked at it when I was pointing out. I looked at it like that. It's not Frenzy. And then the other guy that was on last night. What was the guy name that had the dark? He was in a car or something like that. He was funny too.
Oh, Matt. Wait. Oh my goodness. Guapo.
Yeah.
Guapo was a comedian. He reminded me of one of my brothers.
Yeah.
He was so funny, and he was just dry, like flat affect. He wasn't even trying to like laugh, which made it even funnier. He was hilarious.
Yeah.
I wish he would have called back today.
Yeah. But yeah, man, it's been a roller coaster, man. I'm definitely appreciating the moments, man. And the one thing, how old are you, Lauren? What, like 32?
31.
31. Okay, yeah. So, I kind of picked up on some of the things she was saying. You can kind of hear like the younger mindset, which I think is good because you don't have that. Like even when I talk to, and it's odd. I talked to Steph a couple of times. Steph is cold, and he's young. I didn't realize how young he really was until you can kind of tell when you talk to somebody. It's different. So like they look at you as being different because you're older, you got more experience. But like I do recognize with him being so young, he got so much game at a young age. Like that's what I would hope that my son would have. He's 16. I would hope that he would have some of the same. You trying to put him on game, but you can't tell these young kids nothing, man. They look at you, telling me I don't know how to dress. I'm sitting there looking like, dude,
you're appalled, huh?
Yeah, you got to be kidding me. I don't know how to dress. I'm like, you sitting there with these tight ass pants on. You think this
where
it's
it's a different generation?
I know, man, but it's it was like leggings, man. I'm like, I can't go.
Leggings?
I can understand with a pair of pants that fit you a little bit better, man. I'm like, dude, this ain't even your size. I'm like, you flooding.
You just flamed the kids, huh?
Man, I don't know, man. I don't know if he tapping in right now. Sometimes he tap in, but I'm like, dude, it's not where it's at, man. But teachers, I try to step away from it. I say, maybe it's just me. Maybe I am old, I guess.
Do we ever raid your closet?
What do you consider old? What's old to y'all?
I don't consider myself old, but I do when you compare it to other people that's at a younger age, then I can understand that.
When you get around a bunch of 17-year-olds, it's
or,
not
or like women, they look like girls. Like I can't tell if they grown because they just look so young. Like they could be 23 and they just look like they still 17 to me. So that's how you know you kind of old. Like I thought this little ass girl. Like you see somebody like, how old is she? I'm like, I thought that was a little ass girl. So
and then
like, that's how I know.
22.
Yeah, right. That's how I know I'm getting at the age because you can't even tell.
Yeah.
Just But I don't know what people see. That's what I'm talking about. You look at these comments, it's no point in looking at them, man, because you can never truly satisfy anybody. JR, you are old as hell. I am old. It's cool.
But you know what I'm learning too, JR? You know what I'm learning too? A lot of these cats, that be in the comments, they either trolls or they super young. Like super, super young.
Or they're just old and angry.
That too. But I think it's a lot more young
Like, let's not
trolls
write
out
this
there.
off. It's a lot of people in their 30s, 40s, 50s, and beyond that are out here mad and just taking out all of their life anger on random people that they don't know on the internet. And it's just really unfortunate. I hope they find peace.
Yeah, no, yeah, I don't be. You know what? Like I embrace the young people because the fact that young people listening, I think it's a good thing, man.
Yeah.
Because they're actually gaining a lot of information for the most part. I mean, you may have like a little bit hiccups here and there, but I think it's dope. I do think it's people hearing people that's in their 50s, man. It's like, wow, you know, it's like I really appreciate like the audience and even like the commitment for people to sit like 6+ hours. That's crazy. I don't even know if I can do it. You know, I can't even say I sat here and watched a live that was like 6.5 hours long, but
That
people,
you weren't on.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. But people do it and it's just unique. Like I really think about it, even outside about how many people say that they've been here. Or even if you fall asleep and come back, or either fall asleep on it. It's just the support. Without you guys, I can't stress enough, we would not be where we are. And even the people that's on the panel right now, like all you guys, man, I appreciate y'all even just sitting here because it takes a lot. It's not easy for people to be sitting here for 6.5 hours. I know it kept growing, but that just means that you guys are just vested in the vision. And I want to say thank you.
You can definitely tell it's growing when you can't even get backstage.
Right.
Well, you know, that's just the interface. That's the app. You know, it only allows a certain amount of people to get in. So everybody can't make it, and it's cool. You know, we do what we can do.
So JR, like, you know, when there's familial drama amongst the, you know, people on the show, and there's things that people are talking about in the group or in the comments and all of these things, does that ever influence you at all in terms of how you feel about any of us?
No, if it's not bringing any value, I just focus on the value. I just always pull the good. I can listen to the bad and good for the most part. Again, I'm a human, but I like to be consistent and just pulling the good from whatever I can. So if somebody say I need to moderate better because they couldn't hear, you know, that's an adjustment that needs to be made. I don't take the criticism like it's a bad thing. Or if they say like Real has been too quiet or something like that, and I look like, you know, he was kind of quiet, you know, we need to make sure he's, you know, talking more, just because people want to hear him. It's not that I'm looking at it as a bad thing. It's just more like when people show up, I just want to try to give them the best experience as possible. From everybody, including myself. I'm not exempt from it, so I just look at everything and just try to make improvements as much as I can. So I don't get bothered by it. That's what people are supposed to do. You know, that's if everybody looked at it like they was just some zombies that was all on the same page, it'd probably be it's whack. I like the up and downs, the emotions, the feelings, or something like that, man. The oohs and the ahs. I mean, that's what people come here for. They come here because it's unique and it's different in the different perspectives.
Do you honestly see that though, JR? Because I think when I first started jumping down with the campaign, man, that was one of the first things that I picked up, and I was like, I don't know if this guy, I didn't even know who was doing what. The first time I picked up on it, it was you, Tawana, B Nix, Anton, and the way that I don't even remember what the episode was, but the way that conversation was going, I was like, this is absolutely insane. Like I hadn't seen anything like it where you're having all these different perspectives, male, female, and then diametrically opposed views. And then I just kept coming back every week to what, like I built it into my Thursday schedule. So I'm just curious if you step outside and really see what you've created with the platform.
I want to say recently, before I was just always just like, and I still deal with, I'm never, it's hard to satisfy me. You know, I'm never truly 1,000% satisfied. Somebody can make some good ass food, and I'm just like, it's all right, it's okay. People be like, you never really show emotion. Is like, was it good? And I'm like, it's all right, it's cool. I say it's cool all the time. It's cool.
So how do people read you? Good Lord.
I mean, that's the mystery. People say, I can't read you, and I'm not here to try to be read, but I'm just me. It's cool. If something's just really over the top, then you get a reaction. Like when I laugh, those probably the only times that I really, really laugh like that. You don't catch me. I'm just not one of those people that just be busting up laughing over every little thing. So a lot of shit don't be funny to me. But so when I laugh, it's genuine, and I appreciate the moments, and that's the experience that I get from the show is like the laughter, because outside of here, everything you look so mean, you're so serious, you're so strict. Smile. I never knew you talked this much, but sometimes I got to take a look back and just appreciate it. So I recently been trying to appreciate it. I don't know if that's a bad thing, and it's just me just still growing as an individual. I'm always a student in life. I'm always willing to learn because I don't know everything. So even when it comes to the emotions, like I don't show too many emotions. So I'm trying to show like the right emotions at the right time, learning how to appreciate what I've built. And again, I had the vision, but I couldn't do it without you guys, and I couldn't do it without the people that support us.
Do you think that you hold back your feelings and your reactions and your emotions and things like that? Like I heard you mention that you like even if you eat some food that you like, you're like, it was okay. What do you think drives you to be that way? Because I do notice that in you. You're not a very excitable person, right? So what do you think causes you to be that way?
I don't know. It was always me. Growing up, it was always me. So it was mostly me. I didn't have any older family members that I knew, or brothers or siblings that I knew. So all experience that I experienced, and it was always me learning and failing. Like I had to learn how to do things on my own. It wasn't anybody that was like directly telling me how to do things. So just how it was.
Do you feel like you were kind of on guard, like, trying to be ready for different situations and things like that?
I don't know, man. I was grown before my time, man. I say it's just a lot, growing up in a 1-bedroom cement block project building, like me, my sister, my mother, man. It was a lot of different stuff I had to learn and grow through. So I had to work for everything. I had to work to be able to. I had to have a certain mindset in order to be able to be where I am now. So it's a lot of things that I've seen, a lot of things that I've experienced, and I had to make some decisions as far as like what I really wanted for my life. And when I had my first son, that was kind of like an experience itself. I was a single father for a while, so I had full custody of my oldest. So it was an experience. It's just an experience. So I just had to slow. What I tell people is I slow everything down so that I can be able to take it in how I see fit. Because when things are coming at you so fast, if you don't have control over it, then it's gonna control you.
Okay, that's understandable. Trying to be aware and in control of your environment so that it won't affect you negatively.
Yeah, you got to, man. You look around, I peep, I look around, I laugh at certain things. I see some stuff like I have some little sad conversation with myself, man. I talk to myself, be like, look at this fool. This motherfucker crazy. Like, think I'm stupid. I be sitting there looking like, all right, it is what I just don't trip. So, like you may catch me on the back end, or you may catch the riff on another way, like, man, what happened to you? I'm like, I'm nothing. Bit of something I've seen, so I just don't react to it. I like let you do you, or I see what it is, or if I need it, then I keep taking that energy in, but I might filter it a little bit. I might not take it in as I was taking it in, and just keep it moving, man. It's life, man. I'm gonna keep living life, keep enjoying it. Ain't nobody gonna steal my thunder, and me now is about protecting my peace. So anybody that talks to me directly, I'm like, look, I can't deal with it. Like, I'm not the one that can help you. I'm not the one that can, you come to me, you got to come right, because I didn't sign up to be no counselor. I didn't sign up to be no therapist. I'm not trying to have you call me every day and you talking negative, male or female. I don't want to hear nobody's negative shit. I don't want to be surrounded by people that ain't doing nothing. They on the struggle buses. Anton might say it's only something he'll say, but I just keep the energy away from me. I want to surround myself by people that I can learn something from, and that's a message that's been put out there. But people hear it every day. It's just a matter of acting on it. So I just surround myself by people that's like minded. Or if I'm not surrounded by them, I'm sitting here studying myself, seeing how I can improve. Every bit of time that I have now, because I'm creating more time for myself, it's all about. It's no idle time. It's like, what can I be doing right now to put myself ahead, or what can I be doing right now to make things better? What experiences that I could bring to this platform that hasn't been done yet? Like, how can I improve? How can I tap in with the people a little bit better? How can I engage the people? How can I better support the panel? How can I improve my interactions with them? How can I get them to better understand the vision and the mission?
So do you think you're here to teach? Do you feel like you can teach? Or is it just like people need to fit into your whatever you already have in mind? Or do you feel like you are in the position to teach people things?
I think we all can teach. Again, I think we can all learn something. Somebody could be homeless on the road or like less fortunate. You can still learn something from them. So I think we all teachers. I just think that you got to be comfortable and understand the areas that you're able to be teachable in. So I think we all are teachers, and
What do you
we
think
all are
you
students.
teach best?
Hmm?
What are you best at teaching?
I haven't honed down on it, man. I just think it naturally comes. Like, we having this conversation right now. I had no thought with this. It's just rolling out. So some people may look at this as being something that they learning. How I carry myself and being able to hear me for the first time. That just might just be a teachable moment. So, I mean, even teachers that teach, even though they need some teaching too. So I'm more about positioning myself to being able to learn, and then whatever I learn that's what I pull out. So everything that I'm saying now is just based off experiences and things that I've seen people, and I just try to carry that information. I don't want to carry the bad stuff, so that's why you hear me talking about all the bad stuff. Like, unless I'm trying to make a point or trying to support what I'm saying as to why you should do something, if they're not really trying to configure with it. But yeah.
Okay.
They in the chat. I asked them what they want me to ask you. They said, "Is Hannibal coming back?"
I'm not really sure, man. That's
you should come back.
Yeah, that's okay. You can talk. So I'm curious as to what happened. I mean,
I don't know. Maybe it was. I don't know.
I mean, it didn't come back. And again, I know it could be rough up here sometimes. So whenever you do talk to him, just touch bases with me and let me know. We ain't got to put on the public, but just let me know what's going on. So I will filter out. Hopefully everything is cool. I know I did text him throughout to make sure everything was okay. So yeah, the show go on. We keep it moving. Again, the show is not scripted. I think some people asked yesterday about if there's certain angles or something like that. Everybody is who they are. Like, we have an idea of what we're gonna get. McKay, Anton, Lauren, Rella, we have an idea. Might be some ups, might be some downs.
You have no idea. No, I'm just playing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, the general stuff. I mean, there's always the bonuses, I like to call it. There's always the bonus stuff that might throw you for a loop or something like that. But we kind of already know what we're gonna get already. We can kind of like predict it. So yeah, it is what it is, man. I appreciate it. But if you guys don't have anything else, man, we're gonna wrap this one on up, man.
You better start playing the music on us.
7 hours. Good Lord.
Yeah,
that's a shift, man.
Full-time shift.
That is a shift.
I'm trying to tell you. The thing about it is, I feel like I could be on here all along. I just like to be I try like to be respectful, man. to you guys, especially. I know y'all gonna kill me, but it's only one day a week, and I think that it wound up being something great. Even with the people, we got 1,000 people on here right now. I think that they still probably
And the thing is, like,
learn something.
I know if I had to leave, like, and I was like, bye, I could just leave. Like, it's not, it's at will.
I got some things that I need to be fully alert for tomorrow. So that's the only thing I try to be considered, because I don't sleep during the day. Once that light start hitting up, I start hearing them birds chirping. It's kind of hard for me to sleep. So if I don't get to sleep while it's dark outside, then I don't take no nap. So it's a wrap.
Well, thank y'all for letting me just hop on the panel. I feel the love. I feel like I've been knowing y'all for years, and I really haven't. Y'all made it easy. Well, actually, the first week was not easy. I was sweating bullets. Like, no lie. I text JR like I'm hot. And I'm not okay. But
like, what's going on?
Listen. Yeah, and then I felt like that week. I know you're trying to wrap up, JR, my bad. Well, my first show, that was the blow up, and I was like, yo, is it because I'm on here? Like, I felt like it was because me, and I know it wasn't, but just like as that being my first show, I was like, dang, I just messed up the chemistry and everything. But I mean, what needed to happen happened, and it was great. And yeah, like I said, as the weeks go on, I think I'll feel like I fit in more and more and find my voice, quote unquote, as the people in the chat would say, let Lauren talk, let Lauren talk. I'm going to talk, y'all, when I got something to say.
Yeah. Like, we definitely enjoy you.
They don't know how it is, right? They think you just, people in the comments, they don't know. They don't understand. So
it's tough to hear. Y'all be going head to head.
The thing about it is that y'all be so thirsty about the comment. I turn the comments off and y'all looking at others.
The comments is don't do JR. Like, you gotta. Well, it fuels me. It's kind of funny to me. Like, I don't, comments don't faze me no more. But to me, it's like I want to see what they're getting from the energy that we're giving off.
Well, I'm gonna tell you from me on that. For me, looking at it, right, and again, these one of them things where people are not conscious of what they're doing. So I might talk in a certain tone, and people might say it's rude or it's aggressive, and I might not see it, but I have to be understanding to it. So when I'm looking at what's going on, I literally see people are not. I've seen Kay, because you hear, use you as an example. I've seen Kay looking at the comments and like, wait, what? And she'd just be like, what? Out of nowhere, and it'd be like,
you don't know what?
Yeah, that right there.
We never
like you'll just do that out of nowhere, or you'll be looking and you're not paying attention, and somebody asks you a question or something, and you just be like, what was the question again?
Look, you know what JR does? You know what JR does?
The question is, it's because I really want it repeated.
No. JR see you looking at the comments, and there'd be like a whole discussion going on. They'd be like, yeah, so Rilla, what you think about that?
Yeah, he'll keep you up.
Right. He'd be like the professor that be like, you dozing off in class or whatever. He'd be like, yeah. So tell me, what's your perspective on that conversation?
Trying to find the
you be like,
not paying attention and call them out. Like, come on, don't be that teacher.
No, I ain't trying to be, man. But I just, because again, it's just the people. So if we not on point, or we changing our energy or reaction while the show's going on live, then that's what the people are seeing. So it's just more so, just making sure that we fully alert and we giving the best effort that we can for the people.
Really, what is your
Somebody said Kay is cookie lying.
I saw in the comments somebody said, man, Kay is looking real dead tonight. I'm like, dead? I guess they think I'm like a goth. Well, but yeah.
They thought you was dressed like goth?
Like goth. Like
yeah,
goth.
I mean, I know. I'm just like, that's a goth outfit. I guess maybe because of the black.
Kay is looking real dead tonight.
Sort of like death, huh?
Like, my goodness. Okay.
Maybe that's some new type of slang or something, man.
That was.
What is that? One of them young?
No, I think they
It
meant.
probably
I
was,
think they meant
it
like
might
a
have been
corpse.
one of the Lils. One of the Lils
No,
might have came
I
up
think
with
they
it.
literally meant a corpse.
You know, like Lil Baby, Lil Uzi Vert, Lil Jambalaya, all that.
Oh, got it.
They meant a corpse.
JR over there yawning, y'all. We got to go. He.
I know. I'm gonna kick myself in the morning, man.
He's gonna start playing music soon.
JR
JRB hitting y'all with that wrap it up, B.
We're at the
wrap
Grammys.
that gavel up, B.
I'm gonna do him like he do me. Yep, Lauren over there. I see you over there yawning. I see you over there yawning, JR.
No, look, hey, 1 after hours. You see how JR was just leaning over like that? 1 after hours, the music was playing and he was leaned over like that, and people thought he was asleep.
You sound like this.
Nah, you was just like how you just was. You was leaning forward. I think you was in your phone though, but you was, yeah, they was like just like that, and they was like, yeah, bro, sleep.
Dang.
Music kept stopping.
He was in.
Yeah. No,
I
it's
just hate when I sign off and then like get in the bed and like wash my face, brush my teeth, get in the bed, and then y'all are still here, and I'm like, I could have stayed.
well,
I don't
okay, I can.
time, Kay.
It'd be organic, man. It'd be organic. It just happens.
You're not gonna leave me out this time. I'm gonna be here.
Exactly.
He laughed it off.
Exactly.
No,
and here you are. Here you
I
are.
appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all being here, man. It's appreciation, man. But yeah, that's a wrap, folks, man. Again, we got to do this stuff, man, more often. And I appreciate y'all asking the questions. It felt good. I'm telling you, it feels good being on the other side. I wish I could just come to the show and show up.
Oh, I got a million questions.
Oh no, not from you. Kay.
No, JR.
Not from you, Kay. No.
Yes, yes. JR.
Hold on to them. Ask JB. Ask JB.
Yes.
Ask JB.
Oh, you know that'd be a good conversation. You and JB.
You.
Why you want on? What?
Bruh.
It would be, but I mean, I think any conversation I have with anybody will be a good conversation. But whatever.
Yeah.
Here's the music. Okay.
Bye, y'all. Have a good night.
Again, thank you guys. Make sure you guys get these likes up, man. This is the greatest show ever. No cap on
We
that
all
one.
got to get in the comments. So all the people that was talking all that
Yeah.
S word,
Yeah, I'm
be ready
play
to
the
talk
music, play the
directly
music for
to
about
our
15
faces.
minutes.
We've
for
got
you
to be
guys.
in there. That's what I'm talking about, Chicago.
I'm trying to do my outro.
Oh, go ahead.
You
Go
do all that in the
ahead.
comments. You could have typed all that. Let me say this again. We appreciate you guys. This is the greatest show ever. Make sure you guys get the likes up, whether you're watching it now or whether you watch it later. Also, tune in every Thursday, 7:30 Central Time. We here for y'all. We appreciate all the super chats. I may not be able to get to all you guys, but we definitely appreciate the super chats. Until next time, we out, y'all. All right, Kay, it's all yours now.
Bruh. Bruh.